Also, what's up, Illyria? How are you doing? Let me give you one of these. How's my mic, by the way? I restarted my computer, so I'm not sure if my mic is even working well. Let me lower the music a little bit. Hey. Let's see. I seem to be having issues with getting this command to work. Why? Oh, actually, it's because I'm adding the T, am I not? That makes it better. Thank you, Dork. What we got planned today for later? What are you streaming later? The thing isn't working. What? Could you copy the command I just pasted or typed in chat and redo it real quick for me? I want to see if it works. Illyria, I should specify. But I've been good. Shogif. I have just been going to the gym, enjoying myself, taking time for me, and really just big chilling. It's very hot today. Or I think it's just my room. My room might be very hot today. My PC's giving off a lot of heat. Lots and lots of heat. But let's see. The command should work. It's just not working. I broke my commands. All right, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close out of it and then reopen it, and maybe that's all I need. And maybe that'll fix the thing. We'll see. Does it work now? I think that just worked. So I might have to run the client in okay, yeah, I have to run the client in admin mode. I think is what I didn't do earlier. Which is fine. That's valid. I get it. Okay. I think it works now. So if any VIP were to type that, it would also work. Have I shown you this, Illyria? Have I shown you the actual thing in of itself? There's a chance I haven't. But if I have, then it's pretty cool shit. Not gonna lie. Anyways, let me close this, lower that, close that. Today we are playing Dark and Dark. I was gonna do Life is Strange today, but I kind of play a little bit of Dark and Darker, and honestly, that's kind of really fun right now. I'm not good at it or anything, but I really want to try to get into it. Um, it's basically like a medieval Tarkov where you get in and go crazy as a wizard or a ranger or like your typical swords user inside a dungeon. Medieval magical dungeon with skeletons and zombies and shit like that, and it's kind of fun. I'm kind of digging it. I'm ass at it, but I'm digging it. So that's the idea, and it's free to play right now. There's a demo going on, so I'm not sure how long the demo will last, but it's free to play. So I'm definitely gonna be playing for free. Let me switch the game scene here. You can hear the sounds coming in. As so, I'm gonna lower the music, the medieval music we were going on for, and you can kind of get the gist of it already, just based on what we've seen so far. You know. Oh, this is actually a perfect time for me to look at this. Game capture. Unlock. Oh, that's centered. A. Actually, all things considered, maybe it would be beneficial when I do the game capture over here. Game capture over here. And we'll see. I want to see how this looks once we actually go in. Okay. Into the lobby. Hitsu, no. Hitsu, yes! You did this to me! You did this to me! I'm level 3! Wingardium Leviosa! I also have another character! Asa, dude! Look what you've done to me! How are you doing, Kame? I'm not sorry. It's honestly really fun. It's honestly really fucking fun. And most importantly, you can pet the fucking dog. Yeah, at least it's free. Exactly. At least it's free. It could be worse. When I found out you could pet the dog, I played one match yesterday, extra, and I was like, I can pet the dog. I can pet the dog. I can pet the dog. Best game since. Anna! Okay, actually, fuck. We're going in. I want to show you something, Anna, that you would probably appreciate a lot because you actually do TikTok, and I do not. Oh my fuck. I want to show you something though. When I get a chance. Let me just clear out the room a little bit. I'm ass at this game though. PK fire! Stop! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Fuck you royally! Back up! Back up! I died. It's hard. But I died intentionally so I can show you this. All right. Check this out, Anna. Desktop. Hello, it's my face. Whoa, you can see my OBS? What? You'll notice, all right? This side, I'm gonna point towards, I guess this is what you guys see on stream. I'm point over here. Here, let me remove the ghosty boys for a second. But, but, uh, uh, okay. So regular streaming content, right? Wow, this is regular stream. But over here, I think I'm pointing the right way. You can see a little like short form type of video setup, right? and I have different scenes on it. Normally, when I switch scenes, it automatically switches scenes with me. It's still in like a little beta alpha thing, which is kind of cool. But for example, if I switch the game scene, there's the game scene. See, there's the game scene. And if I switch to the vertical just chatting scene, there's just chatting. See what I mean? Is I see there's something dancing on Doge head. He hits it. That is something dancing on the doggo head. That is true. That's a hat, please, girl. So basically, while you're streaming, you could technically be recording for your short form content as well, and then just break it up and clip it up and in a quick and easy way. Obviously, you'll have to adjust things based on how things look or turn out, and you have to pull on your actual clips and stuff. But like the idea is like, I have a desktop right now. I don't know what I want to do for this yet. I'm not sure if full face even works well on short form content. Gonna be honest. I need to do my research on it because I'm ass at this shit. But the point is, game scene. You have the regular game streaming setup. It's awesome, but then you also have this setup with your like actual game, what you're doing underneath, and your webcam setup, whatever you want to do. And it records both. There's also a command, VIPs and mods I made. I'll type it here. Let me open up this. I'll delete that short. I type exclamation backtrack uwu because I'm trying to make it so that whatchamacallit. It's not fucking working. I broke it again. I broke it. Okay, it has no, it's a lowercase t. And basically it just clipped the past on your actual clips and stuff. Minute. But like past minute. It's like I hate my fucking voice. It clips the past minute for me, and I have that set up. And you type the command in chat, and then it just redeems it, and using some quick creative if-then statements on a hotkey stream deck thing, it does it for me. And you can obviously go back with the, yeah, I tried to make it not case sensitive, but it's not working, and I don't know why. That's a command. Normally edit triggers, like I turned it on just now, but like yesterday it wasn't working. I'll turn it on just because it wasn't losing it. So yeah, the idea is for someone like you who creates a lot of TikToks, I feel like this would be astronomically easier for you. Obviously, you have to set up the scene still. I wish you could just copy and paste over, but it's alpha, beta version. You gotta figure out, I had issues with audio. You need to update your OBS to OBS 29 as well. So there's a lot of things I had to do. I spent a while just figuring it out. But I realized how useful this actually is. So I was like, I'm personally like Ernie, or I was just chatting with Ernie about it. I'm not like a big fan of like the short form content, but I understand how easily digestible and easy it is to consume such content. And which is why it makes it so easy to pop off on them virally and all that fun jazz. So I get the value in it. But it's just like creating it in and of itself. This makes it so much easier because I didn't know anything about it. Now I feel like with this, I can probably actually upload shorts in a less stressful way. And if there's any specific edits, like I want to do anything funny, I go to the mainstream, I clip up the mainstream, and just replace like the open section. Like I just crop my webcam out and added a couple scenes here and there, which I think is what people normally did back then, right? Like it was just like, here, I'm gonna place my webcam here and then do the rest here. I think it's what people did. So now I feel like I can actually approach it. I don't know much about the scene in of itself, like I said. So like whether or not I need to upload it in a certain format or like all that fun jazz, I don't know shit about it. But that's because I'm also old. I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer in the scene. But I figured someone like you would have a lot of value out of this. So I was gonna reach out to you about this a couple days ago. I just forgot to. But I think you could definitely make a lot of use with this. It makes your life a lot easier. Old man, I'm 326 years old. I can't help it here. I'm a VIP, Kame. You're a good egg. You're a good bean. There we go. What? There's dust on the camera. A fine vintage. I've been paying for a damn server that doesn't make it easy. That's so fucking cool. Yoink. Yeah. I'll hook you up with the details. It was a new thing that came out recently, and I spent a decent amount of time just figuring out like the bugs and shit of it. Like I couldn't get audio to work. I couldn't get my notifications to work like they used to. Like for example, I love this one, but I couldn't get this one to work. My fucking lurk command. Instead of a lurk command, it's a lurk redemption, and it's fucking Spider-Man. See ya, chump. It's so stupid. But I couldn't get that to work, so I had to figure out like the kinks of it, and finally I got it all figured out, more or less. I think I know how it works. There's the commands: video bitrate, audio bitrate, resolution. Yeah, shit was weird. You can also technically stream with this. You can stream to like, I guess, Instagram and TikTok and stuff if you really wanted to. I didn't know you could, but you can. Didn't know that was a thing, but you can. So, and it's free. That's the best thing about it. It's free. Don't have to pay for shit. That's the best part. It's free. And it makes it so much easier if you're actually streaming, I feel like. So, just wanted to share that quick tidbit. Let me fetch my old cane. Hey, get off my lawn! Get off my property! Actually, can you try the command, Anna? I want to see if it works. Exclamation backtrack, ooh, and then no caps. Do no caps as well. Considering I just took it off, I want to see if it works. Yeah, I don't know how well the streaming works. Like it might, like I said, it's still early access, free, and all that fun. Just maybe it's not like crazy. No longer case sensitive, baby. It worked. Yesterday it wasn't working, or the last time we were doing it, it wasn't working. Now it's working, even if it's not case sensitive. Yeah. No cooldown. No cooldown. Yeah. But only VIPs and mods can do it, and that's the exception. But it's working. Yeah, it's working. So that's honestly so pog. So you can like still clip like you normally can. It's just you can do this now. So if I ever was ever like, hey, could a mod or a VIP member like just type the command real quick? That'd be fire. Boom. I could type it without actually having to go and clip it. That's kind of nutty, actually. But I would still probably clip it just in case I want to like add, because the thing is, you got to figure out how to center everything. And when you're playing a game that's full screen, this little bit here is very, very small. So it's hard to like center what the focus of attention is, or what you want people to see on, which I realize. But I think what people do on these shorts, when something like that happens, it's like they just cut in from the actual video itself. Like, oh, here's the kill feed real quick. Oh, here's the enemy on the other side. Just like a quick little pan to that, and then bring it back to the center. I think that's what people do. But I'm not well versed in that yet. I'll figure it out as time goes on. And I also need to remember my account login stuff. I can't wait for China to figure out what I'm up to. This guy's hunting in dungeons. We got him. But yeah, it's cool. It'll fill up my hard. Yeah, it probably would. I wonder how much I mean, these things kind of pop up very fast. I wonder how much like space they actually have. 167 megabytes for a minute worth. That's not bad. But yeah, that's that. It does make it easier. It does make it easier. Because you get a majority of the content already. And sometimes it could just be as simple as just adding text. When you're editing with Sony Vegas and you have to move the... This is, I feel like, specifically to make these type of contents, the way I understood it, you would have to move the camera and sync up everything. Now you're getting basically... You get the foundation right away from the get-go. Instead of having to, like, fuck with everything. And make it fit. And I think that saves time. So I think it does make it easier. I do think it makes it easier. But I am not well versed in the first place. So I can't really answer that. If anyone would find out, it would be Anna. Because Anna actually makes a lot of TikToks. But I'm an oldie. I'm old. I'm old as fuck. Like I'm in the same boat as you, Ernie. Like I actually have no idea how to go about it. But it is what it is, though. Ernie, you might actually really like this specific game. By the way, I think this is very fitting for. It's like Tarkov, but medieval with a little bit of like RPG dungeon mechanics. I watched a lot of this already. Oh, you did? Well, there we go. I'm gonna send you. Hold on, let me find. Let me find you. Video. I don't know if this is good video or not, but this guy does do pretty good content. Like easy to understand content in terms of like editing and stuff. So I'm gonna send this to you. Oh my god, you messaged me in December and I didn't reply to you, Anna? I'm a fucking dickhead. All right, I'm gonna reply to you too. not right now, because I want to properly reply to you. But holy fucking shit, I had no fucking idea. I'm so recently, I'm not sure if this is a thing with any of you guys, but Discord and Facebook, I've been having notification issues. Like someone, like Sophia will be calling me and nothing tells me I'm getting called. Not Discord on my PC, not Discord on my phone, nothing. Until the call ends, then it says, oh, you missed the call. I'm like, what? What do you mean? So like, I'm just not getting notified by messages or calls and stuff. And it's kind of weird. I don't know what's going on. But it's strange. Shame. Hitsu was killing us last night. I don't know what you mean. I ain't killed nobody. If anything, I killed myself. Okay. I'm in the tavern. I must find the dog. No, the adventures begin. I can't find the dog. I'll show you guys. You can pet the dog in this game. You can pet the dog in this game. And that's why I want to play it so fucking badly. Oh my god. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. But two, you can pet the dog in the game. But you see what I mean? It's like Tarkov. There's people that go inside. It has like a battle royale type mechanic where you have to kind of find your way in and try not to die. You can see the little mini map there. All right. I don't trust nobody. Eat dick! Ah! I'm a wizard, Harry. It's so fucking fun. How's the volume, by the way? Non-clickbait title? Actually, non-clickbait title. Maybe in for half an hour longer and they get murdered in the end? Yeah, no, the rounds do seem fairly short. Murder skeletons and petting dogs? Heck yes. I know, like, it's such a unique concept. I fucking love it. But the only thing is, I'm playing someone like a wizard, which apparently is quite hard to play. Sheesh. It sounds a little bit loud for me. So is it loud for you guys? Or did I loot him properly? I did. All right. But it's really, really cool. And I feel like this, I'm an FPS gamer, right? Maybe loud on headphones. All right. So it's probably loud on me. I'm going to lower my sound a little bit on my headphones in of itself. All right. Got to get his head. Got to get the skeleton head. Oh, I thought he was going to get me. I'm squishy as fuck. But basically, is there anything here? Silver coin, some gold coins. But basically, that's the premise of the game. You walk around, you do dungeon mechanics. You can play with 3 people at a time, and you can go inside the dungeon together as a team of 3. In fact, right now there's actual teams of 3 going out there looting and killing and doing things together and kicking ass. It's really, really cool. I don't play during this playtest phase though. I mean, if you want to play today, I could use a team, mate, instead of going in solo and dying as a wizard, as a squishy wizard. But like, it's very, very, very fun. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I guess I can go in here. Shall we? I'm a little bit hesitant. I think a lot of things spawn in here. It's a big room. There's also mimics in this fucking game. Mimics. And they're scary. Fuck mimics. Mimics, you say? Mimics, yeah. Like, actually, though. On a space. All right, your ass. I want the gold. I've never actually escaped. Wingardium, eat my nuts. Oh, I fucking moved. Okay, I need to meditate to get some of my spells back. One should have spawned right there. Oh my god, if one spawned right there, I would be fucking pissing my pants. That much is for sure. Fucking hate mimics. Alright. Like, the premise of the game is so neat. I actually really, really enjoy it. I really want to escape, because I've actually never escaped in this game. Wait, is there a little dungeon here? Oh, there's a little dungeon here. Ooh, but the zone is pushing. I can tank a little bit, right? Surely. Crystal sword. Yes, please. I want the crossbow, but I don't think it's too helpful for me. If this is the fucking mimic, I swear to God. Don't need the boots, so let's grab that. I'll see if I can grab the crossbow somehow. Let's try to organize my inventory a little bit so I can do this. I'm not taking damage right now, which is kind of a shock to me. I'll accept it. Meditate it again. Are you making an escape? I've yet to escape. I've yet to escape. I like when the chest is a chest and the table is a table, but the door's a mimic. Oh my fucking god. Can you imagine if doors were mimics as well? You just open it and die? In the top right, you can see the feed. Like, people are dying to shit. Such a... Yeah. Suck my dick! Ah! He hurts! Fuck! He too hit me, dude! Did I miss that much? Oh my god. It was in fact I doing the sucking. That mummy showed me who was daddy. And it was not me. I'm petting Otto. Hitsuga just likes to harm his No. Brother. Hello, M. What's up? Yeah, right? Like, you can actually pet the fucking dog. You can pet the dog. I don't know why I'm still awake. Don't ask. It's 5 a.m. for me. Yes. Oh, true. Actually, it's late. One of those nights, all-nighter type of night. I'm a greater danger to most protagonists than the villain they're supposed to be facing. I felt that. Fuck me. I actually had like a lot of good loot and a decent spawn location. I think. I actually don't know what good loot is, to be honest with you. Smack! And a smack! Give me your gems. I needed a jail. What? So I need like a lockpick or something. Oh, there's good quality sleep, but I have work today, so I kind of fuck. I always stay up at night sometimes for 2 days. Oh, wait, take care of yourself. As someone who also does not sleep well, you need to sleep well. What did I get? I remember seeing something on the ground. Yeah, there it is. Bandages. Your creature's moving. I got a ceremonial dagger. That's what I got. There's a cool chest here, but I have to get it like a lockpick or something. But yeah, I've never actually made it escaped one of these. Eat my balls! Did I miss all those? You too! Ah, fuck. Okay. PK fire! He's still alive. I'm fucking dead. What the fuck? Ah! It's such a fun game. It's so chaotic, but so fun. Oh, I think I see more skeleton bodies there. You know what? I want to be regal. I'm fancy. I should fix my sleep before I start. Yeah, definitely fix your sleep before. I mean, kind of starting an internship, you kind of fix your sleep naturally because you gotta wake up for work and shit. But speaking of Donko, there he is. We watched Donko skip and then I got beat down. Yeah, you got stabbed to death. I remember. There it is. PK suck my nuts. What else do I have? I've never used this. What does this one look like? Hiya! What? I didn't do shit! Hiya! Wrong one. Fucking, there's mimics in this fucking game. It's so scary. You're just looting, and it's not like Dark Souls where you can kind of figure out what's not real or not. You actually have zero clue. And that's terrifying. You scared Bree? Oh yeah, that's what you woke someone up. I remember. I will wear the gloves. Guardium Levides. My name is so stupid. This one's cooler. Obviously the other one. It's green. How are you guys, by the way? What's going on? Ernie, could you shout out Kame and Danko? And then potentially yourself? My sleep quality has improved since starting work as a Roomba housekeeper. Perhaps just I'm moving around, getting paid. That makes sense. People say physical activity helps you like sleep better. So that's pretty valid, actually. Sometimes loot can spawn on here, like on the ledges and stuff, I've noticed. So I'm gonna try to look for loot. My goal though is just to kind of escape and not fucking die. It's kind of my goal. The zone's pushing in. I'm waiting for Nirvana to come out. Ooh. Valhalla? Valhalla. Cyberpunk. Bartender action, it seems like. Oh, the game. Have you gone to a deeper level, Hitsu? Have I gone to a deeper level? Wait. We meditate. Because I'm cool. I wanna lay on my bed before I go to work. No, please get some rest then. Get some rest. You can go deeper instead of escaping. Danko, I haven't even escaped yet. I haven't even escaped. My life has been forfeit. Every single time I go in here, I have accepted that I die. Yes. Fuck you! Fuck! There's more! You dickhead! Hi, Sunny. What a sunny day. I mean, it's a fun game, but I'm ass. Okay, that was very fucking stupid of me. I was like, I'm gonna drink water while I try to headbutt to this, and you know what? That was a very fucking dumb idea. I'm actually stupid. I got an off-ski work time. No, take care, Sorgatani. Enjoy work. Have a good day. It's nice to see you too. Jack, thank you so much for the sub. Opal, you're a dork. Yeah, I'm an idiot. How are you guys doing, Jack? Jack and Sunny. Sunny and Jack. Opal, hello. Donko, could you shout out everyone again, Ernie? And then Jack, since you're here, could you shout out Ernie? All the homies get shout outs. Okay. Ernie's funny. Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! I can't move! Oh my god, if I die as soon as I spawn, I swear to god! This is why I need a teammate. Fuck me. Fuck me. Jack, you love doggos. Check this out. Oh, wait, no, we're going in. Fuck. All right, Jack, I will show you soon. I will show you soon. You can pet the dog in this game. It's the greatest thing I've seen in, like, ever since I started streaming. Greatest thing I've seen. I've been debated. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, knowing me, I'll probably die in, like, no time. So you'll probably get to see the little lobby again real quick. All right. Nothing around me. Nothing around these parts. Where is this? Wait, this is cool. Hiya! I remember this spot. I actually was here with Donko and Kame yesterday. Yeah, I'm cooler with the magic, bitch. All right, perfect. But no, this game is actually really, really fun. And I did not think it would be this fun because like you're moving super slow and everything. So like you wouldn't think it. Can I cast spells with this? I need to pick a lock. Fuck. And then you walked on a spike and I was like, no, it's okay, listen. I didn't realize that these were spikes. Eat magic, dickhead! Fuck! PK Thunder! Works every time. I thought I got hit. Oh, wait, let me in. Wait, what's that? I didn't realize there was a thing there. Works until it doesn't. Hits you. What spikes? Dun, 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 dun. I fucking love the Giga Chat. I might have to get a Giga Chat emote just because it's so dumb. Actually, don't we have one like BTTV or 7TV? How am I though? I'm doing pretty good, Jack. I am just living life. What the fuck? Let me in. I'm playing this game, which is honestly really fucking fun. What's the range on this? It's fucking tiny. So I do this instead. Sug my nuts. What the fuck? He lived. He lived for a short time period. Yeah, we got that one. We got that one. That's right. All right, grab those. I'm gonna sit down here and like do some meditation real quick. This like the game is actually really, really fun. And I feel like Tarkov, like I said, I'm an FPS gamer, but Tarkov never really appealed too much to me. But this game appeals a lot to me. And I don't know what it is about this game that appeals to me yet. I think it's just how wacky everything is. And like the fact that there's mimics in this game that actually jump scare you, which is kind of cool. Like, I guess probably a living skeleton, right? But like, it's just a really fun game. Jack, you would love this game. Jack would for sure love this game. All right, eat my missiles, dickhead. Yeah, yeah. So I actually want to see this game succeed. High key. Oi, 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 oi. You have a shield. That's illegal. Fuck. Double bonk. Fuck. I'm too good. You also have this, don't you? Why does a mage have a Zweihander? That's so random. Whatever, though. I'll take it. Wasn't Hitsu doing this last night? I don't know what you mean. Zweihander sucks. I know nothing about anything about this game. Honestly, I don't know what classes do. I'm barely learning what my skills do. Since you need to accumulate a lot of knowledge in the beginning. That's fair. That's fair. Fuck. Okay. I I'm hitting you through the door, dickhead! Actually, I have an idea. I remember somewhere that this blows up doors as well. Fuck you! I said fuck you! Ah! Ah! Fuck you! Cool. Back up! Back up! Mummy spiders! Ugh! Stinky! Back up! Back up! I realized that those things spawn you! Oi! Okay. No play, I'd be down for my first step. I would definitely be down to play. This is very fun. And I think teams of threes are the max. But regardless, I still think it's a very fun game to play. Some inventory management shenanigans, which honestly I'm not too good at. Am I hearing shit? First off, I want to meditate. I need my spells. Wait! Wait! The zone! Ah! Fuck! Give me my speed! I need to zoom! I fucked up! I see an escape portal too! Oh! I'm gonna escape! First escape, babies! Fuck their portal! It's my portal now! It's my portal now! I have loot! I have loot! Surgical kit fully repairs. I'm just gonna stash everything. Is there like a quick way to send it? Shift R click. Shift right click? I don't do anything. Shift R click. Go over here, silly. Oh my god, that's so cool. I made it out, bitches. I made it out. I think that dude just got angry, stole the portal. Well, good. I was in danger and I needed to dip. Yoinkies. Oh, and I got a crystal ball as well, which I have no idea what that does, but I got one. Increases my magical damage. Oh, so it does more. Wait, so this one lets me bonk things. This one lets me not bonk things. What? Is that it? Is that the difference? I know jack shit about this game. It's so fun though. It's so fun. Okay, actually, can I sell stuff? Let me see. How do I sell stuff? I have items. But it might have learned not to leave the portal unattended. Yeah. It was unattended and I yoinked that shit. How do I sell stuff? Interested in buying? Buy my shit, you dickhead! Where'd my thing go? I equipped it. I thought I sold it. Hmm. Collector? Maybe he will sell things? He likes shiny things, I bet. He does like shiny. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Take the shinies. Yeah. Wait, that's so cool, actually. I'm rich. Nice. Uh, what a fun game. Okay, I get shift right click. That's when you just right. I just escaped for my first time. I just did it. I escaped. All these gold coins are gonna add up quick. Is there like a way to make it not add up like that? I got a German boo. Loose trousers. Can I sell like the equipment that's not mine? An armor, maybe? Maybe he wants to buy my shit. Would you want to buy a visor? Not really. Yeah, buy stuff. I don't buy anything. I just wanna live. Hopefully I can wash out the blood and resell some of the pieces. I'm not selling a weapon to you. Because if this is... Okay. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything correct here, but I think I saw a blacksmith or weaponsmith. I want to try selling this to a weaponsmith. See if he gives me more for it. Okay, so you got to sell it to the right people. Or people have different prices, rather. I think is what the thing is. Sell. You can do quests soon in this game? Oh, that's so cool. They can actually like accept quests. Oh, this game is gonna be so much fun when it's properly released. Going with nothing for maximum profit chances? Hell yeah. You can spend in the high roller. Escape with all that? Yeah, I escaped with all that. I'm so lucky. At least I feel lucky. I don't know if I actually am lucky. Fuck it, give me the 2 coins. I don't need it. I just want money. And I'll keep like the utility stuff. Service. Wait, I can get colored. Oh, that's so cool. How do I do that though? I need something. Is there like a wizard? So where's wizard smith? An alchemist? Yeah, in a future update, there's a skill tree for each character. You can trade stuff with other players. Wait, this game is gonna be so nice. It's a special crystal ball. Kind of cool. I don't know if that's worth it or not, so I'm not gonna buy it yet. Oh, there's these things. I can buy goods. Valentine. Wait, how do I buy this? I need fucking candy? I need candy? How the hell am I gonna get candy? What? There's like wait, this is kind of just from the trading system. There's like a lot of things, a lot of depth to it. It's kind of cool, actually. Oh, I leveled up. I actually can. I hit level 5. Does that mean I can use 2 skills now? My double skiller person. So now I got damage bonus plus casting speed, maybe. It's gold in the game. Well, shit. How am I gonna find candy? I'm so ass at this game. So you can trade with other players as well. That's so cool to me. Like, that's actually so cool. And I'm guessing, wait, so there's going to be an in-game economy and like an actual economy of like rare items and stuff in the game. And you can go on quest to get things. I got 28 adventure. I can't be a skelly boy or a skelly gal. I can get a blue toy. Oh, wait, it costs so much. Oh, fuck. It's gonna make it out, of course. You're right. If I make it out, I'll be good. But if anyone wants to play, let me know. It'd be fun to play, folks. New Hogwarts looking lit? Yeah, it does. This Hogwarts is the best. Fuck off. Oh, I almost got to pet the dog. The game better be expensive for how expensive the skins and emotes are. But can you pay for them with money? Can you buy them with cash? No, but the game actually looks really fun. And I think with a proper like lobby, you can get like a full like dungeoning party or whatever, and it would be a blast. Hello, chicken. How are you, chicken? Potion of protection, invisibility potion. Interesting. You know, watch the Nintendo Direct on stream? Is that today? Wait, I forgot I can show you, I gotta show you guys something. Eat that! Okay, I totally fucked it. Wait, is there infinite torches? Yeah. Right into my trap. Ow. I walked into my trap as well. It's in 15 minutes? Oh, I had no fucking idea, to be honest with you. Eat this! I have an arrow in my head. Oh my god, he's tanky. Okay, I lost a lot of HP already. I'm kind of boned. Actually, no, I haven't used the HP pot yet. How does that work? First. Let's go. I want to kill some folks. He's alive! Okay. Did I turn on proximity chat? I do have it on, but I don't know like how on. I don't know the push to talk button. All right, meditate. I was like, what's shooting me? Is that a skeleton on the other side of the wall? Is what I was thinking to myself. Fuck. It's B? Why is it B? That's so weird. But if it's in 15 minutes, I might, but I'm not too sure. If anything cool happens, let me know though, because I might want to see what like cool stuff comes out. But I've never really followed Nintendo games that much. I love seeing the cool shit, but I just haven't really followed them. So it's B? Can I change the proximity chat? Like anything else? Because I was trying to look for it in the settings. I couldn't find it. Now the proximity I have push to talk on, but like where? And I don't want it on the oh, it's this. Okay. Just want that to be B, to be honest. V being push to talk makes more sense. Switch perspective. And I'll have that be P. P for perspective, V for voice. Yeah, I bound it to mouse 4. Okay. That's valid. Wait, you bound it? Did you download it? Because I think that's it. That's the only B button I saw. If it's B, it's that one. Solid. Since default is B. Okay. So now if I push V, I guess we have to wait. Are you in here, Ernie? What's your do I need your name? Do I have to find you? What's your name? Look at how many players there are. Holy shit. There's actually so many players in this game. Like actually. I invite you and I think I can add you once you're in here. There is friendly fire as well, which I found out yesterday. Hello? Can you hear me? Would that work? Oh, now it's on. Hello? Hello? Doff my mic if work. Oh, it doesn't work in lobby. Well, why not? You're with friends. Can't start? Oh, you have to ready up. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll join a channel on my Discord, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let me find a channel that I want. Open channel. I understand open channel working, but I feel like if you did open channel and you're like streaming, that's such a huge detriment. But I guess that's kind of the point, though. But I don't know. Hello?
Yeah, if you just want to chat with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I can see this game having like people that just want to roleplay and talk all the time.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is definitely it. This is basically D&D. Hello? Hello? Do you hear doubles?
No, I didn't hear you. No.
My mic.
There's one thing. Oh wow. Okay, I didn't think this would be one of these games. Changing my like the window. Like on
Moshi
the window is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is it you can't go to the other like monitor?
It automatically goes to the other monitor, but I have a keybind, so I can quickly fix that.
Let's see. Great. We're starting in a lobby like this.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah. Oh my god. All right, hold up. I grant thee haste. I'll go take care of the archer.
It's hard.
Our archer's dead.
Guy with shields. Hits hard.
Fight back! Fight back! Oh, I died.
Oh boy. Hits so hard!
He's a skeleton champion. Holy shit, I just got murdered.
Yeah, same.
Haste on Barbarian is really OP. That makes sense. I'm gonna try open party for a game and int. Just to see if it works. my mic works. Audio proximity on always. If it's always, do you hear me?
What if I just keep it windowed and not borderless windowed? Maybe it will not change the screen.
Yeah, then you can drag it as well. How are you doing, by the way, Snake?
See you, chump.
It's not even showing me the window part. It still looks like a borderless windowed game.
Hmm.
Which I appreciate, but it kind of defeats the purpose.
Holy moly! I just saw your icon on my stream because I have a thing that like shows people, show who's talking in like game or whatever, or in Discord. Yeah, and I just realized how big your icon is. It's so cute, but it's so big. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. How do I make it a bit small? I forgot what it's fucking called. So yeah, that skeleton guy definitely kicks ass. I feel like, but that's kind of what I like about this game. You can coordinate as well. Like you're not like actually busted. It's like this is what real adventuring is like.
Just get good.
Just get good. I don't see it. Oh, is it in my full screen actually? Maybe it might be in my full screen. Oh wait, my voice thing is working. I see the icon right now. Do you hear me?
In game, no.
Oh, but my voice thing is popping up. That's weird.
I mean, what happens if I talk like this? Do you hear me? Do I maybe have to activate it beforehand?
It said I had to turn voice on.
Oh yeah, now I hear you twice.
Okay, so now you hear it twice. So it does work. Then if I if I turn off my audio to always and I make it actually push to talk.
Huh. Good to know. You have to activate it first. It's not active by default.
Yeah. What? Is it push to talk now? Does this work? I'm speaking to you. Nani?
Well, I'm not hearing anything except like your Discord voice.
So my push to talk's not working. That's weird.
Did you press the correct button?
Nah, I have to check. No, it's back to B. Oh, did I not save? Maybe I didn't save.
Oh, so you never pressed apply on the bottom?
Yeah, we'll see. Hello? Hello?
Ah, yeah. This works.
Alright, now works? Okay. We got it. Let me see. I also wanted... Yeah, I see the mic...
What are you doing?
I pressed a button and like everything just got really big for a second. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, now it's getting black again.
That's because I was adjusting the little icon there.
Oh, I see.
Maybe I can make it a bit smaller. I pushed V on Discord or like on OBS by accident and it just went crazy. All right, there we go. All right, I'm ready.
Oh,
what a fun game.
Press the button. This was an intense start.
Yeah, so I feel like the start is really RNG. Which I guess, but like where you... yeah, it's Battle Royale. You gotta have some Battle Royale tropes, I suppose.
I guess.
But spawning into like very strong enemies right off the bat, scary stuff. I'm not gonna lie.
I never actually checked. Is there a run button or?
No, but there is a walk button. So you're
I've already found the walk button.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I probably shouldn't be the one opening the door because I'm doing everything slowly.
Don't worry. I grant thee haste.
Whee!
Oh, there's a zombie behind you.
farting.
He's farting.
Come here. Gotcha.
Oh, I got him. I got mine.
Oh dear. Oh, I can't even wear that.
You can sell it though.
I guess. Oh, there's a chest here.
Yeah, it might be a mimic. Please don't be a mimic. Please don't be a mimic. Oh, bless. I'm so traumatized. The one time I saw a mimic. Actually, I saw a mimic twice. I'm meditating real quick.
So you do have to meditate every now and then?
Yeah, meditation brings back some of my spells that I use.
Oh, okay. That's
like how
fire.
It's like how I reload. Yeah, I'll take care of them. They're far range. Oh, wasted a spell.
I feel like we shouldn't be here for too long. Get him!
I got him! I'm out of that spell now until I recharge.
Oh, so you have charges.
Yeah.
Oh, big chest.
Oh my god, there's stuff spawning.
Mummy, I see it.
Oh my god, they're walking to you. They're walking to you. I grant you haste.
Oh dear! Oh, there's so many. Let's leave. There's so many. Ah!
I think I just hit you. I'm so sorry.
Here. I don't even have potions.
PK Thunder! PK Thunder!
Oh, well,
I got one. I got one. I got one.
Damn. Oh, might as well like fight this over here.
Oh my god.
Well,
Oh, there's some more. There's more. PK Thunder!
oh, he's coming.
PK Thunder! No!
No, he died. Well, time to loot your corpse.
Yeah. I think it can revive me, but I'm not sure how to do it.
Yeah, me neither. How does this work? I'm also only like one hit away from
Death.
falling.
I don't even do this, but when you come across traps on a wall, you can avoid by crouching in the wall. There's traps in walls.
Oh, great.
3 for your torch, by the way.
Uh,
Oh, actually, no. If you make it back to the room, there was a thing of healing. And I think we cleared a decent amount of the room, so you might be able to heal. Because they basically chased us, right?
maybe.
Wait, loot my chest piece. Loot my chest piece.
But in this one?
Yeah, loot. Yeah, and then I think you can grab my soul or something.
Oh, I see.
I remember that being a thing because it was like, oh, you took off my shirt. How dare you?
Another chest here. Oh dear. I didn't.
Watch out! He's a skelly archer.
No!
Oh, you dodged him. Nice.
I missed.
Ah! Oh!
I don't see anything. It's all.
It's so dark. You got him. Nice. Okay. Nice.
Getting the gist of it.
That's where we came from, right?
Yeah. I said there was something in here. Well.
Oh yeah, it was the person I killed. On the other side, there's a healing thing for you, so you can heal yourself up.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no, you're lagging. Oh no. Those guys are just zombies and they're tanky.
Eat this! No!
It's chaotic. This game is chaotic. I love it though.
Oh wow.
Like playing it, it's just really fun.
I feel like I'm getting better already. It's just, wow, you can't really do anything at times.
Yeah, sometimes, especially when they're chasing like that, if you get stuck in a corner, you're kind of dead.
You
See, like,
really have to time everything.
Yeah, you have to be tactical about stuff, which is really cool. Like they bring the tactical element, but it's still just chaotic fun.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it a lot more than like Tarkov, from what I've seen. I've never played Tarkov.
Very much, but it has its issues. Oh, you're starting with the potion? Why do I not start with the potion?
I think it's class specific, but mine's a potion of protection. What? Have I seen the red portals? I've barely seen any portals. I only got to escape once.
I've seen them like on another stream. Apparently they take you like further down. If you want to.
Is there like harder monsters there?
I would assume so.
I would assume so as well. Ooh, a chest. If this is a fucking mimic. If you spawn me next to a mimic, I swear to God. I don't know how... I don't know if there's a way to tell if something's a mimic or not. But it scares me.
Oh.
I grant you haste. Grant the skeleton haste. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's better to see for me.
Got him.
Eat this. And I got a stick.
Nice. I love
sticks.
Better
than my actual weapon. How do I switch over to it?
Tab to open inventory. I thought it was I, but it's tab.
I mean, I can just like do this.
Wait, you can use both? I can't do that.
I mean, I can equip both, like Diablo style.
I can't do that.
I just don't know how to switch over.
Press 2, maybe?
Oh yeah, it is 1 and 2.
Okay.
We've got many doors.
Yeah, this thing in front of me, this thing right here, is where you revive a dead teammate, a singular dead teammate. Oh fuck, that scared the shit out of me.
Oh, right. It's fast.
Eat this!
Oh, that'll do.
You a main and secondary weapon? I think knives are... Oh, so I use knives for my secondary. Okay. Oh, there's more. I'll take care of you, big guy.
Eat this! Oh, never mind.
Oh. I got a quarterstaff. Oh, I can use it too.
Here he comes.
Cool. Right. I think you got it. I'm gonna meditate while you do that. What a peaceful day. Peace and love and tranquility.
Yeah, right.
Fantastic.
Oh, what's that?
There's an HP potion up there. Look in the ledges as well. Oh, you can loot the coffins. Wait, there's a thing here. HP potion for you.
Oh, I see. I saw it on your screen. I'm turning around any moment.
I hear footsteps. People are coming. People are coming.
Well,
I think they might be in there.
Oh,
yeah, they're in there.
On the left. Oh, skeleton.
PK fire! Come back here!
Get it.
Come back here! PK fire!
Oh, he hit me hard.
Okay, hold up. I grant thee haste!
Oh! He did some sort of spell and that fell. He took half of my health.
I grant myself haste!
Get him!
I'm so fucked.
Careful! It's coming!
Ah!
That's the spell he did, like on me, and I immediately died.
PK Thunder!
Oh! Got it!
Alright, I need to do this. There's a thing I can summon you from, right?
Yeah,
Nearby?
it's right there.
Okay. Are you going to stuff?
I'm at the pillar somewhere. Yeah.
I need more
right to
health.
the left
Oh,
of
I
you.
need more. I need to take your HP pot. I need to heal. Apparently, I need health to use it.
Oh, I don't know if you have enough then.
Healing though. I'm not sure how much health I need. Oh, I
Maybe
need
you
to
could just-
equip your thing. I have to equip your heart. Okay. I got it. I'm praying to the gods. I'm at 25%. 50%.
Oh, that takes so long.
Does.
But it's
But
fair.
it's valid though. You're bringing someone back to life. I get it.
And now you die because you lose like 50% of your max health or something like that.
Oh, you have no HP though.
I have no HP, but I get my stuff back.
Yeah. I guess that's the
Well,
good
fell to
alternative.
the ground.
I need to meditate. I used so many spells.
Oh yeah, this and that.
Brings things back kind of randomly. All right, we can loot. Maybe we'll find like healing items.
Oh, I see. With I already looted this. Oh, you didn't loot the dude, right?
I grabbed his gold. He didn't really have anything. I grabbed his gold. He had like a gold necklace,
I see.
but he had weapons though.
Potion.
Like his main weapon.
Oh, there's a rope in here for a wizard. Wait, I'm
Rope?
gonna throw it on the ground.
Ooh. Cool. This game is so fun. It's actually really cool how fun it is.
Oh, he has a bandage. Neat.
Sit down. Yeah, do I have a bandage? I do have a bandage.
I feel like we need to start moving soon.
Yeah, we do.
So how do I... Oh. Like this.
My heart, it's pounding. Like it's in a fun way.
It's great.
This guy. I'm not sure. No, that's default. That's just default clothing. If you want heavy leather leggings, you can get some.
I think I'm good.
Organize my inventory a little bit.
Health
So
potion. Yes. Sip it. All right. Let's get a move on. No
Okay.
time like the present.
I'm coming.
Oh.
Oh my god. I've never done
Oh, that's
the red ones. The ones that. Oh my god, that everyone's talking about. Should we?
Wait, in that case, let me see if there is something.
I can
here.
break stuff.
Well, let's just do it. I have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I went in blind, so I mean, wait, let me meditate first. I want to meditate.
I mean, I can open both of them.
Yeah. No, this is either about to be awful or amazing.
Oh, circle's closing it.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
No, whatever. Oh, we have 2.5 minutes to catch our breath. Neat.
Oh, so we get like time to explore and do things, I guess. This is so chaotic. Okay. And we have no health.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
33, 35.
Oh, when you swing, it shows you the direction of your attack.
Yeah, depending on like right click or. Oh wait, can you hold it? Or how do you do it? Oh,
Like, look at my stream for a second, if you can. It's showing like the arrow of like the direction of my attack or the way it's going.
I mean, yeah, it does this for me as well, but it changes like depending on like which consecutive attack it is.
Yeah, which is really cool. So I guess you have to like aim it a certain way, maybe.
I mean, it's probably for stuff like this. So if I'm standing here, so I can't use this.
Oh, yeah.
The wall.
That makes so much sense. We can use the environment. It's kind of gnarly, actually.
I feel like we're the only people who are actually going down.
I'm scared. What's in here? Why do I have to catch my
I
breath?
Actually, I've never seen anybody go down here.
Why do I have to catch my breath? Mimics everywhere. Is there any healing items around here? Perchance? I know the cleric can heal.
Yeah, it would have been great.
Like as a third party member, I think cleric would probably be kind of cool. One ranged, one short range, just deals with mobs like a barbarian. Right. What? Did we enter?
I don't know.
Are we loading in?
I think we're loading in because I can move.
Oh.
All right. This looks very
nice.
inviting.
Oh, there's a flying mosquito.
You got it.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Oh, he hit me.
What a hero.
Oh, wait.
Oh, you got poisoned?
Yeah. Fuck. Oh, no. I see. This place hurts.
Might as well take this with me.
Good luck, sir.
And your stuff, of course.
Yeah, take it all. Because honestly, I'm not sure.
Nothing's
I'm not sure.
happening. Is it shift and left click? No. Double click.
I think shift right click. Do shift right click, and it makes you like when you click it, it just goes to your inventory instead of dragging it over.
Right click just drops it to the ground. To me.
Oh, really?
Well.
Potential bug then.
Oh, spiders.
How big is the map? How do you check the map? Oh my god, there's so much loot. There's actually so much loot.
These vases are evil. I can't hit them. Oh. No!
Oh no, 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 no! Run, run, run!
Oh, I can't see.
You can throw a torch. You can throw torches on the ground.
Oh dear, there's so many.
There's so many. Oh, you're so fucked.
Oh, they're hitting each other though.
Getting saved by friendly fire?
It looks like.
Oh my god, nice. Nice! Nice!
Oh, they don't have loot?
Yeah, spiders don't drop any loot. There's another spawner. There's another spawner right there on your right. Hopefully there's some healing items.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no! Ah! There's so many of them.
You did 2 with that one?
Hit each other! I'm stuck!
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
This game is fun. I like this game. I like this game. It's a lot more fun than I thought it would be.
This was ruthless.
It is ruthless though. It's very ruthless. I need to go pee real quick, so I'm not gonna ready up yet.
Oh yeah, sure.
But I'll be right back. Take care of chat for me.
Gonna ban everybody now. No, I wouldn't. But I hope you're all having a great day. And thank you for tuning in.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello. For such a small game, like a small, simple game, it's honestly quite fun. I feel like.
I mean that's what most games are. Like if you keep them simple and like have a clean concept and do one thing right, that's what gets people engaged.
Yeah, it's so simple, and I don't want to dog on Tarkov, even though I've been dogging on Tarkov.
I mean, you can.
Everybody
is.
I feel like Tarkov is a fun game probably to play, but I feel like if I was watching it, I'd rather watch this. I think.
I mean, this is definitely easier to understand because you just like hit each other and leave, or
yeah, it's simplified, but like the complexity comes in like the classes and like different classes and stuff, which it's simple, but now you get to play against rangers and all kinds. Like I like it.
I mean, yeah, it's in a way different from Tarkov because like the quote-unquote class you would be playing as should have dodged that, comes from the weapon you would be using.
Yeah. Haha, got your ass.
Ouch.
Did I hit you?
I think so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll get my revenge someday.
Are you one-shot me? I found a health potion. I can give it to you.
Oh, there are way too many. We have 3.
I'll take care of one.
Aha, I got you stuck.
Nice. I can give you this health potion that I grabbed. I dropped it on the ground.
Red potion! Oh. Wait, why am I still attacking?
I'm not sure. Meditate real quick, because I used 2 spells. There's something happening. You have to meditate often, and I think that's something it's like the wizard's way of reloading.
It's sort of a drawback, but you need it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god, he hurts. And he's fast. He's a strong skelly boy.
He's running! I can't beat that fast.
I gave you haste. I gave you haste.
Go here.
But can you pet these?
Eat this.
Holy shit, he was fast. Does he have eye loot or something? That was fast.
Yeah,
What's up, Evil?
He had 8 gold.
Alright, so yeah, he had some loot. He had some loot. Damn, he hurt.
But yeah, he essentially hit me for as hard as the potion healed me.
He hurt. Little
Oh yeah.
passive way there. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me.
Alright, you can. Oh, there's a campfire.
What did that do?
I think it heals. Like, I can just place it here, and you can sit at it. I think multiple people can sit at it.
Right then.
Yeah, I want to try it. I'm currently placing it.
How are you doing, Evil?
Takes time.
You should play this game, Evil. It's fun. It's really fun.
All right. Time to rest.
Oh, what a lovely day. Oh, actually,
quite a bit.
it heals. Yeah, it's nice healing, actually. Does it run out after a time?
Yeah, circle is coming in. We need to move. Fast, fast.
Come this way, come this way, come this way, come this way, come this way. I found a shortcut.
On my way. Oh boy.
Hold up. I need to break this.
Forgot.
There's things spawning, but we just have to move, yeah. I'm moving towards the door.
I can, like, distract the skelly boy.
Alright, I'm opening the door. I'm in.
Oh, there's a second skelly boy! He's in the way!
Oh no! I'm coming!
He's blocking me!
No! Fuck!
Run for your life!
Oh my god, there's a spawning thing here too. Okay, hold up. I have an idea.
Well, you're in the circle. It's all that matters. For now. Oh, is there a wizard up there?
There is.
Oh, there's so many.
There's so many. I'm not sure if I'll be able to bring you back. No. I fucking died. What a chaotic game.
Oh boy.
Let me get you real quick, Evil. Since you changed your name. What? How does the channel not exist? You're right there.
Oh, like a slash shout out?
Yeah. Oh, Evil. Your shit's bugged. Fix it.
Got it.
How'd you do it? Did I type it incorrectly? No, I typed it right.
I just let autocomplete handle it.
What the hell? It's weird. Alright, let me start. My bad. I also have an archer that I was playing with, which is kind of fun, but I feel like I'm playing long range characters, it seems like, in this. But the classes, there's like 8 classes, right?
Yeah, right.
Or 6 or 8. So cool. And there's like the rogue, which I think is really good for PvP. I'm gonna go around. Oh, I want to play the rogue and name myself Butt Stabber.
Oh dear.
Butt Stabber killed someone. And literally just sneak behind them and just stab. Oh god. As soon as you...
But this is a healing shrine, so that's good for us. Oh dear! Spider!
Also, Skelly Oh! Fuck.
You good?
Yeah, and there's just skeleton with a shield.
If there is like a spawning thing here, but it doesn't look like it.
I got him.
Well, took care of the spiders. What about the skelly boy? Oh.
Well, he died. He had a shield on him. I'm not sure if you're able to use shields or not.
I can't. Using two-handed weapons.
Can't see shit.
Oh, potion.
Thank you. I'll grab one for myself.
Alright, since we're leaving, did you lose any health? Might as well use the shrine.
Yeah, I guess we could. Or unless, is there anything nearby that we might want to, like, fight in? Then come back?
There's
maybe?
a big chest here, there might be some enemies here.
So.
Oh, this looks like a trap.
That probably is a trap.
Okay, found a skelly boy here.
Okay. You got that one, I think. I'll try to find the other skelly boy. Oh, I see a mage. Now that's an enemy I can fight.
Got the skelly boy.
Okay.
You done?
Yeah, I got mine.
Oh. Need a lockpick for this. For all of them?
Ooh, candy.
No, not for all of them. Just for the one I was looking for in the first place. Give me your loot.
This might be a helmet for you.
Where?
Visored Barbuta helm.
22, 17. It's better. Oh no, it's fighter class.
Spider class.
Yeah.
I have this one that might be for you then. This one says
You dropped an
barbarian.
explosion bottle.
Did I?
Or maybe it was on the ground and I didn't see it.
Oh, yeah, it might have been on the ground. I probably didn't see it because it was dark.
What is this? Shrine off? Protection!
Templar armor. That's kind of cool. I just dropped this helmet on the ground. I think you can use.
Oh yeah! Oh, wow. This will do. Thank you very much. Oh, that's the wrong direction. I don't want to go outside of the circle.
Yeah. I'm gonna head towards the healing thing real quick.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna head towards the center, or at least peek through the door. Looks like nobody's there.
I am healed.
Until there is.
Until there is. The classic. It would have been very fun if I just walked into the thing and got hurt.
Oh, throwing axes.
Gold.
Cool.
Art candy.
Oh, that's a throwing knife. I can't use. Oh wait,
Ooh.
here. This is for you. You
meditate.
can use throwing knives.
Oh, I can?
Apparently. Yeah, it says wizard.
I have a dagger right now. I didn't realize that. Okay, yeah. I'll try it. Thank you.
I got this.
He's the stinker.
Oh, he's gonna sting me. Can't do much about it. You got this.
I believe. I got him.
The other one is coming for me.
Oh, the gas moves. The stinky gas moves.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. It actually moved towards me.
I didn't realize it moves. Yeah, towards you.
Can I? There's someone over there. I hear. Oh, his steps.
Like proper footsteps?
I can't tell, but we probably need to get to the center. Oh yeah, the circle is coming in.
Oh yeah, it is.
Look into this chest real quick, and then get a move on.
I didn't even see that chest.
Oh, that was you. Scary. Can we just... Yeah.
Walk
let's
around.
just go around. Probably upstairs.
Yeah.
Let's see if there is something for either of us. Gold candle platter. I assume it's just...
It's probably just... Yeah, it sounds like... Oh, there's a chest here too. I'm gonna open this one.
Yeah, you can do that. I have a box.
If this is a mimic, I swear to God. I always get so scared.
It takes so long.
Zombie in this room.
Yeah, then this is why I'm like looking for this path, more of a center. You have a potion already.
Yeah, I already have one.
Like this.
Oh, there's a chest in here. Oh, I heard someone swinging at a zombie or something. Did you hear that?
I heard a zombie swinging. Ooh, that's a.
Oh, all right, I'm gonna grant you haste. Wait, I granted the mimic haste.
No, not the mimic.
Do you have haste yet?
I don't know. Yeah,
You have haste
now I
now.
do.
Nice.
Oh, I killed it.
You can
That
smack.
was scary.
You can smack a chest and break it open for the stuff inside. Maybe that's a way to tell if there's a mimic. Hit it once. That might be valid. That makes sense.
There's someone beyond this wall.
Yeah, I hear him.
You can hear steppy steps. Oh, I might not be able to hit this.
Here, I can hit it. I can hit it. I can hit it.
Wait, I'll be the light for you.
I was a skelly boy. It's just a loot room. I'm gonna run away this
Yeah,
way.
then let's go back to the left. We need to find an exit.
Yeah, there's people. Oh my God,
Did he just shoot at you?
that's an enemy.
Oh, like a player?
Yeah, like a player. I'm open this real quick. I gave you haste.
Oh, he's coughing. Alright.
I'm gonna drink a potion.
Oh, he closed the door. Get the archer! No! Get the other dude! No! I hit the archer pretty hard. He probably doesn't have much health anymore. But there was a fireball coming from the left. There's also the exit! Right near the dudes. Oh, you're stuck. Are those the two dudes that, like, we fought? No, they're different, right?
They might be.
Oh yeah, look how everybody's dead here. Yeah. They're different. No, I can't quite smack chests open, or not smack them open in any like reasonable amount of time, because I need the skill for it. Careful, they're swinging axes. Oh, he was invisible. Good dodge. He's coming for you!
Oh my God, he one-shot me.
He hit hard.
Thought he got buffed up. Oh, that's cool. I think I got one. And then he escaped somehow.
I mean, we had a good fight. I think the other one got killed by the other wizard.
Yeah.
Because I saw like 3 people dead near the door.
Yeah, I got 2 after you went down. And it was just another team, I think. That was crazy. That was crazy.
But yeah, I still have to familiarize myself with the biome.
Oh no, me too. It's so
It's
hard.
so rough because I feel like everybody's quicker than me, so it's
Oh yeah,
really hard to
I
get
feel
the
that. I
jump
feel
on
that.
anybody.
I definitely feel that. I can set your weapon. Okay, I'm gonna play more support. I can set your weapon on fire, which makes it so that you're stronger.
Oh dear. Oh, you have a spell book. I see.
Yeah. Chain lightning is what I used earlier. Magic missile, that's good for mobs. Fireball is good for mobs. So I think I'll use haste and ignite. I have invisibility as well. And you are invisible for 3 seconds, but I'm not sure how to use that yet. Beyond like
3
juking.
seconds is almost nothing.
Yeah, but I mean like it's probably good for like my guess is like you use it, you reposition, and then cast a spell. For like real quick. Like say you're chasing me and I'm just like,
what a good boy.
I'm over here now.
His name is
PK
Otto.
Fire. Yeah, Otto's great. I love Otto. The fact that they let us pet a dog, that makes me happy. Good game devs. Unlike AAA companies, he'll never let me pet a dog.
Oh, it's so infuriating.
How dare they? And then like you can pet other things, but not a dog.
Oh yeah, that's the worst. Oh, we're already starting.
Oh, fast. The queue times are pretty quick in this, even though it's just I guess it's the beta, so they're trying to get people to play.
What is here?
The hell is that?
I found. In case we need it, I found another campfire.
Nice. Just boots.
Oh, yeah, you just opened this one.
Yeah.
And I opened this one.
Bet. Rapier. Is that a skeleton praying? These are skeletons praying. Do you see this?
Oh. Can you?
Are you angry? I don't know. They're dead.
Oh, this one is getting up.
Oh, mimic! Ah, fuck!
Oh, that's
It's a big one too. Okay, I'm gonna grant you some
Yeah, I'm dead.
buffs.
I'm so dead. Help!
You can run. You can run. You can run. You can run.
Help! Oh no! 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 Not in the door. That was my fault. That was a dead end.
Did you die?
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
But
Hold
if
on.
you survive, I have a campfire on me if you need the help.
Gotta find the mimic right now.
It was the spider again that I couldn't see. That blocked me. You'll die. Well,
Did that hit me?
I think
Wingardium Leviosa killed Wingardium Leviosa.
I guess
Fuck.
that works.
Oh, that's one way to go out. So if I'm too close to my spells, I'll get hit by my spells. Got it. That's valid. That makes sense.
Stuff hurts.
Stuff hurts.
Time to write down.
That was such a big mimic. So you can actually get like giant mimics.
Yeah, it was the same size as the one like I fought. No, it was not. It was bigger.
You must drop some really good loot. Oh, look at this. Hi, Hawkeyes. How are you doing? Boop. I love that sound so much. It brings back so many memories. I'm doing pretty good. I'm playing Dark and Darker. I had to brain process for a second there. And it's honestly so fun. I cannot overestimate how fun this game actually is. Oh god, you scared me. I thought I was about to get like killed again.
Yeah, I'm used to pressing E when I pick up stuff.
Mm-hmm. I am too. Oh my
Did I
god.
hit you?
Yeah, you did.
No. Oh, I did.
Oh, he has a diamond. You can have it.
Woo! Not
Oh
gonna...
my fuck. Got him.
I have a bandage for you here on the ground, so you
Okay,
can heal
bet.
yourself from my hits.
There's plate plant. Male armor.
I probably can't wear it from what I saw.
Yeah, it's not
Take the
barbarian.
bandage, heal yourself.
Thank you.
Oh, spooters.
Okay, while you take care of spooters, I'm gonna meditate real quick.
Oh, mini spooters.
Oh god, the way they scream. It's so scary.
Do they spawn? Oh, I think they spawn.
Yeah, they spawn in the little things, I realized.
Oh yeah, found the thing.
I'm gonna grant you some fire. I wanna see how this works.
I just can't hit it. Okay.
Nicely done.
Whew.
I didn't even realize you could break things for the longest time. Oh, look at this! I have a sword!
Oh boy.
Oh, and I can cast. I can cast stuff to it.
Oh, it works like similar to a wand.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay.
Where shall we go?
I'm not sure. There's more stuff over here.
Alright then. Let's loot it up.
Oh my god, do I do no damage? Maybe that's why I thought I couldn't do any damage. Heavy gauntlet.
Might as well take them.
See a thing over here. I want you to try the damage on this. Oh, maybe I shouldn't try the damage on that.
I got your back.
Thank you.
Might as well, just in case.
It's a mimic, just in case it's a mimic.
It is not, but it's another crystal sword. Oh yeah, I got it. You want it?
I already have one, so I guess it's fine. Though I guess having more wouldn't be bad either, because wizard class. On a space, really? Oh, inventory management. Valid.
The usual issue.
Stuff in there. I don't know which way we want to go.
I think this door, yeah.
But how have you been, Hawk guys? How's life treating you?
Oh! There is a trap in the wall. I think that's the kind of trap where you need to duck. There's a lever, yeah.
Did I get hit by that? I see what Clock was... I see what Illyria was talking about now.
It didn't
Let's
look
get this
like you got hit.
I was too fast.
Wait, let me... Oh, it has a corpse in here to loot.
Neat.
And
Oh, there's a lot of
like
stuff.
There's a staff here that you can loot as well, and a spellbook on the corpse.
Ooh.
Wow. I'm gonna bring the staff though. I'm gonna bring both.
Okay. I mean, I'm here.
Oh, I didn't see that. Here, there's the staff. There's the spellbook.
Hit the footsteps.
Dude here. Enemy here. Oh, they're ganging up on you now.
Yeah. I got stuck there. One of them got hit by the trap though. These guys,
here.
they have armor. Wait, there's 3 people there. That's a full team.
I mean,
Oh, they're getting
closing the door on me.
Oh, behind you.
Oh, there was another
What?
team behind me.
No, that's the same team. They're wearing the same armor.
No,
Surely.
no. There were 2 people behind me and 2 in front of me.
Trying to find them. Oh no, they're fighting where we were earlier.
That's what I'm saying. There was another team.
And actually,
Like team
we got
and-
3P'd.
There was a 3-man team and another 2-man team,
Hmm.
and the 2-man team got me from behind.
Wow, fucking mimics.
Lobby.
I mean, it's fun though. I do like this game a lot.
But this is rough. Like
Yeah.
I think we need to be a little bit quicker
Yeah, we do.
because we always run into 2 teams. At
2
the same
teams,
time.
yeah. To loot faster, decide faster. But it's just part of the rust though. Like, or not rust. We're just
I
inexperienced.
guess, yeah, makes sense. Oh, we have an archer there.
I blocked with my face. It doesn't help that I'm squishy either. But I mean, I do damage. I guess that's my perk. My spells do damage from far.
I mean, I almost killed somebody. I did like 2 like headshots.
Hmm.
But my weapon probably is not strong enough to actually 2-shot people.
Yeah, you gotta find the gear for it.
Or gear in general.
Oh, I didn't get any crystal swords. Fuck.
Anybody here? Oh, this is the big loot room.
It is.
Oh, whoa. There's a lot of loot. Just 3 mummies or 3.
I'm gonna grant you haste,
I am.
and I'm gonna grant you
If
fire.
we win this, we can just immediately leave, probably, because we make so
Yeah.
much money out of this.
I'm gonna cast a fireball behind them.
Oh, that hit. Oh, that didn't hit me. All right, kill 2. Coming. Almost there. Is that the last one?
Yeah, it's last one. Yep. Woo.
All right.
Alright, that's what they got. Yes, candy.
You have a bandage. Nice. And the other one? You have a ring of survival. Sure.
Ring of survival. That's kind of dope.
But yeah, there's so many
Ooh, piece of
chests
candy.
and so many loose loot here.
Oh, there's a lot of loot here. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can probably just. Oh,
I grabbed stuff on the right side.
see a silver coin. Oh, wait, pick lock. Oh, never mind.
We probably need like a special thingy.
Yeah,
Piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Weird. I've seen a lockpick before. Like they randomly spawn. Oh,
Oh, that's a mimic.
alright. Your weapon's on
That
fire.
hit me.
Fight back! Fight back! What do you have? A halberd.
Oh,
Damn.
I mean, I can't really use it for whatever reason, but
I don't get it. You're a barbarian. You should be able to use like the same weapons, I think. What a room.
better heavy boots. Sure. So, time to find an exit. I feel like we already have more than enough.
We have quite a bit.
Over there.
Oh, to be a rogue to use that dagger. Shame.
Alright, there's another mummy over there.
Prep a spell. I'll do a long range
it's
spell.
Like one of those
It's a stinky zombie.
stinky zombies.
Oh, there's people. There's people on our right. Like actual people.
Actual people.
Yeah.
Oh, got this dude. So we close the door behind us.
Yeah.
Oh, stinky zombie!
Yeah, I couldn't pick it up earlier because of inventory space. What? There was like an actual wizard earlier. Oh, I found a lockpick.
Neat. I picked one up.
Ugh. So hard to pick things up.
Yeah, I get you. Oh, they're coming from like this door here, I think.
Just in case, I'm gonna grant you these. I'm gonna stay.
There's someone
And
making steps, but I can't tell if it's player steps or not.
Might be.
Oh yeah, they just aggroed somebody.
I heard it.
Well, wanna engage?
They have to come to us, so that's what I'm kind of waiting for.
Somebody open. Oh, did you open the door?
I did not.
Because I did. Oh,
There he is. There he is.
yeah. I'm going through the other door.
I hit him a lot. I think I just killed him. Oh my god, I just killed him. There's more. There's more below us.
Oh yeah, I saw the. Just come here.
They're wizards. It's my battle now.
Oh, that hits hard.
Oh, he got me.
Almost dead.
We killed each other. No, we didn't. He's low though. That guy's low though. There's one more behind you.
Well, he blew up his rent.
You're so good. You're so good.
No!
No! You almost had it.
I missed the last hit.
He was healing. That guy was healing. That was so. If you hit that one, you would have had it.
Oh yeah, he almost had nothing.
Yeah. Oh, that was so good. That was such a good fight. We almost won the 2v3.
But again, it was like 3 people at once.
Yeah. This game is pretty dark. Can you turn up the brightness? I think it's already max. That was so good though. Yeah, that was so unlucky. Like the last hit barely missed.
But that's a good question. Can I even make it brighter? Oh, screen brightness.
I made mine max. I definitely did. It's so
I
dark.
Did not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid reason why you have to use your torch, throw your torch around, which makes sense. It's cool. It's a cool mechanic, but it is actually dark sometimes. Oh, I'm so squishy. Yeah, it's an actual mechanic.
You did so well though.
Yeah, I got the rogue from far away. That felt so good. I was just like, die.
The issue was I was standing too close to you, so I got zapped twice before I even got to engage.
Oh yeah. I love the pushback in some areas in the game. It's crazy. Like, this game is really... Have you played this, Sierra? It's like a wearable item for light. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Probably will run around. Oh, we had so much good loot too. Or at least gold loot. We had a lot of gold loot. I'm still wanting some weapon loot.
I mean, if you come out with gold, you at least are able to buy some equipment.
Yeah, but I don't want to...
Good or bad, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad or not. I want to test it without like risking losing it. It's very fun to play. I don't like Tarkov much, I feel like, but this game is actually a lot of fun to play.
Oh, we spawned in the same location as last round.
Oh, I remember this. Oh, you dickhead. He hit me. My fault for positioning incorrectly, honestly.
It happens. I feel like I hear somebody through the wall already. Like they're close.
Oh, true. This is beta, so it might be good to spend gold on stuff, on equipment. That's valid.
Let's just hope there is no mimic that spawns here again.
That'd be nice.
Because that was our downfall last round.
Yeah. No mimic. This guy has...
For you to actually...
This guy has weapons, though.
Alright, there is a spider and... Oh, I got arrowed. Oh, there's a ranger here.
There's a rogue there, too.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how they got to me. They must have walked past you. Or they came from, like, where we were.
For sure.
I didn't even see the rogue. Because the rogue hit me from behind when I was chasing the archer.
Fucking dead. Can alert Hitsu
like
enjoy the game?
Like, for the longest time.
The rogue can go invisible. I found that out the hard way.
Oh, I see.
But the ranger might have just had an invisibility potion.
Maybe.
It's the white
because
potion.
They were both behind me, like where we came from. Or
hey,
no,
Tokyo.
it was not both of them behind me. One of them was in front of me, the other one was behind me.
Yeah.
The issue. But I didn't see the person who was in front of me until I turned around.
I'm gonna try something. Let's see. I suppose I might spend some money. I'm not sure how long the beta lasts, but I suppose I have money, so why not spend some money? Question mark. I mean, I'm not even like high enough level yet, though. I feel like you gotta get your perks and stuff.
The best money you can actually spend is on consumables. I might be wrong about this.
I mean, having items probably do make it a lot easier, though, to like go crazy. I'm not sure how much that is. Hey, Joski. Hey, Pop. Hey, Poppy. Hey, Tokyo. What's up?
Hello, hello.
How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. How was the forest yesterday? I was watching you guys for a bit.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm super sad because of like the news about the Forest sequel. Because it got delayed twice already.
Right.
And they said it will release this February. I think around the 20th. But they made the decision to not release the full game for whatever reason, and now
oh, they do that.
Be an early access game.
That's weird as fuck. It's actually weird as fuck. It is what it is, though, I suppose. What is a gold coin purse, though? Okay, hold on.
I think it's exactly what it sounds like. Like you can put gold in it and like keep your stash more clean.
Let's see if it works. The stash here. Hey, that's kind of cool. Is there like a limit?
I would assume so.
It's at 49. That's really cool. I guess I'm an adult Morty now. It happens. It happens. I mean, I guess I'm ready. I'll carry around this dagger though. It's a weak dagger. Can't equip the item. Oh, it's for rogues. I have a throwing knife. I'll equip throwing knives. I'll do. Yeah, I'll try to like use more items. I'm not really like sure what items to spend or what gold to spend. I gotta find out one way or another, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's learning by doing.
So good. You're doing so good.
Petting the dog.
Yeah, you can pet the dog in this game. You can actually pet the dog in this game. It's so cool. I fucking love this game. This game is great.
I totally didn't accidentally scream again. I probably need to rebind it.
Oh. Yeah, the skills are kind of weird for me.
I mean, Q and E are perfectly fine because they're like right next to the buttons you use to walk. But when you're used to so many other games, like
yeah. Oh, a body. What's the body doing? It's a helmet for not you. Why can't you use helmets? Why do barbarians have to be naked?
Oh, there is a stinky zombie. You might want to get out there.
That ass though. Oh, there's another one behind you.
Yes, just saw it. No! Why are you doing this to me, Gabe? And this is an altar of sacrifice.
Oh, fucking mosquito.
What? Oh, the archer can shoot through. Oh, that makes so much sense, actually. That it can shoot through the grates.
This game is chaotic.
No! Help! Ah!
I'm here. Back up.
Creepy guy. No!
Nice.
We already had this one. Ah,
there's people here. There's people here, I think.
Oh yeah, I hear them.
They're inside that door.
I mean... Let's hope they open the door.
I'm running this way. I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's not worth it. But at the same time, we can't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
There's this archer that can shoot through the thing.
I see. I mean, I can kill the archer if we need to. Oh, there's Jester. Buckler. Back of soup? Ooh, that sounds good. I'm kind of hungry, actually. What was in that one? What'd you get, Ernie?
I just got loot.
Nice. Ooh, I remember that spot. Not today, baby. There might be loot for you here.
I see so many chests, but I'm afraid to like.
There's a giant axe.
Oh, never mind. I got hit hard. Oh, that axe hits hard.
Does it? Is that the weapon
Yeah,
you need?
It almost hits twice as hard as the weapon I have.
Also, I downloaded this game. If you want to play, Sonny. What was that sound?
I think I just stepped on the corpse.
Oh. So this place has class loot, basically. Oh fuck.
Oh, yeah.
I guess you want to try out your weapon.
2 hits instead of 4.
Nice. But if you want to play, Sonny, it'd be nice to have a full party.
I think these pens are doing a good job for me.
I hear a sound. I'm not sure if that's a person or not.
There's so many people.
I found a barbarian helmet. Not sure if it's good for you.
What's like the 19? What's it like slightly better than the one I'm wearing?
Okay, this is
Probably
the wrong
barely
way.
noticeable, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Less.
There's spiders over here. I'm gonna try to get rid of some of them.
We're here. I see.
I'm gonna get rid of the spawner.
Did you?
I think I got rid of the spawner. I'm not sure if that's alive or not.
Yep. No, it's still there. Not anymore.
Blocked it. Heard a sound in here.
It's a potion. That's a. Coin.
Yeah, no. Eat first. Eat first. Definitely eat first. But if you want to play,
Yeah. We're not going anywhere.
yeah, I'll be here for a bit. I'm just big chilling.
Oh, here's the shield and the falcon. Ah. Of course, nothing I can actually use. Oh, we need
classic.
to move. The circle is coming in.
We go down here.
That means we go through the big room.
Nope. Nope. I'm going back the other way. I don't want to deal with creatures right now. This way, right?
Then we should probably come the way like I intended to go.
Yeah, I'm just closing the door behind us.
Sounds good. Because there was a chest right here and one around the corner.
I'm gonna break these real quick. I'm trying to find heals for us. Ah. Ancient scroll. I want an ancient scroll.
What does it do?
I don't know. It's ancient.
Required class all. Can
The loot here. Our skeleton corpse here. Chaperone. Some kind of loot.
Chest over there, but I can't get there.
You can jump over it. Ah! It's a mimic!
I got double hit by 2 traps. Oh, 3 traps. I'm almost dead. Yeah, give you light.
Yeah.
I'm essentially 1 shot away from.
Okay, hopefully we can try to
Someone's
find. Try to make them back up. Just leave us alone. Go away.
Oh, he's drinking a potion.
Oh my god, I'm low. Fuck.
Well, he got me too. But I was only 1 hit away, so.
Yeah. I wanted to see Oh my god. I think it might have been solo.
They might have been.
He didn't hear my pleas. Did you hear a double when I spoke?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. But a tomato soup, whole wheat bread, and cheese. That sounds really good. The first time I had tomato soup with cheese was when I was in Norway, and we had bread, of course. And honestly, it's so simple, but it's so good.
It tastes amazing.
Yeah, I've never had it
actually
before.
Like cheese in tomato soup.
It like melts in a very cool way. Like I actually like it a lot. It's really, really cool.
Like what I have like with tomato soup is like a piece of ciabatta bread with like sliced mozzarella on it, and then putting it in the oven. So technically, I still had cheese, but it was not in the soup.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's fine. Oh, why did I just do this? Oh, I'm meditating. I was like, how am I sitting on the ground? And I hit a button. I wonder if there's fall damage in this game. I don't know if there's fall damage in this game. There might not be.
I mean, I don't think there's a place high enough to test it out.
I mean, there's... I've never tried, but...
The weight you're carrying will influence, like, how fast you take the damage.
Maybe.
But I feel like this game doesn't have fall damage.
It would be realistic in a way, but at the same time, it'd also be fun if it didn't have it.
Oh. Man! Damn you, mummy.
I grant my friend the haste.
Well, 4 hits on the mummy.
Damn, you had the good axe too. I did something.
You did something?
I did something. I don't know what I did, but I did something. That button right here. Oh.
Oh wait, yeah, you can open the chest though. Just tell me when you're done.
Yeah, I'll open it.
Oh, there's a magician enemy, like a regular enemy.
I can see again. Thank you. I'll take care of the magician. Oh, this is a... Oh, wait, that's a Wraith.
Oh, there is mummy.
Wait, there's something more important behind you coming. Oh my god.
Coming. I'm on my way. That's a magician, or I thought. Oh, apparently it's not a magician.
It is not.
Oh, he hit hard. How did I dodge this dude?
Watch out, watch out. Oh, I almost hit you. Fuck, I did hit you. Hey, Connie.
No.
Help. I'm gonna try to give you haste again.
I already lost like 3/4 of my health.
Oh my god, you walked right into him.
One more hit and I'm dead. It's a raid. Okay.
I got it. Hi, Connie. How are you?
This was another of those high-level enemies, like right at the get-go.
That's definitely a high-level enemy right there. Let me try to grab your heart. Maybe I can spawn you somewhere.
I think there was an altar nearby.
Yeah, I thought I saw one. How are you doing, Connie? Hi. Okay. Well, we got that was my first Wraith. Okay, it hurts, and I think I might have hit you once with my spell.
It hurts really, really hard.
Yeah.
Like, it takes 1/4 of your health.
I'm literally just gonna run and look for a respawning altar thing, if I can. I do not. There's a lot of chests in here, though. Damn. How are you doing, Connie? I'm doing pretty good. My day's been going pretty well.
The issue or fun part, if you're ever going to revive me, is how do I get my how do I get any kind of stuff? I'm gonna spawn bare naked. Without.
Yeah.
Oh, you dodged the bird behind you. Oh, that's a magician.
Yeah, that's the magician.
And well, he also hits hard.
Yeah, they all hit hard. This game is really fun though. If you haven't seen this game yet.
No mercy.
Actually, no mercy. Actually though.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there will be 4 of them, so you might as well just leave.
Yeah, I'm just running. Oh my god, I hear a motorcycle or something.
Is it just that the haste lasts so long, or are you just so fast?
I'm not this fast normally, I don't think. Fuck.
Well, good luck exploring.
I just want to find a way to revive you. I just want to revive my friend. Oh my god.
I feel like you're going to run into
An enemy?
players
Yeah.
very soon. Well,
Okay, got rid of that. Actually, I can't use that.
wait, did they shoot the spider?
They might have.
Oh, there.
Oh, I seen an escape portal.
Go get it.
Is that you, Sunny? Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Sunny.
That's a... I'm gonna break a little bit and loot and then dip out. Oh my god, this is stressful. Yeah, gold. The red one had gold.
Did you make a character yet?
Oh, I'm working on it, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really mean much because I'm pretty sure you have enough slots to just make one of each class.
Yeah.
Good to know.
But yeah, I hope your day's going well though, Connie.
Run before he comes! Well.
I shouldn't have looted. I got.
I didn't see he was a ranger and had a bow.
Yeah, I thought it was just a sword person.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna give you one of these, Connie, because you're great.
How do I join you guys?
What's your name in the thingy?
Same as usual. Sunny Bots.
Okay. I had a funny name.
I was thinking of like making a funny name, but I couldn't come up with anything.
I feel that.
Is it case sensitive? I don't see you.
Hold on.
Oh, are you in the lobby already?
Yeah, I just clicked it. It wasn't before that.
Oh, okay. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Dork and dorker? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Did I send you an invite? I think I did. Okay, now I sent an invite for sure.
Let's see.
There is a scroll icon on the top right. It should glow yellow-ish.
Ah, there we go.
Ooh, you're the serial butt stabber. Do you want to like look at your skills or anything real quick, or just go in?
Yeah, we can just go in, to be honest.
Bet. Oh, I have to ready up.
Just wing it.
Big old.
You have a skill at Q and a skill at E.
Okay.
I don't know what they are though.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what your class does. I just know I don't know you can go invisible, but I'm not sure if that's like a skill or like an item. Okay. Yes, you.
So
no, you.
do you not start with any items, or?
You start with
like, starting equipment.
your class
Go in.
class equipment.
So you probably start with the dagger and like the outfit you're currently wearing.
Okay.
Speaking of which, I don't feel cute enough. Hell
Outfit,
yeah.
outfit hoodie.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I only have the helmet.
Berserkers actually are shirtless. But yeah.
I actually have a perk that gives me more damage if I don't wear body armor.
Oh, so that's why you don't wear body armor.
No, I mean, it's not like I have a choice at the moment.
I'm level 7, comment. I've gone up in the world. I've escaped at least once in this game.
But if I level up, I'm gonna choose the perk that allows me to destroy chests and doors.
We're all shirtless. Let's go. It's hot in the dungeon.
Very humid.
But yeah, like here you can see your skills and your non-skills, I guess.
If you press 1, you equip your main weapon.
Okay.
2 is your secondary weapon. And you have like quick slots on 3 and 4, where you can put up, I think, up to 4 different items.
Mm. Makes sense.
And you always start with a torch.
Okay.
Yeah, torch is nice. And you can throw your torch. I think it does damage, but it also just lights things up.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh,
Nice.
that's a different start. We're in the water.
Oh, watch out for the thingy. Yeah, I bonked it. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna grant you guys haste.
Oh yeah, careful, these guys.
They stink.
They stink.
Oh. I see.
Did I get you, Ernie? I did not.
Oh. We're in the stinky dungeon.
It do be stinky. Oh my god.
Alright.
Alright, find any heals? We'll give it to Sunny. I'm meditating real quick because I used a lot of haste there.
Oh, there's a lever. I don't know what it actually activates, but...
Find out soon. Alright. I'm gonna try to find some meds for Sunny.
Oh, careful. The cloud is coming back.
You. Stinky cloud.
Right. Let's pull this lever and see what it actually activates.
Oh, there's a... This is probably good for you, Sunny.
Oh.
These pants.
Oh.
On this guy.
That's it.
It activated this opening, which has a chest, and another way to go somewhere.
Oh, hold up. I'll take care of this guy.
Oh, there's somebody. Okay.
Huh?
You got this.
It's
Have a look around.
it's magic time.
Oh dear.
Serial butt stabber.
Careful. Wait, yeah. Let me give you some light.
This guy had armor, had a tunic. If you guys want, seems kind of good.
Well done. Oh no. he's
I'm
still
I'm
alive.
taking it.
He's being a little shit.
Wait, Sunny, watch out!
Oh, Sunny! Oh, you have so little help. Let me-
I know. Magic pixel.
Alright. Got him.
Yeah. No meds.
That's my torch. Oh, careful! There are 2 clouds.
Yeah, I see.
This one is disappearing, so you might be able to come over here now.
Yeah, there we go.
If we find some healing, it's yours.
Yeah, for sure.
You
Watch
also
out!
need to be
I hear a
careful
sound.
to not hit you.
Oh, there's PvPs.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
friendly
it is
fire.
Friendly fire, yes.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I totally did not
Nice.
miss. What's in here?
Oh, I found a potion.
Oh, there's a red potion. Pick it up.
Nope.
Yeah, right over here. Ooh, I found
And
gold.
it should be automatically on 4.
Dog? Yeah, you can pet dogs in here. It's cool. Oh, there's bandages right here.
Yep.
Find the sledge over here, Sunny.
Other side.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, you can probably open this before me.
On the ledge.
There we go.
Careful, might be a mimic. It was not.
Oh, bless. I get momentary PTSD. Every game should let you pet doggos. Every game should. Every game should. I agree with that.
I agree.
That should be a prerequisite of any game development choice. This is an oddly suspicious room.
A little bit.
Oh.
Alright, no mimic.
Pants and boots.
More bandages over here. It's behind the statue.
Oh wow, secret bandages.
Yeah, you have to look on the ground sometimes for loot.
Yeah, there are coins on the ground, all shiny. But yeah, looks like there's.
How are you doing, by the way, Bard? How's life treating you?
Don't
I actually was playing some medieval tavern music, and I was thinking of you, because you know, Bard.
It's got a necklace on it.
A spell book.
Hey.
Oh, this looks weird. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
It's just a texture. Looks like nobody's on the other side. Oh wait. We probably need. Wait, how do we get? I'm looking at the minimap and I don't see a way to get south.
There might be a shortcut somewhere.
Well, I'm gonna open this door anyway because.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Oh yeah, there's something in the wall here, but this looks like like one room. So
Can open it.
Hit the left corner.
I'm gonna check real quick.
Oh, there are flying enemies here. Oh yeah, many enemies here actually.
Okay, no, this is good. This is good. This is a good spot to go. Where I'm at, Ernie. Oh, fuck! Are you getting hit?
No, I'm alright, I think.
Not at all.
I got stabbed.
Because I closed the door behind me.
We found a shortcut. Ah, fuck. There's a spider spawner here, though.
Where?
Oh, I'm taking a lot of damage.
Like these vases, they spawn spiders,
Huh.
and you need to destroy the vase so no more spiders spawn.
Alright. I'll take a little bit of damage there.
I lost the torso.
Potion.
Oh, that's right. You were trying to get a position at a museum. I remember that. That's awesome, though. I'm glad your dream job went through.
Cool.
Congrats. Huge congrats.
This plate is a trap. Like it's a pressure plate, so you need to be careful. But this is the direction to go. Let's peek inside. Oh, this is a big room.
I have spells. I can try to kill things from far if you need to. There's definitely zombies here. Yeah, there's things around here that's gonna spawn. I'm gonna throw that over there.
Nope.
Oh, there's flying birds and shit too.
Oh, bastard.
Got it.
Oh, behind us, behind us.
Players?
Yeah, you players. I'm gonna grant you guys haste. Yeah, I have to grant you guys haste here. Cause zone's pushing. Come with me.
Yeah, we gotta move. Let's go, Sunny.
We just go in here. Go in the middle.
I took a lot of damage.
Oh, Sunny died.
Yeah, I did.
Left to you, the flying enemy. Well, is the player dead?
I don't know.
Because
Yeah, I think he died.
fall. He might have fallen like through because of the darkness.
Yeah, I think he died. Is there a spawner here? By any chance?
It doesn't look like he died. I think he just ran away. Because there's no like corpse here. Oh, it's coming! Oh, it's closing in. You gotta move.
Got to go. Guess we find out. Fall damage. I have to keep going.
Damage. But also
There's exit.
no way to.
This way. Found her. Over here.
On my way. Behind you.
Oh no, this is not it.
Enemy.
This is not it. Get to leave.
It's not here. Oh, I'm gonna die then.
There's a dead end.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Oh my god, there's no way out.
Oh,
I died.
save.
It's such a big room. It's so hard to know where to go.
I feel like when you're like on the ground floor, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, that was the guy. Like Snarf. I just saw him for a second before I left the lobby.
Oh, so he actually did escape. He dropped stuff on the ground.
He literally just ran away. Oh,
Smart.
I'm level 5.
I can get a second perk then.
5. Give me my stuff. Perk and skill.
Sonny lived for so long with so low HP. Bard, what kind of museum is it? If you don't mind me asking. I'm not sure if you're allowed to answer or not. Let me see. The Ring of Quickness. Oh wait, they change what they sell like every single time you go in and out.
I don't think it's every single time because there is a timer they have.
Oh, maybe it's like hourly. Might be hourly.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, how did you like your first round of Death and Darkness?
It was fun.
It's chaotic, isn't it?
It is. I like that.
Yeah, I feel like what classes heal? I know cleric heals, but is there any other classes that like heal? Maybe there's like a could you imagine they had a bard in this game?
Doggy.
Yeah, pet the doggo.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still in alpha, so they're sure they'll add something like that.
Yeah, they'll definitely add a lot of things. The game honestly looks like it's gonna have a lot of creative things added to it, and that's kind of really cool.
It has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I definitely see potential with this game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's honestly pretty well put together.
All right,
already.
just right behind us.
It is. Do some mini exploring.
Oh, you can have these boots.
I can.
Okay, we're in a big room.
Oh, I totally didn't miss the dude that's.
Wait, we can we can guide them over the traps. We can make them run into the traps.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea because I just got smoked.
Wait.
Take care of the mosquitoes though, the flying mosquitoes.
I did. Ah, no, not again!
Run! Run!
They run around the thing though.
I almost stabbed you, Hitsuga.
They do?
Yeah, they do. Oh, so much so much gas!
Get stabbed, idiot.
Serial butt stabber strikes again!
You good over there?
No. It farted on me.
Okay.
Alright, I think we got them.
Yeah, we did. Ooh, that one has some armor.
There's some more boots over here, by the way, if you guys want boots.
I'll try to find heals for you. Can I break this? Maybe not. I have to grab my torches again. Forgot I threw them on the ground.
Yeah, like the one right here on the spikes.
Yeah.
Wait, did I? Oh well, can't open this jail door, so tough luck for you, Mr. Zombie.
I don't know why that scared me.
The sound of me breaking something?
Yeah.
Alright, I think we need to go upstairs because
Yeah, we probably do.
way to actually get around things. Hey, there's a chest that nobody opened.
E.
Oh, candelabra.
Gold. Wait, there's a chest floating on there. Do you guys see that?
Nope.
Where?
I'm gonna try to throw a torch at it.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, it's not floating actually.
Okay, it was on a wood thing. I just didn't
There
see the
is
wood.
ground.
Wait, there's a chest in here. Oh, I need to. Okay, I see what you mean. Oh, there's another chest here.
Just come upstairs. There's plenty of room here.
All right, I'm coming. I found bandages for Sunny. Hey,
Oh.
I'll bring it to you.
Somebody spawned.
Skelly boy. Hi.
Apparently, if you hit the head, it deals more damage.
Yeah. I have a Zweihander. Is that something you can use?
Probably.
It is. Okay, I found a Zweihander for you. I'm just doing some looting right now.
I found you a crystal sword. And a leather cap for, I don't know.
My head. For when it gets cold.
Anybody. Yeah, sometimes all you need is a little bit of warmth.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chest in every single one of these jail cells.
I mean, we still have so many chests to open here. Like, there are two right next to me.
Thought I saw something. I was about to piss myself. That's a panicked laugh right there, for sure.
Oh, I found Mimic!
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that hit me. Okay, dodging to the left for a Mimic, not smart. Dodging to the right helps.
Keep casting this on me.
Oh, that's a battle axe. Nice.
Hey.
I'm also dropping the Zweihander on the ground because it's your loot.
How do you meditate? Let's see.
It's one of my
Have a
skills.
sword.
It helps me like
Okay.
recover my spells.
I see.
I'm jumping over real quick. Hopefully I don't drop and die. Oh fuck! Okay. I want to use that one actually.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm fast enough to do this.
Did you take fall damage?
No, I fell on the spikes.
Oh.
I used my speed boost to actually get over them. Still.
There's a HP pot here. On the HP pot, I'm gonna drop a bandage as well.
Oh,
on the
Sunny
ground.
has no health.
No, I'm
Yeah.
dead actually.
What, you died?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I can't get your soul because I can barely jump over. So there is fall damage, is what you're saying.
I think it
No,
was the spikes.
She fell on the
It's a-
spikes, she said.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because they were right under the thingy.
Alright, I'm gonna try to get you
Lucky
back
me, I
here.
guess.
Where'd you fall?
We never left this room.
Okay, yeah, there's no fall damage.
Oh, now I found bandages. And it looks like I need them for myself. Unless we find an altar.
Yeah, I'm looking for an altar now.
Or you're moving elsewhere? Because
No, I'm-
there was none.
No, yeah, I was just grabbing her soul. I was grabbing her soul.
Right then, let's bounce towards the center before the fog arrives.
Yeah. I'm zooming. I found a fountain of speed.
Oh, the fog is here.
Yep, I'm coming. Ah! Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Oh, come on. Yeah,
Alright, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm just gonna keep going.
Decision.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I open this door for you.
Yeah, it's coming for me.
Alright, yeah, I opened the door over here.
On my way. I need to go around a little bit and take this damage. Just close the door. Yeah, but now I need the bandages for myself.
I have a HP pot. I dropped 2, I think. Oh, there's someone just okay. There's someone in front of us. You hear them?
All right.
Alright, I'm gonna grant you haste real quick. You ready?
Yeah. I'm invisible. Oh, exit is here. Oh, there. They have a wizard. I'm tempted to just leave.
Yeah, try to leave. I'll try to cover you from afar.
I mean, I don't know if this one probably only works on one person.
I opened mine.
Oh, all right, let's leave. Oh, you're still looting.
We're out.
Woo!
I lit them up. That's why they backed off.
Oh yeah, I see them in.
I lit the one guy up, rather. I didn't hit this one.
Yeah, he didn't hit me with his spell, so he was probably.
Wait, I want to keep. They're looking like they're about to fight and go back.
I mean, yeah, they can try. This is the first time I'm actually going to sell.
Oh, they're fighting someone. They're fighting someone else. They found a new team. Oh my god, this person's running through spikes.
Oh dear.
Oh my god, they're both almost dead. How chaotic. How chaotic. What a game. Oh, the fact that we just got lucky like that. Holy shit. I mean, Sunny died. Sorry, Sunny.
No, sorry.
Okay. Do some trading real quick. Let's talk to the collector. How much for these, sir?
Treasurer. I want to sell stuff. Trade. Don't move it to the stash. Didn't you say there is like a combination of buttons you can press to sell quicker? Or at least it looked like there was a way.
I was just holding shift. That's all.
Oh, shift and left click? Oh, merchants don't want this. The treasurer don't want rings? Oh.
No, the collector. Give it to the collector.
Uh-huh.
He likes the shiny stuff. Do I have anything that you guys can use? Not really. I have cleric stuff. Alright. Armor. I'm gonna sell the weapon or the armor. Okay. And then weapon? No. Yeah? Can I drop gold for you guys? Surely I can.
You probably can, but we still need to get it out.
Yeah, we have to get out. We have to get out. That's the condition, isn't it?
There's always a catch.
Yeah, that's the catch.
You want this? Not interested
Take it.
in buying. How about you?
Alright. I just basically sold everything for now. Stash. Okay, so the gold coin purse holds up to 50. That's how much it holds.
Right.
Valid. I am going to buy.
I feel like I want to buy a potion.
Go for it. Why not, you know?
Oh no. Who? An alchemist, probably. Potion of healing for 18. I don't think I have that much. Oh, I do. But if I buy 2 of them, then pretty much all my money is gone. So, not worth it. I'm ready.
I'm gonna buy one item.
Left thingy.
Did you?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna buy a spell book. Fuck it, I want to see what it's like to actually use a spell book.
There we go.
Look at this level 8 pro gamer. Already escaped twice.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm a veteran at running out.
But I'm actually coming in with the axe I got in the last raid, so.
Ow.
Where's doggy?
It's a cute doggo.
Oh.
Such a good pupper. Oh, there's so many rangers already.
I mean, rangers definitely have its place. Just like wizards, like you're squishy, but like you can fight from afar.
Yeah, I feel like I need more movement speed. Maybe I need just light equipment, so I never get dragged down by movement speed.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty crazy. Soy's playing Dark and Darker. Socrates. The good egg. The good bean.
Maybe we get to murder here.
I have 2 bandages.
Oh wait, I can actually do this, right? Haha!
Hey.
Ooh. You can. I did not know you could do that.
Yeah, it's my perk. I got it fresh.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I missed.
Ew.
Well,
Already?
Sonny? Wait, how'd you die?
What did you just?
Awesome.
Oh, that's a mage enemy guy. I thought you just attacked me for whatever reason.
Oh no. Oh, where's Sonny's body?
Sunny's body is right here. I wanted to loot it, but then I got attacked by the mage.
Okay. I hear someone running around. Do you hear that?
Gonna take your stuff with me so you have at least something when we get to revive you.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a reviving thing right here.
Oh, neat.
Hey.
Might probably need to fight for it first.
Yeah, let me help.
Oh, you got this, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh. How do I...
Do you need HP?
No. Ah. I need to have it in hand. Do I need to hold the button, or...
Yeah, I don't know if you have to hold it. But...
I'm too scared to let go now.
That's
Because I'm halfway through.
valid. I have 2 bandages.
But yeah, if I had known it was this close, probably wouldn't have looted your stuff. Wait. The stuff is right here on the ground.
I dropped 2 bandages on the ground.
Eh.
Keep looting.
Oh, this guy here has a rapier. It's for you, Sunny.
Nice. Thank you.
There's another bandage right here.
Sunny probably needs it too.
Yeah.
It's what?
Tiny squishier.
Bandage. Because I got a potion.
Okay.
I'm gonna get mimicked here soon. I'm gonna get mimicked here. Don't mimic me, game. Don't mimic me. Bless. There's a rogue cow here. With lightfoot boots. Ah, fuck. It's a red skeleton. Red skeleton. They're fast.
Good job, team.
I'm
Got
gonna
it.
meditate. You hear footsteps? Or is that yours?
Oh, I have it. This is the oil lantern, apparently.
Nice.
It's actually not better than...
The
Oh,
torch.
they're probably above us.
Hmm.
Oh no, that's Sunny steps. Never mind!
Oh, really? That was scaring the shit out of me.
Yeah, me too.
It's Johnny!
It's Ernie.
Hmm.
Fog is coming in, we need to move.
Fog, yeah.
No hesitation, just move towards the white stuff. Circle thingy. Oh, I hit the... Well done.
Hey.
Just move forward. Oh! Found an archer! Oh! Evil archer! Big evil archer! Ah! Help!
What? Back up. I'll take care of them.
Oh.
Oh.
Sorry, I said.
Oh, I thought it was...
Okay.
Did we kill the archer?
The enemy archer? Or the skelly archer?
Skelly archer.
I'm not sure which. Yeah, I killed the skelly archer.
Only has a bow. Oh, there's another
Cringe.
rapier here.
Uh-huh.
A wizard hat, you say?
Oh, someone just...
I'm a wizard,
They
Harry.
were right in front of me, I think. Oh, Sunny's dual wielding, I see.
Yeah.
Love this.
Oh.
Yeah, but we need to get through this. We have a little bit of time because of the circle. But
Open this door.
I can force open it.
Ah!
Never mind.
Granting you haste.
Thank you.
They're all powering up.
Yeah, that's bad. Bad place to be.
Oh, he one-shot me.
What?
Oh my god, they're so strong.
Oh, never mind. I couldn't even swing properly.
Clerics gave him. Wait, the cleric gives him so many buffs. I think those are buffs.
I think so too. Like the circles
Yeah.
around them.
Hmm.
In this case, let's go with the Zweihander.
I lost my book. I just spent money on it. Valid. Yeah, I'm gonna give you
But I
guys
gotta say,
karma.
this is something I appreciate about this game. Like, you don't have to do much after you lost the run. You can immediately get back in.
Yeah.
Because I remember in Tarkov, you need to heal yourself. You need to re-equip yourself.
Oh yeah, that's that shit too. Where you, like injuries persist post dungeon,
Yeah, exactly.
which is kind of lame.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, if you've fallen, essentially, might as well just get back into it. Oh, something.
Oh god. Insta spawned. They're walking in. I gave Sunny haste. You're fast.
Oh, sorry, Sunny. Didn't mean to. Oh, the Zweihander has a different moveset. Can I try fight him?
There's another one for sure.
Yeah, that was a bird.
I got him. I got him from behind Sunny.
Do you need help? Oh yeah, you do.
She definitely does.
Over here. Have this and this. It's on me. Ooh.
Okay, nice, nice.
Huh. Okay, I don't like the moveset of the Zweihander.
You don't?
It has a wide swing.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
And
Don't walk in front of
the
it.
second one has like an upward
Oh,
swing,
an overhead?
like an uppercut, and then
Yeah.
one from like, what's the opposite of an uppercut? Like a bonk.
A down cut?
Oh!
I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Oh, you found the raid. Well, I'm busy with the mimic.
I got trapped by spiders. Hi, Rue.
No! Not!
Oh my god, the rave spawned and scared me, dude.
You got this, Ernie.
No!
We spawned in that room. This is that room. We spawned in the deadly room.
The very, very deadly room. Oh boy. At the very least, I don't have this Zweihander anymore, and I can take that off. I'm not gonna pick it up anymore. The moveset is
Was it that bad?
really, really awkward for this, like, narrow room.
How are you doing, Rue? What's going on? We're doing well. Something that just surprised me there when I walked inside like this little room that had a giant golden chest thing looking thing. It's like, I wonder what this is gonna do. Then it spawned on me.
Yeah, at the same time,
Yeah, you open. Yeah, a mimic spawned on you. I'm like, oh my god, this is just worst case scenario. In the split second, everything just went to shit. I'm doing good. Thinking of things to put together and shit. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm not sure what you're putting together, but I'm glad you're doing good at least.
Open
We are
sesame.
chilling. Oh, that's so nice. My fireballs do the same. They can get some working.
Careful. bird.
I'm gonna grant you guys haste.
Oh, that one hit me.
Wait, did I give a skeleton haste? Well, I granted myself haste.
No, I think you gave it to Sunny.
Yeah. I'm kind of a support right now, I suppose. I just can't heal you guys.
It's all good. Oh, it's an ox pendant. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's good for me because it has 2 strength. Are you shooting something?
Yeah, an archer on the other side.
Let's do this.
Oh, this is the something over here.
So what?
There's something
Is there-
coming up the stairs behind us.
Okay. Oh, it's a mage. I got it. I got it. I'm a stronger mage. You're dead.
Pew, pew, pew.
Maybe not.
Kill it.
Oh, run, run, run. Oh, fuck. That hurt.
Ah, eat this.
Hey.
At least I got out of the fire before I
He
did more
has
damage.
a wizard rope. Candy.
Ooh, a wizard robe. I'm a wizard.
All right, there is an altar down there. Just don't know what kind. It looks like a revive altar.
Yeah, there's some stinky boys down there as well.
Yeah, we probably don't need to go there. Oh, we're in the center of the map, so technically we can go down here because
Yeah.
it will be a while before people spawn on us. Wait.
What's the sound of that?
Someone
just happened?
opened something.
Something.
I was meditating.
Oh, someone is below us. They got
Oh, they are. I see
hit
'em.
by the stinky.
I'm trying to revive it. They're trying to
Oh, yeah,
revive
they're coming
someone.
up the stairs.
Oh! There's someone upstairs.
I'm gonna die.
On the
I'm
other
gonna
side. There's an
die.
archer on the other side.
Yeah, I'm just gonna open this door and we're leaving.
I'm dead already, so.
No! Leave!
No! No!
Sunny, let's go!
No, I'm dead.
Oh, they came from here.
Hmm.
Let's see how it is.
I think they're trying to revive their teammate.
Oh, that was the sound.
Ah. There's a healing thing. Oh, look at the traps. Indiana Jones.
All right.
Go crazy, Ernie. This is all you.
Eat this and that. Is that a healing?
Yeah. I'm not sure how much it actually heals you, though.
Enough to heal me to full.
Nice.
Hey.
All that matters. I know I'm leaving the circle area, but
Oh, you just broke the chest straight up. Is that a perk?
Yeah.
yep, that's my perk, my level 5 perk.
So that's what Illyria was talking about earlier. Oh, rubber band.
Just a tiny little bit. Ah, potion.
I'm guessing it only works on like small chests though.
Probably. Oh, I need to make a move towards the center.
Yeah.
Oh, dang, I hear somebody.
Oh, they're there. You just saw them right in front of you.
What? Oh,
They're
there?
they're heading that way. Yeah, they're heading that way. There's a guy holding a blue potion, getting his shield up.
I couldn't see it. But I wasn't paying attention.
Can you imagine from Mimiquist inside? Hear him.
Yeah, there's someone there.
They're coming to you. They're coming to you right now. Unless he's just running from you. And check your perks.
Those two steps might just be NPCs.
Maybe. But I did see them though.
Yeah, like probably over there.
Yeah, I saw them over there. They're
Oh,
like
someone got aggro behind me.
ooh.
But there was no exit that spawned so far, so... Don't even have that much.
Hmm.
But I have 3 candy. Say I love you with every bite of these.
Savor it. Hard candy hearts with messages of endearment.
Circle coming in. Gotta move.
Yeah, they were on your left over there earlier. Well, technically, they were in front of you where you are right now, but they were heading.
I mean, yeah, that's
Yeah.
where I came from.
Like right here, this is where they was when the guy had a blue potion.
Oh.
There he is. You might have to fight him.
Barely. I think I'm not safe, actually.
Crouch or shift walk.
But a
Nice.
portal did appear.
Yeah, it seems like portals are appearing.
Yeah, there's some... I feel like he's right, like, behind me.
Just staring at you.
It probably, like...
He was a rogue. They can go invisible, right?
I mean, it depends. Actually, I probably have a better chance against a rogue than, like, an archer.
You might,
They
yeah.
also have to go in close combat.
And you do damage.
Yeah. Alright. Gotta move. The heck?
Oh, that zone is pushing.
No time like the present.
Oh, you saw them?
What? Oh, dang it.
Is it 50% chance or something?
No, I just missed.
Oh, you missed. Let's see. They're chasing you.
They have to.
Alright, go crazy.
Oh, they're 3. Yeah, nothing I can do about it. I can't even hit. I got.
Oh my god.
Straight away, but.
Oh my god.
They're still gonna die because, like, they're so far out and the circle's coming in.
I think the circle stopped. Unlucky.
But I had to run into a 3-man team.
You really did. That's so unlucky.
And the issue is, I wanted to engage them when they were standing there. I just didn't know that the stairwell I was on did lead to them. So I tricked myself into running away.
What are your perks, Sonny? What perks do you have?
Let's see. I don't actually know.
Kind of curious.
Where do I find that? Is it under?
It's in class and then perk and skill.
I see perks. Ambush, backstab, lockpick expert as well.
Oh, you're the one that can open those chests.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ah, instead of us having to find a lockpick, that means Sunny can just go yoinkies.
Yeah. Let me see what my other perks are. Backstab increases physical damage by 30% when attacking from behind.
Nice.
There's a stealth perk. Okay, interesting.
Pretty neat.
Oh, there's a I can disarm traps as well.
I didn't realize you could do that in the first place.
I don't think it means the wall traps or anything, because there is an item I got in one of our runs, which was a hunting trap.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it's this one.
Maybe.
Okay.
I wonder what gives you experience. I have no idea what gives you experience in the game. Killing mobs, maybe? Escaping?
Yeah, I would assume that killing something would give you XP. But it doesn't really tell you how much or...
Yeah, it's just kind of... Did you earn it or not? Which I kind of like as well.
Because then that way makes sense, because I'm level 6, and you started out 3 levels above me,
Mm-hmm.
and I somehow caught up to you.
Yeah, but you were killing...
1 level up.
Yeah, but you were killing a lot of the mobs as well, because I was trying to support you. So that's probably what it is. Makes sense. Okay, I'm ready.
And I actually equipped the perk now that I deal more damage when I'm not wearing any chest armor.
The double perk. So what are your 2 perks on the door and that?
Yep.
Hmm.
And I changed out one of my skills that enemies technically should run away from me for a few seconds now when I use one of the abilities, and the other one is still the same, more speed, more attack.
Is it a fear? Are you fearing them away?
Something like that.
Oh my god, it's pitch dark. I was like, I can't see shit.
It's dark because you literally look... Open sesame. I love this.
That's so fun.
This is the best perk ever.
There's a skeleton right next to you guys.
Let's test it out. Oh yeah!
Oh, it is a fear. Cool. Nice.
But it has a long cooldown, like
I mean,
25 seconds.
That's worth it. Okay. Be wary of the chest here.
Oh, there's someone behind.
Spider and skeleton.
Somewhere there.
Oh, I'll take care of the mage. I think you just hit Sunny.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, it's a red skeleton. I didn't notice.
Ah, that explains.
That was an axe, Ernie.
Can I destroy the large ones? Oh, that's a mimic.
Coming. That's a big mimic.
It's
Yeah, I grant you.
It's running away.
Watch out behind you, Sunny. There's a spider.
Oh! If it jumps me again, I'm probably dead.
Wait,
I got it.
Nice.
I have. I'm kind of curious.
See what it has. It has a
Lady.
crossbow. Well,
Damn.
nobody else can use it.
Yeah.
If
Nice.
there are spiders, that means there must still be a
Spawner.
right?
Should on this side.
Oh, it sounds
It
to the
is.
left.
It is. It
Oh,
is.
yeah,
It is.
there's the.
I'll try to take care of it. I got the spawner. Okay. I'll meditate real quick. Whew.
bandages or anything.
I do not. I have an
Same.
invisibility potion.
I don't even spawn with potions.
But we can break these. Try to break like barrels and stuff. Sometimes they have items. You okay, Sunny?
Skelly boy, Skelly boy.
Coming.
Oh no no. We spawned here, so and this is where the spiders were, I think. Nope.
No, we went. It was the other way. We came from this way.
Yeah.
I hear people attacking. Yeah, there's people attacking in front of us.
I was over there. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's wait out until you meditated. Not much we can do.
Nope.
But I can't open the door forever.
Okay, I got you, Haste.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh, I got fireballed. It was a three-man team. But I think one of them died. Oh, Sunny also died.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did you also get the fireball?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my god. How much HP did he have? I want to see.
Nani?
Hey, Max. How are you doing, Max? Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, that Archer kind of goes nuts, actually.
Yeah, it does.
Hold on. I'm having fun with the mage. I'm gonna try Archer for a bit.
Oh, you wanna?
I was gonna
switch
do the
classes?
same, actually. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
You can just make a character. I switch like that.
Oh, can you?
wait. Why do you do that?
Class change in the bottom right.
Create character.
Can you not use the same
what-
username? That's
did you-
weird.
What did you make?
I had an Archer. I'm using an Archer.
You had an archer. Because I feel like I should run a cleric then.
This is the demo? Yeah, we're playing the demo right now. Or the beta or whatever it is. It's really fun though. I'm really enjoying this.
I'm gonna try wizard then, actually, if you're doing archer.
That name is not available.
Good luck.
Do you have to use a different name for each one?
Yeah, I think you do.
It's weird.
Mm.
That'll do.
Bet.
Enter.
See perks and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can check out the perks and stuff.
Oh yeah, that might be a smart move. Oh, I have spells. So how does this work? Do I take only like?
I
Do I
have
take
no
all of
idea.
them with me?
I think you take whatever it says you have in the spell book, you take.
Protection, holy light. Oh. Uh-huh.
Have you played this at all, Max? Like, Wizard was fun. I just wanted to try the Archer. Archer looked crazy. You need to peer pressure your friends. That's valid. I get that. I get that. You gotta peer pressure all your friends to play.
It feels like I can't. Oh, because it's like this? No. Oh, because the cost limit is too high. I see.
Do explain, Max. I'm curious. Oh, so you have like cost limits. I didn't even notice that. So if you go over it, you can't use the spells.
You can't use the spell that goes over the limit then.
Gotcha.
Right.
For Honor. For Honor is pain, but I really enjoyed For Honor. I was an Orochi main. You know what I mean? Felt good. The last second parry. That felt good. Curse for Honor incident. Boo the Roach mains. What's up, Derek?
Alright. This will do somehow.
Okay.
Everything else I will learn by doing.
Bet. And I guess I can give some advice on the wizard stuff.
Yeah.
The controller had it coming. One of your spells you can't move at all. The magic missile one. That's the one where you shoot like a whole bunch of like. Do.
I'm a cleric. No. Oh, yeah. You were talking to Sunny.
Yeah.
How do you play this goddamn game?
Good question. Good luck to you. This game is really fun though. I'm enjoying this game a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Aim for the head. Headshots do extra damage.
Who would have thought?
Hitsu. Hey, Sticks. What's up, man? You should play this game. You would love this game. You for sure should play this game.
I heard this like 5 times today already.
But like, I know some people would actually like enjoy the game a lot more.
Alright. This is a shield. This is a bash. And how do I select spells?
E?
Oh,
I
okay,
think.
if
Yeah,
I
you
use
hold
the-
E to select the spell. I've been thinking about it. It's fun. So basically, it's like Tarkov, except you're in a dungeon and you're with friends and go crazy. I'm just breaking this barrel here.
That works perfectly.
Sure, I'm gonna see what's in here real quick.
Alright. Let's see what blocking does. Oh, blocking actually negates all damage.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Do you have to aim your block at all, or is it just in front of you?
I mean, you have to hold the right mouse button. Ouch.
Did somebody just blow you guys up?
I mean to.
But no, the game is very fun. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, actually. Oh, watch out, there's a flying thing behind you guys. Never mind, I can't go up there.
Hey. How do I... When I select something, how do I actually use the spell then? With the other button?
Right click, I guess.
But my right click is shield.
Fuck. Actually, I don't know. On wizards, it's just right click, I think, right?
Yeah, it seems to be.
So I'm not sure. Good luck.
God damn it! I have 5 spells and I don't know how I can use them.
There's a pressure plate in here.
Maybe I'm not allowed to use them because I have a mace in hand. Oh,
Maybe.
yeah, that actually might be it.
Is that what was going on? But no, this game is really fun. It's like Tarkov, except you can be a wizard or all kinds of different crazy things. Yeah, it's a protection of shields. That's scary.
This neat. I can change
It's a
between
pressure plate.
melee and
Oh, it's.
Open salami. There might be loot in there.
Ooh.
I'll step on the plate for now.
Won't let me pick the lock.
Oh, you don't have the perk. I'm here.
Got out.
I can't see. Actually, I want to kill the mimic. Here, I'm gonna throw this.
We get it?
Ah!
It's
Coming.
Okay. I got some arrows on it. Can someone hold on to this? I'll try to get it from long range. You're mine, mimic. Ow.
But I have a buff spell, so.
Oh, this is the for barbarians.
No, I'm not here. Wait, what is it?
It looks busted, is what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it with me.
True, you might be able to like drop it off somehow or something. Ah, fuck. Zone gas is pushing. Actually, let's go the other way. Let's go the other way.
This way?
Yeah.
Oh, we're in a hurry.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there are people fighting.
Who? Huh.
Oh, fuck.
I heal you.
To reload.
Lagging.
There's a lot of people here right now.
Yeah, they're downstairs, right?
Yeah, they are.
Sladino!
Did Sunny die?
Yeah.
Fuck, okay. You wanna loot her body real quick?
Yeah,
I'll try to cover you.
bringing her stuff.
Oh my god, a mass.
Gonna give you a buff.
Bless.
Oh, he's over there?
No, they went inside the door. You see the open door? That's where they went.
Oh yeah, they busted open this door. Let's go.
They're still there.
Yeah, not worth it.
Yeah, it's not.
Alright, can still give
coming.
you a blessing.
Thank you. Close the door. Oh, we're escaped. We're escaped for now.
People were already here though.
I think it was them. Who was here. I'm just gonna walk on by. Are you healing yourself?
Did you? Oh, I see.
Any meds? Someone's here too.
Yeah, they probably spawned here. Wait, let me close this door. I have a single heal left, or... Ah, yeah, I can still...
Okay.
I think I missed. Because you moved.
Did you get yourself?
No. It was a targeted...
Here, I dropped the bandage for you though.
Thanks. Oh! I'm standing right next to the...
No. Range is kind of strong, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, actually.
Oh wait.
Get an attack bonus!
Hell yeah. Oh, there's a spawning thing. Over there.
Oh yeah, I see it. Someone, I hear someone above us.
That's inside the... Those are mobs, I
Oh,
think.
there's... Can I...
Fuck. That scared me.
Oh, I need to... Oh, yeah,
No, that's fine, that's
coming
fine.
down here. Oh dear. Yeah. There's an arrow dude upstairs. Just shot me. It's closing in, we need to move.
Yeah, it's a move. We
stay
can't
here.
get Sunny.
Sorry, Sunny.
No, you're okay.
No time like the present. Oh, they're here.
Yeah.
Friends.
I shot that guy in the head. He's pushing you. Careful. Oh my god, he one shot. I hit him in the head, but didn't do much. The other guy's low. The other guy's really low.
I won!
Nice.
Hey.
Eat this!
Take their meds. I see the HP pots. Oh my god. Snipes from afar. Snipes from afar.
Oh, he wasn't even that far. He was right next to me.
Oh. I'm gonna shout out Nightingale over here real quick. He is a great homie, one of my good friends. I used to coach him in Overwatch. Cool guy, cool pal. And you might know him as one of the actors in... I always forget the name of the show. Once Upon a Time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's great. He's a good egg. So, like, Ranger does do work, I think. Based on what I got there. Like,
I guess, yeah.
I just need to hit my shots. That's really it. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What if I do this? All right. This seems like a shotgun type of thing. A mini shotgun. Sounds kind of nice. I'll try it out.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay. I think I have a better read on
The cleric.
now.
Hmm.
It's
I
funny
think
because they can do two things at once.
Yeah. The fact that your shield, you had a shield that like actually does work though. I wonder how much like it actually mitigates.
I mean, it like if they hit the shield, I don't take any damage. But I saw that like when they both attack the shield, like both of them attack the shield once. My person was kind of flailing, so I assume
Oh, so it's like
would have either broken the shield or like thrown it away or something like that.
a temporary like your poise broke type
Yeah,
deal.
something like that.
Oh, that makes sense. That's a good way to nerf it. Because if you were like just a god at blocking where the swing was coming,
I mean,
I can see that being annoying.
It's like a good timing thing. Because
Yeah.
I realized against the... Maybe because I played Barbarian myself. But
oh my god.
it was super easy to block against them and then immediately get a hit in.
My shotgun arrow might be kind of busted. That's 5 arrows at once at close range.
Damn.
I want to try to mob. I want to try to mob now. It was dark again.
Oh yeah, we have to go the way around again. I can't hit you!
I can't. Oh, no, I can't. I hit it once. There we go.
Nice. Not just me, just jumping around like an idiot.
Ugh.
Oh, there's a bandage here.
That was me, sorry.
Oh, I see a blue potion there.
Yeah, I was just breaking stuff.
Watch it be a mimic. Watch it be a mimic.
Mimics are jump scary, like in this game.
Yeah.
Even worse than in Dark Souls, I feel like.
Invisibility.
Ooh, bandages.
I found 3 bandages in total.
Nice.
So,
Hey.
We'll
can have-
probably need them soon.
so we can have one each. Here, like
Yeah.
one for you and one for you.
Like,
Did you get one? That's it.
yeah, I got one. Did you?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Onward!
Where are you, though?
I think there's only
Oh, there's a
one
chest here.
I'll
grab this real quick.
This is storage.
Survival bow.
Alright. And let's be brave. Oh. No, we're not going this way.
Nah. Is it a big room?
And this looks like a big sewer room, yeah.
I see it. I'm bleeding to poison. Poison, it hurts me so. Gotta make sure it's not alive. Oh, it heals all of us in the area.
Gloves in there if someone wants them.
No, they actually only healed you. I heal myself because of a perk. Like, 50% of what I heal, I get for myself.
Sunny. You have to use your staff to hit it. You can bonk things with your staff.
Oh, spooters.
Take care of some of them for you.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
Can I do the big heal on myself?
Moshi mosh. Hey Ori. Long time no see. Hope you've been well.
Let's see if I can do the big heal on myself.
Oh, this is for you. There's plate plants
Oh,
for
wait,
you.
Sonny, I probably need to heal you first. Wait,
Oh.
stay
I'm
still.
doing pretty good.
Stand
Hey.
How are you doing? I'm enjoying myself.
still.
There's
See if I
loot for
can
you
do this on
here.
myself. I cannot, and I wasted it.
Savage.
Yeah,
This
I have another spell that can actually like heal myself if I don't target somebody else.
there's armor for you inside this chest.
Oh.
For Ernie.
Oh. There you go.
You're vibing? That's good. We are dungeon exploring.
Oh, circle,
Yeah.
moving, moving.
This is a lot of fun. I underestimated how much I would enjoy this game. All right.
I'm enjoying it too. Yeah. It's
Same.
We have to go straight across.
Bing.
Let's keep going. Careful, Sonny. Nice. That's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. Let's go this way.
I mean, it stopped, so we
Oh, okay, okay. We have
we
time.
have a few seconds to collect ourselves.
All right. Yeah. But it's really, really fun. I'm actually really enjoying it.
Did I just?
Oh, Sonny!
Alright, let's see.
Oh. All right.
Oh fuck.
The fireball did so much damage to me. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I got dunked on, literally.
All right then.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I thought you were a mage. It spooked me.
No.
Spiders on our left.
Yeah, there's a spawner here. Ouch.
I got a torch out so we can see the damn things. Go!
All right.
Bonk.
There's
There's a
hats
wizard
in
hat,
here.
but I don't know. I'm just gonna throw them.
Ah! Fuck me. I'm gonna try my new skill.
Yeah. Be blessed.
Huh?
You also be blessed.
Fuck.
Oh, damn.
The mimic is still here, by the way.
No, the mimic's still here.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm gonna loot Sunny's body then real quick while I try to get the mimic to do something. I know you're there. You can't hide from me, bro.
Well,
I got it. I'm gonna take care of Sunny's body then.
of course, it's Zweihander.
Nah.
Oh, there's one right here, around the corner.
Oh, perfect. I probably didn't need to loot her then.
Yeah,
I'll go grab
gotta
it.
hurry because the circle's moving in.
Wait, she said she was BRBing though.
Oh.
But
Well.
I mean, it's safe here, I think. We should play a game at some point. Still mostly playing Darktide. I have not played much Darktide, but I haven't played any Darktide. But I'd be down though. I'm not opposed to playing gaming. Do I have it? Do I have it? That's a good question. We'll see if Sunny's there.
Oh. Well.
There's a high chance Sunny might just die to spawn here. Oh my god, that did damage.
Oh, I died. I didn't pay attention. I thought I had enough health. Oh yeah, it's closing in. Just move. If you can make it out, it's probably
It'll be worth it.
better.
Yeah, I'll try to loot you real quick, see if you have anything.
Yeah, I have some valuables. They're right in front of you, by the way.
I know, I hear him.
But they also
Visibility
have
pushing,
a
right?
ranger. Oh, looks like you're.
Not invisible.
It looks like it goes away when you move.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Oh, Ernie's dead.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
revived you and you didn't come
Yeah,
back.
it's
in
unlucky.
time, so you died
Oh,
again.
shit. Oops.
It's okay.
Oh.
Oh.
It was inevitable.
Tell me.
Scared the shit out of me. Da-da-da. I don't need that. Hi.
You wanna take one of the 3 red ones?
Spring banking.
There's a trap right on the floor. You just walk past it.
Spring yet.
I'm so boned. I'm so boned. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, Ray?
Hi, Ray.
Oh my
Welcome,
fuck.
Raiders.
I'm trying to not die right now. That's my mission objective. Survive.
Oh wait, technically I'm part of the raid.
Oh yeah, true.
Wait.
Damage,
Gotcha.
damage. Do I actually have to take this stupid thing? Oh my god.
Hey raid.
Oh, I have a trap.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Just let me go. Let me go. This shit sucks. I hate this game. I'll take the portal. Do you? How many people do you have? Do you hear me?
Yeah, they're not talking to you. Oh, you got shot. Oh, you miss. Oh, they got scared. They're looking for another portal. For a blue one, probably.
I have to. Why do I have to? Oh, I'm so annoyed. I tried this game. It's tough. It's hard. It's so hard. Hey, Neo. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Ray. What are you up to? You doing art? Nice. Matt Metalman, hello. Psycho, hello. How are you? I hope you guys are having a fantastic night. And Ori, definitely we should play sometime. Yester, hello. Artemis Force, I hate the red portal. The red portal hates me. Where's the blue portals? Oh my god, I have all this loot that I want to take out, but I can't. It's so chalked. Art all the way. I felt
believe
that.
You.
I have to find a way out. How am I gonna find it?
Spawn at the perfect location.
Surely I spawn in the perfect location. I have to like play like a rat now. Oh my god, it's a stone door.
I feel like you're the only person on this floor anyway.
I might be.
You're a little loot goblin. You know that?
I am. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is this red portal bullshit? I'm so sorry.
Well, that worked out well. Oh yeah, you were the last person.
God damn it.
So
They
the others
didn't let
did
me
not make
go.
it. But they didn't make it either.
Well, that was fun. That was stressful. I'm level 5 now. Let's go. But this game is really fun. I actually quite enjoyed this game.
It is.
It's very fun.
Doobie.
Okay.
Just the right amount of ruthless.
Oh, I thought you had like an actual red portal emote for a second. I was like, what the hell is that? How did you? Art, what were you drawing, Ray? Do we shout out Ray? I hope we did.
I don't know.
I think they got 2 shoutouts.
I'm gonna shout out Ray again.
Neo
Ray's a
did.
homie. I love Ray.
Oh, they got
Neo did
3
shout out?
Oh,
Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, Neo. I appreciate that. We got the portals. We got the potions. Wait. That's little two on the nose.
Yeah.
Is that actually?
Definitely made for the game.
Yeah, I think it is. What's up, Artemis? How are you doing? That was a chaotic run in general. Holy fucking shit! It just
But it was
pure
the same
chaos.
again. Like we ran, like well, not we because I died in the end, but like there was only one portal to get out, and to actually get out, and too many people who wanted to have that.
Yeah. It was really chaotic, honestly. Get shouted out again? Yeah, get it again. Easy peasy. I made Gremlin, redeem art, and then you did some commission work. I was watching your stream. Well, I mean, you know I was watching your stream. I was watching your stream yesterday, and I saw the art you were doing for just like in general, like the sketches you were doing. That was really, really fun to watch. Reminded me of some of the stuff you've done for me. Thank you, Neo. Get 4 shoutouts. That was the first part of Gremlin art. Yeah. So that's when it started. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, I gotcha.
Oh.
Yes.
Lovely. So lovely that I want to leave immediately.
Oh god, this seems like a hellhole. How am I supposed to walk over here, bro?
There's so many spider webs.
Artemis.
Come over here.
Something peculiar would happen.
It's a loot
How
cave,
strange.
and I
What did you
see
do?
potions.
Anyways,
Welcome, stranger. I'm here. I'm here to help. I missed. Fireball. Shotgun.
That almost got me.
I'm not motivated to play some D&D. You got D&D tonight? I hope it goes amazingly well.
All right.
My name is Legolas, and I miss all my shots.
As one does.
I grabbed some stuff. I didn't grab everything. I just grabbed some stuff. They cost 1,000 art tiers and are on my redeems, Neo. Oh yeah, Neo is always in need of gremlins. That is true. This better not be a mimic. Anyone hurt? I got a band-aid.
Yeah. No need.
Yeah,
No need. I have just the right thing.
I know the right thing.
So where's Sunny? There you
There
are.
she is.
Yeah.
But I can just pay you. I mean, Sunny said, not Sunny, Ray said they did commission art as well. So I kind of like this, the fast shooting and the shotgun shooting if I need to, and it reloads my ammo count. I've noticed, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
mean,
But
you
thank
have
you for the follow, Artemis.
Unlimited ammo, as in R2.
Yeah, I know, but like when I use my skill, it resets my ammo to like full again instead of reloading.
So we good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yes.
Lead
In
us.
that case, where do we go? Haha.
He's selling me out like that. I got you.
Oh, this is.
You know me.
No, we're going this way because last time I went this way as a barbarian and didn't end well.
Yeah, I'm gonna break some of these.
Oh, there are enemies here. Oh yeah, I see people shooting with an arrow and stuff like that. So we might... Wait, I can probably buff you.
Okay. We'll try to go crazy. We'll try to go crazy.
Enjoy. You too.
Ah! Ah! Wait, I'm stuck! I need someone to bonk the spiders for me.
Like this?
Yeah, like that.
Oh,
Someone got bonked in the head.
yeah, that was me.
Okay, we got it. Man, no, seriously, thank you for the follow, Artemis. I really appreciate that. You're doing well. Enjoy your D&D. Are you doing your D&D tonight? And I gotta sell you up, right? I gotta. You should be careful using that spell up close,
Yeah,
Sonny.
Yeah, I know.
don't use fireball, like... Hitsu, no!
I got it. There's one behind you, Sonny.
The urn is still somewhere.
You have to find the
That's
urn.
issue. Oh, the spawner is right here. Well.
That's awkward. Yeah, I'll loot her thing and I'll grab the soul.
I'm not any kind of mage, Ray. I am a cleric.
That's a magic mage. Careful.
Haha, he hit him.
I did the same thing it did. That's what he did. Oof.
5 potions of
Sheesh.
healing. Nice.
I got him.
Hold up.
This game is really fun though. I'm late. Get auto raid. Oh my god. Yeah, he's a cleric. I hope this never ends. Honestly, this is so fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I could actually see me playing this casually for fun. It's so much fun. Sure, there's a spawner or something around here, right? It seems like a room for spawner.
I mean, I destroyed one of them.
I mean, like a respawner.
Oh, I found, I think, a campfire? Yeah. We don't need it yet, but... Oh. Someone here.
Someone?
Yeah, it's a
What is
mage.
this?
Mage enemy.
I have a campfire kit as well. Oh, nice.
It's a mage enemy to the right of us.
I see. I hit him once in the head. Hit him twice in the head. Hit him 3 times in the head. Hit him 4 times. Nope, he blocked. 5 times in the head. I got my physical avatar RPG stuff for... Oh, nice. Oh, God. I was supposed to do the thing.
He was charging.
I love how you slammed the spider with your staff on it. That's the best mage. If a mage can't use the staff, you gotta bonk people sometimes. Get the job done.
There's a blue potion here.
Let me organize my inventory a little bit. Okay. Potion. Whew.
I hear spiders skittering. Oh yeah. Over there.
I hear someone running. You hear that running?
I mean, yeah, I heard it too, like a while before. I mean, this door is open. So, someone must have spawned here.
I think they're on the right.
There. Yeah, because... Yeah, someone spawned in here.
We should dip then. Try to find a spot for Sunny. Get the job done, Hitsu? I'll try. It's hard though.
I mean, I have a lot of loot.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Upstairs? Oh no, at the door over there. There's someone else. I'm giving you a blessing.
He's solo. Did you get him? You got him.
Yeah, there are 2 more though.
Lucky. them all. He's just the filthy mage. Stinking mage. Stinking mage. Or not mage.
Ranger.
Ranger. Bonk his head. But no, this game is really fun. If anyone wants to play Friend, it's basically like Escape from Tarkov, but elements of RPG type vibes, you know? You got a mage, you got a cleric, you got fucking barbarians and archers doing crazy shit. Oh, that's a lockpick.
I mean,
Do you see the lockpick on the table?
like there?
It was on the other side. There's one.
Yeah.
I'm not trashing on my mage. Oh, perfect. Perfect. He gets out. He lives. Ernie lives.
Hey.
Someone made it.
Goodbye, world.
Well, you could have.
Already.
You probably could have looted the bodies though.
Yeah, I don't know if there was still somebody there.
That's valid. Oh, I didn't mean to keep spectating. Get me out. Ranger does a lot, actually. I kind of like Ranger.
I have stuff.
Ooh. But no, mages, they just bonk on the head, and that's all you need. Who needs spells when you can just bonk on the head?
So true.
Yeah, just bonk them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Sunny's playing a wizard. I'm playing the ranger, and Ernie, 11 apples a day, keeps the doctors away. He's playing cleric. I think earlier I was wizard, Sunny was rogue, and Ernie was a barbarian earlier.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was.
But didn't make it out.
Oh, I spawned with a campfire kit.
You spawn with one?
I think. I can't remove it to my stash.
Wow.
Interesting.
So we can all heal together if we ever need to.
Hey.
I just now noticed.
So
That probably would have helped just a wee bit.
just a tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit.
I made 75 gold. I'm rich.
You're balling. 75 gold is so much. I used to save them and then hand one to my friend later. Oh? The campfire kits?
I mean, yeah, you can drop them in, like, within the raid, but not
Oh,
outside of it.
that makes sense. But no, I definitely recommend this. Currently it's a demo. People can play right now, and it's fun. It's great.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's actually really fun. The fucking mimics, when the mimics show up and you're looting a box, oh my god, that's a jump scare waiting to happen. I fucking hate mimics.
You love them.
I love them, but I hate them. They're great though.
I have a little bit of self-heal and protection.
Okay.
I have 2 blue potions, a red potion, a bandage, and, well, that's it.
I'm just chilling. The arrows, the shotgun arrow didn't do as much damage as I thought it would, but I don't know. I shot 5 into him, and I guess maybe I didn't hit all 5 in the head.
I think if you don't hit them in the head, it just doesn't deal as much damage.
That's valid.
Because I also hit him 3 times in the head with the mace. And the important part is you can pet the dog.
Yeah, you can pet the dog in this game. Okay. If you guys stay here long enough, I'll show you guys that we can pet the dogs. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it's amazing. 2 a.m. Good night for me. Oh no, Ray, get some sleep. Get some sleep.
God dang it.
Go get rest. That means it's late for Ernie too.
Yeah, I might just play this round and then go to bed.
Oh.
Yeah, that's valid. It's late. Ooh, piece of candy.
Wee. The healing potion.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
fuck.
Have you used the magic missiles yet, Sunny?
What?
Have you used the magic missiles, the different spell?
Not yet. I don't think.
Oh. The magic
Immediately
missile,
does
it's the one awkward one that you have to stand still and then it shoots like 12 bolts or something.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I tried to use it earlier, and it was a little bit funky.
Weird. Yeah, but if you have to stand still completely. That's the one caveat. You can move your cursor, but you can't like move.
Careful. It's... Oh, he found another friend.
Yeah, he did. The dog is the dev's friend's dog IRL. Oh, that's awesome. Actually.
Cute. Ah. Stinky cloud.
Oh, I gotta be careful. I might accidentally shoot one of you guys in the head. Okay.
Eat this.
Cool
Someone
beans.
shoot arrows? Oh yeah.
Where?
Yeah, from the left, like from the big room.
Oh, I see him.
Wait, I got this. I can give you a blessing.
Thank you.
Cloud behind you, Rennie.
Yeah,
Is it a skeleton?
it might be the skeleton.
Okay, I thought it was a person for a second. Be careful, Sonny.
I realized
I
there's some
got
here as
you.
well.
Like this.
What is that?
That's a speed shrine.
Oh.
Oh, someone's shooting. Well, it's still the same dude.
How do you get in though?
Good question.
The fact that it's the dog's friend's actual, or the dev's friend's dog is so cool to me.
If we can't get in, might as well just leave.
I don't think we can. I think it's gonna like go below or something. Oh, a chest. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Thank you.
Bonk. Well, let's open this door then.
Gotcha. I can loot you from across. Survivable.
Oh, that's a
Cringe.
big room, and that's the evil room we spawned in the beginning, like our first round together.
Oh, this is the spooky one. Oh yeah, there's a strong skeleton. You can't move when you use that, Sunny.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Oh, behind us!
Oh, a team. It's a team.
Oh, I'm dead.
Fucking hell. You know what this is?
Oh my fucking god, man. Oh, the stress.
So many headshots.
I know. That hit me.
Might just be the helmets.
Probably is the helmet. Ah! Oh, fuck.
Look,
I felt like I
you've
had
been
to
in there for so long. The buff respawned.
That's so nice. Oh, this has strong weapons. No fucking wonder. Strong weapons for a barbarian, specifically.
Surprise.
Mm.
Well, there's only one. Well, only one escape, so. That'll do.
That'll work. Axe trap got me. Oh my god.
Are they still alive? Oh yeah, Hugspec.
I think they lived.
Alive.
Yeah, I think they lived. Mid combat, and then we got ganked.
Oh well. The game give it, the game take it.
The game ticket.
Sure did.
But that was a lot of fun.
No, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'll probably keep going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, sure.
But
I'll still
that.
play if you're gonna still be playing.
I know Ernie needs to get sleep though.
That means if somebody of you wants to play, now's your chance because I'm leaving.
True, if anyone wants to hop on, this is the time.
So thank you for playing with me. It was a lot of
Too,
fun.
Ernie.
It was a lot of fun. We should play more some other time. Because
We definitely should.
this is a lot of fun.
While this playtest lasts.
Yeah. Which server am I on? We are on US East Virginia.
But don't worry. Even if you were on, if you're coming from Europe, you can still play just fine on there.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I just now thought about that. I didn't even think about it.
You just have the occasional rubber banding. But that's it.
East Virginia. West Virginia. Mountain Mama.
Server shouldn't actually matter because, like, the moment you invite somebody, you queue into the same server.
Australians.
And then
Oh,
invite-
that's unlucky.
Oh.
Artemis is from Australia.
Oh, Australia, I don't know, but technically.
Oh,
it's
strange.
still, like,
Anyways,
Work
welcome,
just fine.
stranger. They're saying they can't because Australians aren't allowed to play on US servers at all,
That
oh.
sucks.
which is kind of
That's
interesting.
weird.
That's weird. But it sucks. I'm sorry. I would have been so down to play with you. Zombie Fried, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Did you come in with Ray's raid?
Last time. Thank you for playing with me.
That's valid.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
No, go get sleep. Oyasumi.
Bye bye.
Yeah, Ray raid. Ray's great. Oh, they switched to a different server. I mean, I wouldn't be
Okay.
opposed. Source plate of Aussies with a yank hosting. Oh god, that must be so bad. I mean, if it's that, I mean, I guess it's literally opposite ends of the earth. That's quite valid. I get it. I understand. But yeah, if anyone wants to play right now, that can play in the servers, just let us know and we'll send you in real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I want to take a look at my perks properly. Spear? I can use a spear? That's kind of crazy. Trap expert installation time decreases drastically when installing trap type items. Damn, so that skeleton guy was just straight up kicking ass.
Yeah.
He was so tanky.
Big scary guy.
I feel like you just missed something. Oh no, I see.
Oh.
You can't because of the lag. I was like in the chat. I thought I missed something, but I just
Okay.
it was like 2 different comments, but said the same thing. Okay, bless. I'm not crazy. Bless. But in the meantime, I guess, do you want to ready up? And then we can
Yeah. Sounds good.
go for another until someone wants to hop in and play.
Question, Hitsu, how do you get the thing on your stream with like the Discord icon things?
Ooh,
What is that called?
I do not remember. I know who sent it to me, so I'm just gonna look them up real quick.
Okay.
And I'll send you the.
It's cool.
It's just a browser source. That's all it is.
Okay.
Which is pretty fucking cool, if you ask me.
That's pretty cool.
All right. I am looking for Sunny. Sunny's over here.
Sunny vods.
There you go. It's that link, and then you can change like your icon in there as well. So you can. What I have is I have the Hitsu Megane, where he's like putting the glasses on without a smile, and then when I talk, my mouth opens. So it's kind of neat. I like it. Yeah, that one. And there's like another version of it where I'm like smirking. Speaking of Ray, by the way, Ray made a lot of those emotes. Ray made up a lot of our emotes. Ray's pretty fire.
Lovely emotes.
Yeah, Ray's great.
Good egg.
Very good egg. Isn't there a dude named Lars that's like an archer? Oh, the dog. I'm showing you how.
Doggy.
Yeah, look, I can pet. I can pet the dog. It's amazing.
It's so cute.
Oh, look at the eyes. Auto is fantastic. Like the fact that they let you do this at all is so cool. This is why it's best game. This right here is why this is peak. Peak game content. I hear you, random stranger. Hello. Enjoy your days, my friends.
Do you have voice chat on for game, or you just?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
That's why I tried to talk to that one person earlier to see if they would let me go, but instead they shot at me. You can do proximity chat in this. I feel like if you had your mic always on though,
Yeah.
it's kind of an int. But it's also kind of fun though, role playing. Like you could definitely role play in this game.
Yeah.
Which is another cool thing about it. Like in Tarkov, you can't. Not really.
Yeah, it's good fun. I'm enjoying it.
Definitely good fun.
Aim for the head. Headshots do extra damage. Thanks, loading screen, for that. What the fuck?
We're in the very corner. I've never seen this place in the map before. So
Yeah. Oh,
this is
oh, fucking lag.
oh boy. My first thought is oh boy.
Oh!
You get hit by something?
What up there? Yeah.
The enemy or a person?
Enemy, I think.
There's 2 skeletons behind you. I missed all 3 shots. Sunny, you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, I know. I fucked up.
The magic missile thing is your highest DPS skill.
Okay. Good to
But that's the one that like makes you stand still though. Or you have to stand still, otherwise you cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm almost dead. I keep missing.
Hey, right in the eye.
Whew.
Nice.
That was wild. Okay. Let's see if I can try to bring you back. Though, knowing how low my HP is, probably not.
Possibly. But probably not. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic.
I'm so scared of mimics. I'm so scared.
Yeah, they fucking jump scare.
They really are. They're so creepy.
I hear something.
Still hear stuff moving. I think it's upstairs. Please give me meds. It's only loot. Oh, I see a skeleton over there. Fuck.
Nope.
Fuck. This one lets me heal though, at least. So it kind of counts. Full HP? Oh, that's nice.
Hey,
Okay, so that's always full HP. That's good to know.
that's lucky.
Very. God, it's one of these. But yeah, when I use one of my skills, it resets my ammo, which is kind of nice.
That's cool.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm scared, but I also believe. What did that do? Oh my god. Spider galores. Okay. Was on my ass. Oh my god. A Dorcas. Ahoy, ahoy, you dork.
Hello.
Oh wait. You hurt. I got a secondary. It's kind of nice. I can't pick it. Okay. How are you doing, Koi? What's going on? Killed one. Come on! Work out for me! Oh, I was trying to get him. That was so close. I want to see how much damage I did to them. Oh, they were kind of hurt.
Hey.
How spooky. I love that I killed someone like instantly though with the shotgun thing. So that is actually viable. That's unironically viable. I like that.
I kind of want to try Archer, to be honest.
Archer's pretty fun. Go for it.
Create character. Ranger. Oh, what should I call this one?
Good luck.
I got it. It's weird that you have to like use
Come up with names.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish you could just use this.
The same.
Like, yeah. But it's for the sake of roleplay. Each character has their own name, I suppose.
That's true.
Boom, boom, boom.
You start with 2 bows, okay. Oh, they're the same. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
My
I
perks.
want to mess with my perks a little bit. I tried the shotgun. I haven't tried the crossbow perk yet.
Skills.
I'm not sure how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of curious though.
Mm-hmm.
Do I spawn with a crossbow though? I don't think I spawned with a crossbow.
I was
Right?
just 2 bows, because the ones I have are 2 of the same bow.
Yeah. I think that's good if I had a crossbow already, but like probably not worth it if I don't have it.
Nah.
Okay, so I'll do that. Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, I'm just looking through my perks quickly. I'll try the sharpshooter one. That seems good.
Yeah, the headshot.
Yeah. Alright, I'm ready.
Boom, boom, boom,
Bum,
boom, boom, boom.
bum, bum.
Oh, I've been queuing up specifically for the Forgotten Castle. There's other stuff. Like
I
there's
was
the
wondering.
Goblin Caves and there's the Forgotten Castle. So there's actually 3 different maps.
I was wondering if there were other maps. Yeah.
One of them requires 100 gold to go into.
Oh.
It's like an entrance fee.
Uh-huh. What's the other one? The goblin thing?
The Goblin Caves is normal and the Forgotten Castle is normal. Like it's just
Okay.
free to go in.
Right.
I didn't realize that was an option.
Hmm.
This game is so much fun. Like there's so much to it that I'm not expecting any of it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially for a game that's still in alpha.
Yeah. Kind of mind blowing, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I wonder if Bidoof would enjoy this game.
You probably would, to be honest.
I feel like
Mm-hmm.
he's a big dork. He would definitely enjoy this. I need to go pet the doggo.
The doggo.
Pet the doggo. Did this guy just try to shoot the doggo? Nah, it's over for you, bro. Oh, okay.
Hey guys, I'm gonna kill all of you. All of you are going to die, bro. No one's gonna survive.
What do they say?
Hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, I'm gonna kill all of you. None of you guys are gonna survive.
Hey guys.
So I guess I can test my damage here. I didn't realize this.
Oops.
Ow. That guy bonked me.
Same. Just trying to pet the dog.
Attacks to the limbs do the least damage. So there's 3 different maps of this. One's really hard. There's this one. And then they all have red portals, I'm assuming. So that's like 3 separate extra more difficult. So technically there's like 6 maps.
That's a lot. Oh, it's fucking pitch black again. Oh.
Hello.
Let me make sure I have... Oh yeah, I have it on push. Oh, okay.
We are archers by trade.
Eek.
Didn't it?
What's the point?
I see a thing on the ground. I'm gonna shoot it. Oh, it's a red skeleton. Be careful. It's fast. Sheesh. I need to shotgun you real quick. Alright, got him.
Hey,
Arming sword. Nice.
don't be a mimic, don't... Thank God.
Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic.
Don't be a mimic, don't be a mimic.
The classic.
Do be like that.
Didn't work. Oof.
Yeah. A moment of panic there.
Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. There's a spider here.
Hey, good job.
Yeah, Ranger's really fun. I like Ranger.
What's that?
Ah! It's always the mimic! Fuck you, mimic!
Spider behind as well. Fuck. Bastards.
Hiya! Oh, if you're a magician, there's magic pen. I found magic pen pants inside the mimic.
Nice.
Ah, fuck. Let's try to break the spawner. I broke it. But they're still coming.
Nice, good job. Yeah.
Ow! Oh, bless. It's stressful.
Very stressful. There's boots over here if you want.
I am footless. I'm showing my feet right now to the world. Ah! Another fucking mimic! God damn it! 2 mimics in a row!
Again. Bastard.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Bless. I suppose I can wear some boots.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to backtrack that. I want to actually backtrack that. That might be worthwhile. The 2 mimics back to back. Alright, I hit the command. Oh. Oh, there's a strong skeleton in here. Careful.
Red one, yeah.
I'm gonna try to shotgun him. Okay. Good damage.
Got him in the booty. Oi.
Your booty is gone. Wingardium, your ass is gone. Oh my fuck!
Another one? What the fuck?
Hecking mimics. Jesus, jump scares. I hate mimics. I actually hate these fucking mimics. It's still just chilling there. There we go. I finally died.
Oh my god.
Crossbow though. Cool. I can finally use a crossbow.
Nice. Good job. There's some gold
God,
in
the
skeleton
fucking-
if you want the other.
Fucking nightmare. I'm gonna type backtrack. Ooh.
Huh?
There we go. Oof. Okay. We go forward, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, fuck that hurt.
Sorry, Hitsu.
It's okay. I'm getting lit up.
Scary boy over here.
He's the firebomb.
Fuck. Stuck. I'm stuck.
Okay. Oh,
I have a potion if you need it.
thank you.
How do I draw?
Just throw it out of your inventory.
Oh, right. There you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So I'm check if the backtracks work. They did. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I love that. Oh, the zone's pushing in.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm heading out, I suppose.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
You got it, Sonny.
Hey.
Okay, I actually have an idea.
Yeah?
Did you hear someone open something?
I heard something. I didn't see anything.
I heard something too.
Hmm.
Just lets me heal.
Okay.
Oh, heals you too. Nice.
Yeah.
Do you have one? You might have one.
Possibly.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I do. Okay.
Breaking some shit. Oh, there's one of these guys. Nice.
He's got some gold and invisibility.
Nice. Oh, that just explodes.
Fog is
Yeah.
right on the other side.
Oh, we gotta go. I'm gonna go this way. I don't want to go in the big area.
Wait, no, the fog is that way.
No, you just take
Oh,
a left
never
here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. We'll leave. You guys go the other way. Oh my god.
Fuck.
Fuck. Oh my god. The only downside is they get the people that zoom, that run fast.
Yeah.
As soon as they showed up,
That
it was
was-
over.
Yeah. Well, we tried.
I tried to say something to them.
Yeah, I heard. They didn't listen.
No, they're like, why leave when I can just kill? I want to try the Goblin Caves map. I haven't seen this one yet.
Yeah.
Oh, solo adventures only. Never mind.
Oh, sad.
Okay, that's fair. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see one of these clips. I'll mute myself because I don't want to hear my voice.
Mood. Just push talk work if I do that.
I heard you for a second.
Like in game as well? There?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's almost 8. What the fuck?
Time flies when you're dungeoning.
Yeah?
I wanted to play Life is Strange today, but this beta was here and I was like, this looks kind of fun. I gotta.
Be fun. I didn't even know this game existed before today.
Honestly, I wouldn't have known about its existence either if someone didn't mention it to me.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
it's quite impressive though. For like a small game, I will say it's
Yeah.
rather impressive.
Yeah, I like it.
Mm. The Spud Hunter. That was the emote earlier that I just saw who was the #1 escape artist in this game. And their name is Spud Hunter.
Oh. Was that the
So that
one
makes
from
sense.
last match? Or
No, it wasn't last match. It was just someone was using the Spud Hunter's emotes in the chat earlier. And I was like, oh, now I see. And there's also Spud Hunter solo in #3 for veteran adventurer. No, the Spud Hunter goes kind of crazy actually. He's in three of these lists.
Mm-hmm.
5 treasure, #5 in treasure collector.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, there's wizard, rogue, ranger, fighter, cleric, and barbarian.
They're live right now, actually.
Are they actually?
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/the Spud Hunter. I want to see this. Solo 100% high roller lobbies. He's doing high rolls. Oh, wow. Couldn't be me. Wait, the way his arrows got so fast. Damn. But I guess that's what happens when you have loot.
True.
When you actually have proper loot. Ooh, the queue time slowed down a little bit. Or is it because we don't have 3 anymore?
That's probably why, yeah.
I'm watching a stream right now and it's still equally dark. Wait, is he in the red room? I think he's in the red room.
I think so, yeah. Looks like it. It's got a mimic.
Wait, he killed the mimic in 3 shots? Holy
Yes,
damage. See. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
The more you know.
Mm-hmm.
What actually happens? And is it the red? The way it looks like, though, I'm not sure if it's a different room or not.
Yeah,
'Cause it looks like-
know.
Or a different map. I think the red area might just be a hard. Maybe it's like a raid boss type thing. Last second raid boss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's some dystopian horror. What the fuck is that I just saw?
Oh.
Intriguing.
Doggy.
Instead, I would go pet the dog. Oh,
So cute.
I love it. It's so great, honestly.
It is.
What a great addition.
It's very good.
What does my knowledge do? What does resourcefulness do?
I was trying to stab the dog.
Oh, wait, who was that? Who was trying to stab the dog?
Listen.
You live no longer, friend. How dare he?
I know, right?
Is the one running away in the far corner? I remember that stinky face anyway. Is this one? The audacity. I can't believe you stabbed the dog. Okay, you must aim your shield to block. So you do actually have to aim. Look up to block a downward slash.
Right.
Huh. Ah, yes. The spooky areas.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, teamwork.
Hey. Good job. Oh, he's got a sword.
Can you use it?
Oh yeah, second weapon slot.
Very nice.
Wings.
Hi, how are you, Queen? What's going on? I'm just shooting to shoot. But can I even open this? I can open it. Alright. This guy is mine! Oh, there's 3! Or 2.
Oh, fuck.
I got this one. I've been trying to make it. It's been a while. Life's kicking your ass? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, life isn't going too crazy. Okay, nice.
He's got some pants.
We like pants.
We sure do. Oh, there's another one over here.
Is it far? Oh, fuck me! I hate these mimics! Oh my god. Ah! I'm sorry. I'm gonna shotgun this up close. Revenge!
Hey.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, there's a zombie over here. Sorry.
Okay. But I'm excited that they're like, there's Game Boy games for my Switch. Wait, they're bringing out Game Boy games for your Switch? That's kind of cool. Oh, there's the little traps again.
Yeah.
I did not watch the Nintendo Direct. No, I was playing this game all day. Someone suggested I did, but I did not. He's a warden outfit. What did that do? Wow, I look tankier. Ooh.
Hey.
Oh my god!
Fucking hell, I knew it. I knew it.
Go team. Crossbow. You want to try it?
Sure.
This. Please don't be a mimic. It's all kinds of stuff that happen when you get a chance to find it on YouTube. Is there any like cool stuff that happened? Like, I mean, there's like, I guess a lot of cool things that happened.
What?
I'm gonna break this real quick.
I saw something over here. Oh, it's dead. Never mind. Should we do a campfire? We're both gonna allow.
I'm done.
Alright.
Be a mimic. Where is it? Did you place the campfire down?
How do you set it up actually?
You have to pull it out and then just aim it on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, it's just
But I'm
like-
sure Twitter or someone's gonna leak details by the end of the day. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm hydrated. I'm not full, but I'm hydrated. Oh, you dropped on the
Does
ground.
that- Yeah, I know. How do you...
Let's see. I'm making it right now.
I get you.
I hear sounds outside. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it as well.
But I'm sorry that things have been rough recently, Queen. I hope things get better for you soon. Then I'll place mine down. Not bad healing. And I think it heals like 3 people at once.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm fully reloaded. Bet. It's really where to go next. This is where the strong skeleton guy is. Oh god, I don't want to go that way.
Oh shit, yeah.
I'm not good enough for that. This on the ground. Drop that as well. I'm gonna mess my inventory for a second to make it a bit more organized.
Okay. You take your time.
Okay. Someone was here.
Yeah, definitely.
I hear their footsteps actually. Thought?
I heard some.
Oh, God. You scared me. They dropped their torch here. There's a healing thing over there.
Uh-huh.
Guess I'm just waiting for an escape portal now, honestly.
Same.
It's all fun and torture and war. I felt that.
Uh-huh.
Can I not break this? It's not. Silent.
Oh, thank God.
Wait. I keep seeing things. I'm fucking hallucinating.
Sorry.
A portal did spawn. I wasn't crazy. Okay. You want to work on the portal? Yeah. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 though. I think there's only 1. I think it's a 1-person portal.
Not sure.
Yeah, it's a 1-person portal. I have to find another one.
Hey. Can you get through it as well or no?
No, I have to find another one. Which is fine, I hope.
Yeah.
The floor is lava? Yeah, it is. Oh, I'm so spooked. I saw a red portal. Oh, I see a blue portal. Come on, man. I just want to go, dude. I just want to leave.
See, there's one. Ah.
The one there's one that spawned in the room right beforehand too. It just spawned as I entered. That's so lame.
That was unfortunate. I have shit now though, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm glad you got shit.
Yeah,
You're still level 1 after getting out? Nani?
I guess so. That's stinky.
Wonder how it works. I actually have
Oh.
no idea how it works because you were killing stuff too.
Yeah. I don't know.
Boom, boom. But yeah, the floor was definitely lava. But you know what else was lava? An axe to my face. Oh, I lost all the stuff I wanted to bring. Oh, lame. It's okay though.
Oh, do be like that?
I've not escaped once with the ranger. I've escaped with the wizard at least twice now.
Yeah, I escaped once total so far. I think
So-
that might have been my last one.
That was your last one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I might do that solo map then. I'm kind of curious.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for the games, though. That was good fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a good time.
Same.
Now I gotta see how the goblins are.
Yeah, I'll see you later. I'll probably lurk and stream for
Alright.
a while.
That sounds good. You take care. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Bye.
Appreciate you too.
Bye, 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 bye. And so we go in alone into the dark, all by myself. Huh. 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 No, I had a lot of fun. Don't worry, Sonny. It was a blast. Thank you for playing with me. And then there was one dork. One dork. That's all there is. All right, let's see if the map actually changed. Like the mobs changed. I'm curious if the mobs changed as well. All right. Well, first thing I've noticed is that the map did change. You know, the first thing I thought about, I'm thinking about Goblin Slayer. Oh my fucking god! I instantly just thought about Goblin Slayer. Oh my god, they're actual goblins! And he fucking hurts, dude. And they hurt. I'm literally out here bleeding. I see your silhouette, and I'm shooting the silhouette. Strafing, baby! Get strafed on! Nerd! Oh, I thought he would have died from that. Fuck! So, queue up fast so me, Curse, and Derek can pull up on you? I'm playing the solo match right now. In solo mode. Can I join you? I'm a level 6 Barb. I'm done. I'm just chilling. So, goblins hurt. First of all.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Thank you for the follow, bro.
Why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar.
What's your name in the game?
How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Boom, 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 boom. I just lost my everything. Koei 30. I'm down for Discord, but I kind of want to try the proximity chat. I haven't really messed around with it too much. Let me add you. There you are. Yeah, I know that it is kind of, yeah, that is true. That is true. But here, let me join VC. I'll join this one. Hello.
Hello, is this Hitsuga?
Yeah. How are you?
What's man? I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. This game is honestly really fucking fun.
Yeah, it is. But so frustrating.
It's equally frustrating, yeah, but it's fun. All right,
I'm ready.
queuing in.
Have you made it out of a match yet?
I've made it out officially 2 or 3 places as a wizard, never as a ranger. I have not escaped yet as a ranger.
I hit hard as a barbarian, and I have fears.
Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I know I to shoot things. That's about it.
Just don't shoot me.
Yeah, I'll do my best not to hit you. But the game is really fun, though. I'm quite enjoying it.
May I ask?
I live in Nebraska, middle of nowhere.
Oh, I'm in Newfoundland, Canada.
Nice. Hey, yo, what's up, Hitsuga? Hey, what's up, Flannel? How are you? Sunny said welcome in, by the way, in chat. I'm not sure if you caught it.
Thank you.
Don't be like me and accidentally fireball everyone, including yourself. Yeah, Sunny's fireballs were, let's say they did damage.
Dude, you don't even understand. Like, I was playing Wizard last playtest, and
Uh-huh.
I didn't know Chain Lightning chained 5 times. So I used it on a group of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it killed all 3 of them, but it also killed 2 of my teammates.
Oh, no, you just killed everyone.
Like, what the fuck, dude? This is no damage. They were full health. I was fully geared too.
Wow. That's kind of chaotic.
I just one-shot 5 people. And
I do like Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning does a lot of damage, but...
Yeah, like, as a recompense, like, I had to
Mhm.
grab all my loot and grab their loot, you know?
Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. That's how it's fair to use lightning, to be honest.
Yeah.
I get that. But the fireball also does AoE damage. And someone was using that on us, like, right next to us.
Fireball sucks. Like, Chain Lightning solo is so good.
I might, yeah, I feel like I should run that.
You're, like, this far away from them, from me to you,
Mm-hmm.
it's fine. But as soon as you get up this close, it hits you.
It hits
It'll
instantly.
It'll hit them, 4 other people, or 3 other people, and then it'll chain back to you.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god.
What's up, nerd? Hey, Storm. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. And how was English? You had English, like,
Shoot me.
class? Hello.
Ah, shit.
Ah! It's training mode. Ah! Shotgun.
I'm dead.
This isn't true colors. You're right. It's not. Ding.
That would have killed me right there. That shotgun.
The shotgun is kind of nice because
Who are you shooting at, huh?
not you.
Come here, bitch.
No.
In that room.
No.
Now you're screwed. Try to get out.
I can only get out by murder.
No!
It was a long class. Professor spent 40 minutes reiterating on a Zoom call. I wanted to, oh god, that sounds awful. I hate it when professors do that. Or when they just read off of a slide for ever. There's been a while since I went to university, but like I remember how annoyed I was. This isn't true colors. I know. This game is just so fun. I couldn't help it.
I went to Duke.
You went to Duke? You're nuts.
Yep.
Oh, I have to reload. Got him. This guy has a helmet. Are you? No, you're a barbarian, right?
For you. Yeah. Recurve bone the skeleton over there.
Does this one do more damage? It does. I'll take it. Hitsu's newest obsession, Dark and Darker, it really is. You got me into fucking TFT, and then now I'm playing this. Look what you've done to me.
Trap here, hunting trap.
Ooh, I'll take that. Just grabbing everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you the best room to loot. Okay.
All right. I'm done.
Follow me. Wrong way. This way. You can get so much loot solo in this run.
I grabbed a helmet for a barbarian.
Is it green?
It's white. It has 23 armor reduction though. Oh, that's so nice actually. I like that fear.
Yep. Is the helmet green or blue or anything?
It was just default. It's default.
Okay.
I'll throw on the ground then.
I'll take that.
Want a shield? You don't use shields.
No. Let's get to the
Of course
other
you're
side
not
of it.
sorry. Kame. Oh, what the hell?
That's a bit hard. That's a red spider.
Can't even see it. I got it. There's more. There's probably a spawner in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm reloading, you dickhead.
Just two more.
How are you doing, Kame? What's going on? You living a good life?
Spawner.
Okay.
Okay, they're dead. Loot up.
Let's see what's in here.
On the shelves.
Yeah, I see a trap. Visibility potion.
Yep.
Okay, I have a question about the potion actually.
Yeah.
When I use it, if I move, does it go away?
Which potion?
The invisibility potion.
Yeah, if you move, it goes away.
Okay. How do I get up there?
Hmm?
I see a ruby. Can I shoot it?
Watch. Got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Bandage, campfire, hunting trap. Silver coins aren't worth picking up, by the way.
Oh, they aren't?
No. Okay, follow me.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm coming.
To the circle.
Leave me.
Okay, where is it? It's this way. Oh, you want to do the hidden room?
No, that's fine. I was just checking it. It's already open.
Yeah.
I think we're already there.
Yeah, this way.
Can you get the ores? Is that a thing? Oh, I didn't see that.
Ah,
Got him.
you need a pickaxe for the ores.
Oh, fuck off.
Ooh, that's close. I hear people. It's on you. I hear people. It's on the other side of this door.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Found some good shit.
Yeah. Here, come here, come here.
I'm here.
Oh, I see you.
Okay.
Down here is kind of rippy. I'll get the spider.
Hold up.
Có cơm với trứng nè.
Okay.
Nó sai sai không?
I will be. Maybe. It won't fire. Going okay.
Is that you? You throw a
Okay.
bottle at me.
Cam là đồ trứng.
Yeah, okay. Fine.
Chìa khóa.
Getting hit. Oh, I'm
Oh,
falling.
there's something else. Oh, I see. I'm gonna die right now. So. Okay. Fuck. Sorry, I was distracted for a second.
No problem. I need something on. Follow me.
Just watching the drop.
Heal up real quick.
Probably up there, right?
Yeah, they're up and around.
Heal up real quick too. That's all I have though.
Let's go. And around. Don't want to go that way. I want to go this way. This is the main mushroom. You want to cut to the right.
Fuck off.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Coming. I hear him. They're here. Oh fuck, he got me with the fireball. I got blown up by a fireball.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, they were low. They were so low.
Yeah. I hit them both like 3 times.
I hit the wizard for twice, and then he blew me up.
The chain lightning fucked me.
Yeah, I got hit by that too.
Yeah, it hit him too, so that's why I rushed him.
Unlucky.
I'm ready.
What a fun game, though. I fucking love this game. I always get so like on edge when I play it.
Yeah.
This game is a lot more popular than I realized. Considering like I was looking at the what was it? There's like some sort of stat somewhere that showed how many dungeons are being used right now or whatever. And it's quite big. I guess that's worldwide though. Quite interesting.
The shoulder is the most.
Bum bum. Nice. Look what you've done to me, Kame. I cannot help it. Kame Kosu has made me enjoy Dark and Darker. I mean, you said it was a funny game, and now it's my life. Cleric. I'm not a cleric. There's a lot of stinkies.
Step away for a second.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just... Oh my god. I'm being... I'm being gangbanged. I'm opening this door. No, it's fine. I'm trying to train them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Here is a good loot room.
I feel fucked.
Why?
I just walked inside here and there's so much shit.
There's someone?
No, there's so much shit, like monsters. So many monsters and stuff.
Alright, come back here, come back here.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Go this way.
I'm looping. There we go.
I'm half health.
I have a campfire.
Oh, that was close. That fucking poison mist lasts so long.
It really does.
Get up there. Now it's going back up. Oh my god, watch out.
What the fuck?
Yep.
I'm closing this door for a second. I'm gonna put the campfire down.
Yep. Oh, this chest. Something's coming.
Whew.
Oh, it's been okay.
There we go. Do you know if the campfire is like a total HP thing or is it just time thing?
It's a per tick thing.
Per tick thing.
Green campfire is 16 ticks, so gray one is 8.
And that counts for like everyone. So like if everyone sits down,
Yep.
they use some more ticks. Okay.
Okay, there's an archer on the other side of this wall I need you to take out. Over there.
See him? Am I blind?
Should be there. He usually spawns unless someone killed him.
Spiders. I see spiders.
Take out the spawner. Oh, you can't. Okay, I'm opening the door.
Okay.
Back. Oh shit. I almost had it. Okay, back up. They'll come for you, and I'll get the spawner. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm good, I think.
I hear someone.
Coming back.
Oh, it's there.
BRB hungry. All right, go get some rest. Or not rest. Go get some. Oh, nice sphere.
Nice.
Longbow. I'll take that.
Yeah, that's good.
There's a shrine of power here. Whatever that is.
Yeah, it's I'll take that. Gives you like 10 bonus damage or something like that.
Okay.
There's a secret room.
It's a little secret entrance here as well.
Yep.
Kinda hungry myself.
Chest, this might be a mimic, so back up. It's not.
How can you tell?
If you get 50% through the activating, like opening bar, like it won't be a mimic. And there's other ways to tell, so like if you come here, oh shit, zombies come back.
Here, hold up.
Okay, they come out? No. Okay, you guys shoot him. I can't have it.
It fucking juked me.
Is it? Yeah. I'm going in.
There's one more. There's one more. I'm gonna shotgun him real quick.
Dagger on you. Nice. Ooh, hurt.
Hey. Ooh, ah, fuck me!
Yeah,
God damn.
Ouch. Nice.
Oh, you did damage to it. Nice.
Yep. Ah, shit.
What was it?
Just played bounce. White, gray.
I have no meds. I'm salty.
Yep. Okay, this room, we're almost there. We need to go this way. We got this guy. I missed.
Do you?
Dead. Yeah. Shit. Okay, someone's in here. They died here?
I hear footsteps.
There's pants here for you. On him. And a helmet.
Take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Pickaxe.
I'll take the dagger as well. Oh, fuck.
Yep. There you go. Where'd the bat go? I'm gonna show you a cheap way of doing this room, okay?
Okay.
Actually, we can't. We gotta go.
Yeah, the zone's coming.
Okay. Should be people in here, maybe? No. They went this way.
That's a cool lantern.
Yep. Dead players here?
Players.
Dead
Whoa!
Player. Nice.
Oh my god, he scared the shit out of me.
Here, he was hiding in the corner. Take the ruby ore off me and healing off him.
Is this you?
No, I'm the barbarian.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
I'm dropping that.
Ruby ore sells for a lot to players.
Okay. Now I have to find a way out.
You take my felling axe?
Yeah, I'll try to... Here, let me drop that.
Like, white and gray items aren't worth picking up, but a felling axe is, because it's better than the starter weapon.
Right. Not enough space.
You can move shit in your inventory.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it work.
Okay.
I'm an idiot.
Boots too. You can wear my boots. They're physical damage bonus.
I'll wear them. And then I'll take your axe.
Yep.
Wait, I got a spot. There we go.
Okay. Watch out for that. Yeah, pop that lever. They're all dead. You have to go that way, yeah. To your right. Oh, you can go this way. This is a good room.
I'm afraid of good rooms. I just want to get out right now.
No, this is a really good room. That's the down portal. Look in the middle. Should be up there, yeah. Okay, zombies spawn on each. Yeah. Grab it, run.
I'm full, I think. Okay, I'm full now.
Run. Up that way straight. Yeah. There you go. You got lots of loot. Oh, the down portals. You might run into PvP. There you go, man. Close the door. Close the door.
Oh, I can do that. Can I still?
Yeah. Oh shit, there's no more down portals.
What does that mean?
Healing shrine. Hit that healing shrine. Circle's coming in. You gotta go. To your right, to your right. Yep. You're welcome.
I fucking did it! I escaped for the first time as a ranger. Wow.
Yeah. So just stash everything and then ready up, okay? You can sell it later.
What about your gear?
Yeah, like stash everything but my felling axe and that. You just bring my felling axe and all that in and drop it for me. I'm gonna check the merchants. Felling axe, battle axe. Ooh, that's expensive though. It's a +2 movement speed, 2 agility for battle axe. Wow.
Okay.
51 damage. Oh, so shit. Armor. Leathersmith. Nothing good. Okay, I'm ready.
Bet.
Don't take off your armor.
But I'm cuter this way.
You're cuter this way.
It's all about the fashion.
You're gonna get one tap by Barbarian, my dude.
That's very valid.
Those titties, though.
See, you understand. You understand the way.
The way. Are you Wakanda? You are not Wakanda. You will never be Wakanda.
I am not.
I am Wakanda.
I need to watch the
She
new movie,
is
actually.
Wakanda.
You just reminded me.
will never be Wakanda.
What was it called? Black Panther Wakanda Forever? Is that what it's called?
I think so, yeah.
I need to watch that new one. Bum, bum. What a fun game. Holy shit.
Say I'm a bitch and you will be Wakanda.
I cannot. You died for me. I will not disgrace your name. Ye who got slain by a sneaky barbarian.
I'm a bitch. You're a bitch. Say you're like I'm a bitch and you will be Wakanda.
I'm allergic.
I'm allergic.
I saw, dude.
Just dab on him real quick. Yo, let's wait. Cancel matchmaking.
I've canceled it.
Click U.S. East and go to Oregon, U.S. West.
There are more people over there right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're ready. Most of the East are asleep right now. See?
Damn. The speed.
No, I never got to hit you.
What time is it?
I hit the table. Poor table.
8:36.
I'm sorry.
If I wanted to go to the gym today, I need to probably like 2 more runs, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 more runs.
Now drop my felling axe before I kill you.
It's mine now. I dropped it.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
I am Legolas.
There we go.
Oh, I'm still using a longbow. Oh, that's awkward.
You grabbed the use.
Did I grab the bad one?
You grabbed the base gear.
Ah, I'm garbage. That means I left the other thing. Alright, this one has best gear.
Yes, sure. Crossbow.
I might use that. I haven't used it yet.
Okay, this room, do not walk up there in the center.
Oh yeah, I figured that out. I found out the hard way.
Yeah, I bet you did.
I did.
Probably kill the boss, I know how, so.
It's just a Wraith though, right?
Yeah.
I have killed 1 Wraith before. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Back with a donut? That sounds good.
I'm gonna kill the mobs in here before we kill it.
Yeah.
I missed. There we go. This is a good room to loot too, so.
Okay. I got out earlier, Sonny. I actually made it out.
Yeah,
I-
cost my life.
Yeah, he died though. Whoops.
He killed me, that's what he did.
I did not.
Don't lie. You're a team killer.
I am.
Yeah, I'm aggroing the boss, come on.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay, here's the boss.
Where is he? He's chasing you.
Oh, he doesn't get feared. He's on you, back up. I'll fight him. I have to kill these guys.
Yeah, kill. Don't worry. Just take your time.
Kill one. I'm stuck somehow. Where's that spider too? Oh, shit. Is that there a spider? Hey, getting the big guy.
I did some damage to him. That's more. Alright, I'm gonna take care of the spider now. Is it still chasing me? It's still chasing me.
I'm almost dead. He's on me. I
got him.
He's dead. He's dead.
Nice.
Watch me a bow. I'll take that.
What was it?
Just base chest armor.
Can we take the loot now?
Yeah.
The little chest?
There's a boss in here, so we'll take this one.
Wait, can I still go in here?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Oh shit, it's a mage. I need your help.
I'm coming. There's a spider behind me. Can you take care of it?
No, I'm fighting these things. Okay, I got the stuff. Okay, done. Okay, kill the mage. He's in there.
Here's a shield.
He's immune to damage right now.
Oh, that's what that is?
Yeah. Okay, hit himself. He should be one shot.
He's almost dead. Oh my god.
Got him.
Ooh. Here, I'm gonna put a campfire down real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have one. What the fuck?
Good.
I have a potion of protection instead. I thought I had one.
I got a bandage.
Rip Kobe though. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Kobe. I don't have the skills to pick that lock.
Nope. Hey, I tanked them. I get this loot.
Go for it. I have a bandage for you though. Drop the bandage on the ground here.
Okay, I'm using a bandage right now.
See if I can find more loot.
Yeah, I'll show you where it loot's too.
There's a portal that spawned here. Oh my god. Every single time.
I mean, shoot it! Sending, I'm coming. I took a hit. Great.
Unlucky.
Oh shit.
If you need to dip, I'm opening this portal.
Yeah, just open it and I'll loot a little bit more. Someone's coming. Player on me. Player on me. Upstairs. Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him.
There's multiple people.
Let's go this guy.
Oh, alright, I'm taking the portal.
Yep, yep. Again. I didn't know it was a ranger.
They had a full team, I think. Oh no, only two.
Yeah. Merchant, please have a
No.
axe,
No.
please. I'm buying some bandages.
I don't know how I didn't have my campfire. I pretty sure I spawned with it. But I didn't.
You took off all your shit.
You know what? That's valid.
Go. We're both on light. Let's go!
I have a felling axe in my inventory. Is that yours?
You?
37 damage.
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's just me. Yeah, you did, bro. I'm out of here. Yeah, you Dab.
I was like, not dealing with that right now.
Of course you get all loot and I get nothing. Punch you in the head.
Ow. You want your axe? Can I drop it here?
Not now, not now, not now, not now. No. Breathe. You're one shot. Get one.
I'm dead.
Off the right axe this time.
Aim for the head. Headshots do extra damage.
Yep.
I was expecting them to one-shot some mobs, but I guess they don't. Maybe it just depends on my bow, though. Maybe I just need a stronger bow. Oh, yeah, for sure. Someone's definitely gonna steal. That's gonna happen at some point. Someone's gonna drop some rare stuff in the lobby, and it's just...
Yep.
There you go.
Felling axe.
Is that the one?
Boy. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, this room's got an archer right here, and... I'll fear it.
Nice.
Got it. There's a healing shrine up here in case we get low.
Okay.
4 gold. Woo! Now,
Ging, ging.
There's 2 melee skeletons here. Can you shoot them? The one on the right?
Yeah.
So the head is a little like bulge. Okay, one down. Shoot him. There you go. Is that new? I'm lagging. Got him.
Watch out behind you. Oh, God. I got you.
Almost shot me.
I never miss when it matters.
Buff duration, life foot boots. I'll take. Actually, you can have that. They're good for you.
What's good for me?
These.
There's a horseman's axe here.
Nah, I don't want it. On the floor right there. Buff duration, life foot boots.
Oh, wait. I have your boots.
All right, yeah, okay.
I dropped it right where I picked up the other thing.
Yeah. They're not my boots. My boots are the green fucking physical damage boots.
Troll.
Jebaited. Fucking jebaited, bro.
I baited you. I'm sorry. Ow. I got cheesed.
Yep.
Oh, there's this archer. Careful.
Okay, got him. Ow.
Come up top.
I can't hit it. Got it.
Whew. Spicy.
This archer has 8 gold. Nice.
This one has heavy boots.
Heavy boots.
This one has a helmet for you.
Ouch. Got it.
Nice.
Let me get some loot this time. You made it out twice, bro.
This one has boots.
I'm gonna pop some healing. Where?
Both the chest and the right have boots. Oh, this one is good for me. I like in the chest itself. Not the middle one though.
Oh no, they're not green. Like that. Okay, see if we can get out of here. Watch out for traps. Traps.
I got hit by one earlier while shooting.
Yep. I'm gonna take the healing shrine. Actually, you take the healing shrine. Yeah. Take it and run.
Okay.
Wanna go north? West.
Oh, before this game came out, it is a very fun game, to say the least. In the crotch.
Run, we gotta go. And you open so quick. Stay to the left. Jump.
Oh yeah.
Go up.
Whew. Spicy time.
Yep. Oh, it's dead. Someone's been
Okay.
there.
There's been some movement around these parts.
Yeah. I'm checking the barrels or pots. Nothing really.
Oh, what?
A lot of nothing.
This one has will for pants. Green.
Nah, I'm good. I'm taking the protection strand.
Yeah.
Okay, follow me. This way, yeah.
But how are you doing, brother? Thickness? What's going on? Mr. Be Thick.
Shoot him.
Trying to. I'm like getting gangbanged by skeletons though. Oh my god. I got gangbanged by skeletons.
Are you dead?
Yeah.
Wait for me to go out invisible. Hey.
Just cooking and applying to jobs. That sounds absolutely fun. Oh, there's a spawn right there. I didn't see that. Kind of dope. All right, there he is. He went zooming.
Yep. Close door.
Good thing the spawn's there though. I've been good. I've just been chilling. Playing this game has been a lot of fun, honestly.
I might be dead here.
I have faith in you.
I can probably res you. Ooh, those are nice. Putting them on.
Yeah, just take care of yourself first. You have time. For now. I don't think he looted me. I think he just opened the door to see what you're up to. You get any good jobs though? Any jobs you applying for?
Where'd he go?
I died like at the entrance right there.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking. Down post figure. Okay. Where is it? I'm resing you.
Oh, I'm coming back to life. I haven't heard back yet. Just looking right now. I felt that. It's gonna be me in a couple of months when I move to Norway. It's gonna be difficult to say the least to find a job, but we'll see. Oh, I am alive.
Armor and bow right there, and the rest on your body. I took your healing pot stuff.
That's fine. That's fine.
There's this wizard. Oh, is someone up here? Someone up here? Okay, yeah, he's right outside the door. Come.
Coming.
I'm gonna pop a protection potion. Get ready to shoot.
Let's see him.
He's on left.
Okay.
Unless he left.
Might have dipped. Or he's invisible.
No, it was a bear. He's down here. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, nice.
And that's a lizard guy.
You hear him?
There's someone. No.
Yeah, but soon we'll both be out of the U.S., Sonny.
Yeah.
You and I both.
He's over here. He's over here.
Oh my god. That's a swing and a half.
Shoot him in the head.
Oh, I have to reload.
He hit me from there.
Huh? I hit you?
I'm not... No, he hit me from there.
Oh. Is there a spawn thing nearby?
No, just grab my loot and get out. Felling axe.
I'll grab your pants.
Anything green and my felling axe.
Your helmet green? No. Okay.
You have to go. You have to go back and down. Yeah. Shoot him in the head. Oh, you missed. Nice.
Yeah, I died to the other thing.
Yeah.
Alright, that was unlucky.
Okay, see you, man. Are you done?
I want to do one more. I want to do one more.
Okay. How'd you hit level 9, bro? Fuck you!
I don't know. We hit level 8 at the same time, and I'm 9 now.
Same level, come on, man!
I'm sorry.
It's due to you letting me die so you can escape.
Yeah, it's the bait. The streamer bait.
I got an axe for you.
No axe for me. Look at Otto. Otto cute. Otto cute.
You can axe me anything.
I didn't even level up after. Yeah, I don't know how the experience thing works. It was just crazy. Yeah, eventually I'm moving to Norway, bro. I'm moving. It's for the wedding, but I'm moving. Eventually. It's just I'm not sure if this move is the move, or nah. We have to figure out some things first. But yeah. Hello. I have a campfire now. Finally.
Yeah. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? This is a mimic. No.
Is this a mimic? No. Listen. I got a wizard boot.
There's 2 chests back here. Oh,
Yeah, I saw.
Okay. This is a room with the wizard and 4 archers, so you gotta take out the wizard first. Move. Okay, then move over here.
Boop, bop.
I'm joking.
I got him.
Okay, he's dead. You got the archers.
You just stand still, Sir Archer.
Scroll.
I'm so jealous. I want to move to the UK or Spain so bad. I feel that. Next one's gonna be a mimic. I call it. Honestly, if it is, we'll find out.
Yeah. Thanks, Elmo. Mage usually has mage shit and stuff like that, so... Hey, a potion. Potion.
I got a survival. Is survivable better than a recurve bowl?
Nope. It just fires faster, but it's weaker. Longbow is the best, in my opinion. You didn't kill all the archers!
Where's the other one?
Behind you.
I see it. Well, this is another one you're talking about.
Yeah, there's 4 archers. One on the left, 2 on the right, and the mage. So
Nice.
3 archers. And then there's a melee room in here that we can go into. Lots of potions. Get them all. Okay, I'm bringing them back. Got him. Out. shoot. Don't shoot!
I'm innocent. Don't shoot me. I'm innocent. UK would be pretty, or UK is all right, I guess, but Spain would be a pretty interesting spot to move to. This one has, oh, it's for fighter clerics. Oh, potion of protection though. That's probably better on you than it is on me right now. All right, I'll carry that one then.
Ooh. The recurve bow in here for you.
Cool.
Ooh.
Stronger recurve bow. Let's go.
Not much stronger.
But strong enough.
Potion. Okay, let's hit up the good room. Follow me. Should be down here to our left? No, right. Okay, I'm gonna hit this.
See the zombie. I'm gonna try to go for it. We're going to the right though, actually, right?
Yeah. He did. Nope. Oh, you got him before he queefed.
Easy, easy.
Armor there. Ranger armor in here.
That's all right.
We're going straight for the good room. Someone who's been here?
Okay.
Getting up down there. They went through here. It must be a rogue because I don't see him. Yeah, they've been here. This is the good room.
Yeah. Oh, they looted it and everything too.
Yeah. Let's go to the mage room. The really good room. Follow me. If no one hooked this up, we gotta loot. Ranger and barbarian. Shoot the barbarian.
I hit the barbarian 3 times. He's low. I have to reload.
Bandage. Can I use protection potion? And then I throw knives at him.
Okay. Ow, that hurt.
I'm dead.
Oh, he got me too. How low are they?
Low, I bet.
See.
Yeah, barbarian's low and the ranger's low.
Damn.
1 hit each. Damn, bro.
Unlucky. Go again. We go again. We can't. We can't end on that. We can't end on that.
Yeah, just don't go work out. It's fine.
Yeah. Who needs
Stay
to
here
get
and
fit?
play games with me.
Who needs to get fit for the wedding? Not me.
I got married July 15th last year.
I hope it was a fantastic wedding.
It was in Romaine.
Romaine?
Rome? I just call it Romaine.
Oh, Romaine. I thought you were gonna say Romania, or I guess that makes sense. Romaine. Rome.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool place. I'm doing mine in Norway, obviously.
Yeah. Dude, like, it's expensive.
I know. I know. Sunny said congrats. Sunny said congrats. But yeah, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
She's getting married in August.
Oh, it didn't work. Shit. Take out the archer for me.
I see it.
I got hit somehow.
Oi, he hit me. What a bully.
2 archers. Okay, we are close to the good room, so I'm gonna go there.
Oh,
See if someone spawned.
I got another one.
Yeah, follow me.
I'll be there soon.
Oh, work.
Oh my god. I'll be there soon. Fucking it.
Yeah.
Alright, one of these had a longbow. Bless. Okay.
Nice. I'm going straight for that room. Kill the person fighting there, and then yeah, you get the idea. You coming?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay. You better hurry. I'm moving.
Yeah, I'm zooming. I'm zooming. I am zooming.
I gotta open all doors for you.
Yeah. You want the Shiner protection?
No. I'm going straight for this room.
Ouch. Almost died to that.
Okay, there's a trap there.
Oof.
This is not the room, and there's a skeleton. And get him.
Nice.
Get him. We have to go across here, so just run. Wait.
There's a chest here. That looks juicy.
Yeah, look. That one's a monster.
Oh, how'd you know?
There's the fucking fear particles.
Oh.
He's alive. Nice.
Oh my god, my HP. Please tell me he has HP. He has a crossbow. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to bonfire, I think.
No, run.
Run.
Through.
Alright.
Oh shit, I right clicked. Okay, there's nothing.
I'm excited for you too, Sonny. Oh. It should be a good wedding, Sonny.
I missed. No, he switched that girl.
On me.
I missed. God.
Oh, jeez. My moves are tanky.
Yeah, I'm just not hitting him in the head.
Oh, spooky.
We gotta move now. We got still a little time to loot this room. Actually, we can't. Yeah. Sheesh. This is a good room to loot, too. You get the fucking spawner.
I might not be able to.
Yeah.
I died.
You died?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Racket. Full coin. Racket. That's all I can move now.
Run! Be free! Oh. Spiders are busted. Any wedding in August?
Let's go. Let's go.
Another?
Yes. You were not working out today.
Not until we get a good match, at least. A close fight, we win, or we escape. That skeleton I just saw.
Who's the lucky woman, by the way?
She is one of my mods.
Oh.
She's great. Her name is Sophia. I love her. She's fantastic.
Sophia, oh, then you're the lucky man. She's
I'm the lucky
woman.
Yeah, I'm the lucky man.
Sophia's the man. Hats off. Nice pull.
Thank you.
Nice haul. Do we want to go
Ooh, a chest.
this way?
Sophia's a good egg. Sunny is getting married to Jack. Another one of the mods.
Look at this. Oh, I aggroed it. Oh shit.
Oh.
Shoot it!
Ah!
He's on you. You dead. Ah! I was
Yeah, but
scared
I
when
lost
you
it to you.
pull back. Oh, there's a green ranger hood here.
Hello.
I always get scared when you fucking aim that shit at me.
I haven't hit you yet.
You should have.
Not really.
I mean, got him. Okay, we want to go to this way, this way, this way. We're hitting up that room. Then we're gonna hit up the maid's room and fucking get loaded. Who's the player?
Come on.
2 players? 3 players?
Oh fuck, we're boned.
Killed 1. I'm dead. They all pop protection potions, for fuck's sake.
How low are they?
Not low at all.
I like shotgun one.
Yeah.
That's the one that got. I guess he got killed as well.
Cleric, yeah.
Fuck.
My god. They all pop protection potions, and I still killed 1.
They were ready. They were ready.
Yeah. Like, protection potions block 25 damage.
I guess it's a lot because my headshot only does 38.
My headshot damage is 56.
It's a skeleton.
My headshot damage is 82.
82. Damn, you hurt.
Yep.
No wonder barbarians can one shot me.
And that's a basic.
Just swing. Yeah. I miss Jack too, Sonny. I hope he's sleeping well. Hecking EU person. Ugh, cringe. Imagine sleeping in the EU. Cringe.
Would he pass away?
No, he's just sleeping. He's just sleeping.
You didn't get it.
I didn't get it.
Did he pass away? He's sleeping. He's internal resting.
Mm-mm.
Skipping this room and going. Actually, we can do this room. Kill the bat, and then the 2 archers.
Okay, I'm coming. That was low.
It's a red bat, so it takes 3 hits. Okay, now you're on the archers, and I'll do with them.
Oh, those are red skeletons.
Yep, 1 is.
Back up.
Yeah.
Okay, just head.
Oh, he's on you. And 1 can kill. He dead?
On me. You got him.
Oh, shit. No! He hit me. Got him. No loot for you. Low capacity. There's archers up there on the back.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab these jewels.
I see him.
Yeah. So.
Huh. I missed all 3 of those shots. Fuck me.
Archers are all yours. They drop archer shit. So.
Hell yeah.
It's rare for them to drop anything different. Ooh, take that.
That's gold. That's not what I want. That's gold. That's not what I want. I want a longbow. I got the gold.
Oh. Okay, follow me. I'm gonna leave this room. We're going to a good room.
Okay.
Okay, this is the room you died in last time, so.
Yeah. Fucking red spiders ganged up on me.
Yeah, there's no red spiders this time. I'll get the bat. And I missed. And I missed.
Got him.
Thank you.
See the spawner.
Yeah, no. Crap. Got him. Dude up. Campfire. Comment and lay a campfire.
Got a campfire as well.
That's what I'm saying, lay it. Wait, use it?
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, I need it. I'm low. Got another one for you, so.
No, I said I didn't use it yet. That's what I meant.
Okay. Let me know when it's up.
All right, it's up.
Yeah.
We're chilling by the bonfire, enjoying our day.
Yep.
That's it for me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, now we go this way. Down. Oh, it's in the circle, yes. Thank God. Wait, it's feared! What the fuck?
It attacked you while it was feared?
Yeah. I got something different.
The gas is coming.
We're gonna go this way through here.
Oh! Oh, there's a wraith down here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, just run, just run. That's why I feared him, so I'm gonna open the door.
Okay.
He should be coming. Come on, come on, come on. Someone looted this room, so...
Yeah. He's aggroed below.
Yeah, oh, watch out, trap.
Ooh, almost walked into that one.
I'm gonna lay in our campfire.
You can sit on it. I'll cover you.
Yeah, you have to be in the doorway to cover me.
Close the door first.
There you go. Okay, it's up.
I'm full.
This one.
Yeah, chilling.
Stop teabagging me.
I'm teabagging the fire, silly.
I don't know, I smell a big crotch on my face. To the right? Or left, sorry. This way. Yeah. It's that room. We want to go up here.
There's a golden chest below us. It's crazy.
No, we want to go this way. Player, Archer. Nice.
Hell yeah. Get shotgun.
Trap.
I took his rapier.
Alright, not good. I'll take the campfire.
There you go for it.
Get rid of that.
Shoot that thing.
Yeah. Ooh.
Nice.
It's on gray. Gold coin. Don't go in there. Ooh, that was close. This is the big boss rooms.
Okay, this is where the bosses are. Got it. Do you want a campfire first or anything?
Oh shit. Fearing him.
Oh.
I can't fear that guy.
We just have to fight him, huh?
I got hit. I got hit again. If he's on me, I'm dead.
Just run. Run, close the door.
Back up, he'll break it. Player? Archer?
There's a skeleton behind you.
Got him.
I have a potion I just dropped on the ground.
Okay. Make sure your legs here.
I'm gonna trap right next to the corner.
Yeah. Okay, I'm placing the campfire.
You go ahead and heal. I'll try to cover you.
Yeah, real quick. He has to walk through us or go a different way, so. Probably left.
Oh, that's a waste.
Yeah. He almost hit you.
He almost did.
Okay, I'm laying down a campfire. If it lets me. He's coming.
He's here.
Yeah. Coming.
There we go. I lit him up. What do you have?
Does he have anything else?
Recurve bow that does more damage than mine.
He's campfire. I'm setting down a campfire. I got 2 now. Here, set down this one. When I can't drop it.
I have a campfire too. It's okay.
Yeah.
Here, we'll both make one.
I'll be able to hit both of them.
I'll hit mine. Yeah, I'll hit mine.
But you can do that so quick. Holy shit.
Squat up.
Yep. I'll drop this one to you and you post it.
It has more ticks. Did you drop it?
Yeah. There you go. You do that so quick, holy shit.
Oh, I almost blew us up. It was lagging.
I saw that, yeah.
The zone is pushing.
Yeah, no, we're fine. Thank you. Should be fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, it's fine. Up here. Someone in there. Looks like we gotta fight this thing.
Seems like it. Oh, they're looting. Hit him once in the head.
Yeah. Hit him again.
Oh, he TP'd out. Oh.
I'll open the portal to aggro.
Okay.
Keep the big guy in you.
Trying to. Alright, he's on me.
Okay, just trade around. I'll open both portals. Okay, one. Okay, you aggro.
Oh, fuck. I see him.
We'll get the one over
I'm
here.
getting lit up. Oh, fuck. I'm about to die.
Yeah.
I have to take the one in the far end.
Yeah, take it. I'm out.
Nice! We fucking did it!
Yeah, bro.
Dark grows darker.
Yeah,
We
almost
fucking
got
did it.
killed there.
Yeah, but we made it out. I almost killed the one guy too.
Man, boys.
Ooh, that means new perk.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll get smash.
Oh, that's a good one to end on. That felt good.
That felt good, yeah. Enjoy your workout, man.
Yeah, you take care.
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I might play this tomorrow. Oh, we'll see.
Full inventory, good shit.
Okay.
See it.
Yeah, I'll see it. Let me leave the Discord.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date.
Hey, I'm your new neighbor, Joseph. I promise to not talk.
Hey, what's up, Opal? You're the dork. What are you talking about? You're the fucking dork.
What do you say?
Hello, Soul. How are you?
Sounds great.
We were just kicking ass.
Also,
Oh my god, that was such a fun game. Hey Zero, what's up? You playing? Were you trying to seduce the like Poppy Rich Daddy? Haha, first raid message, easy peasy. Except you're the dork. Welcome, but you're the dork. How are you guys doing? We were playing Dark and Darker. I was getting my ass handed to me. New perk! I got a new fucking perk. Let's go. So if I am level 10, I can now use increased physical attack power by 5% when attacking for ranged weapon. Considering how everything I do is with a ranged weapon, I feel like that's obviously a must. A must. That's so cool. Again, right? I was just voicing. You're just voicing. Okay. Yeah, as long as you didn't try to seduce the one person. How do I leave the lobby? Well, fuck, you just joined. Heck. Now I feel like I have to stay longer. I don't know how to leave. I'm trolling. I was playing Inscription. Oh, how is that? I've always wanted to play that, but I've never actually played it myself. And I know there's apparently like a lot to it, but I know jack shit about it. And is him asleep now? You'd sleep well, Soul. Thank you for stopping by with Opal's raid. I appreciate that. On her behalf, I appreciate that. Says the dork with the dorks. Yeah, I have dorks in my stream tag, not for me, but so that everyone knows that they belong as the dork that they are. You know? Take care, Koei. It was fun playing. Zero. Ara. It's wild. It looks like such a fun game to play though. But how is your day going? What's going on? I was about to end here soon, low key, because I wanted to go to the gym. But I guess I can stay a little bit longer. That's okay. If that's the case, I might do like a solo run here. Has anyone ever played this game? Do you guys know about this game? Hey, Alistair. I feel like I've talked to you so much already that I feel like you've already talked here. So like seeing that's kind of surprising to me. How strange. Welcome, stranger. Thank you so much for the follow, though, you dork. No, you're the dork. You're the dork. Yeah, I also see your emote a lot. Like, everyone loves using that Giga Chat emote. I played for half the day. This game is so fucking fun, dude. It's so fun. Nutty. See? That's not me. Not me. That's Zero telling everyone that they're a dork. Not me, though. You're a dork. You're a dork. You're a dork. Yep, big dorks. Very big dorks. It's so fun. Like, this game is... There's something about it that's really addicting, really fun. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I quite enjoy it. And you take care, Koei. I might do one more solo run, because I haven't really tried out the solo version of it real quick. Moshi moshi. Just because we got raided, so I'll play like a little bit. I'll play one more, and then we'll find someone to raid. If you guys are down, just to like show you guys the game a little bit. We get to go against goblins. So if anyone has ever seen Goblin Slayer, oh my god,
Printing receipt for one.
You can, right there. That's not me. That's for Jack. Jack's a dorky streamer. And we'll try one. We'll try one. Also, Opal. Dead by Daylight when? I want to survive. I want to do a kill your friend lobby with everyone. That'd be really fun. But you can't actually have a solo lobby. And this is that solo lobby. No. Shogif is now calling everyone else the dork. Zero called everyone a dork. Now Shogif is. See, can't be me though. Can't be Shogif. Can't be 0. Though technically, I think the biggest dorks. I'm just saying. Them do be the facts. Who's gonna play right now? Is she? I just know. I just know. So this is the solo mode. Different map. And goblins galore. Oh fuck, I'm fucked. Yeah, stay dead. Oh, I see an enemy. I see an enemy on the far end of the spectrum. Yeah, get aggroed. Get aggroed. It's Morbin time. Oh fuck, I just saw a little goblin up there. It's her thing at this point? That's valid. That is valid. Oh my god, hold up. Shotgun attack! I missed all of it! Oh my god. What? What? I died to a whole bunch of fucking spikes, dude. GG, dude. It's like the caves of Moria. Yeah, no, I felt that. I felt that. Talking mess, Hitsu? I'm talking mess. Mad mess. I said, I bet you're playing Dead by Daylight right now. I said, when are we going to play a Kill Your Friend lobby together? Because I want to jump scare someone. I want to jump scare Saji. That sounds like fun. But there is an actual, whatchamacallit. Oh, you guys are new. Look at this. You can pet the dog. Do you see this? This is peak content. I'll do one again. Hell yeah. Pet the doggy. It's so great. But no, Shogif, there's the solo mode, there's a trio mode, and then there's also a trio, like, high class mode where you pay 100 gold coins to go inside for high-end loot. So, you know, it's kind of crazy. The goblins are kind of tough, but I kind of like this area too, though. Not today, Skullbat. Not today. But this game is really fun. It's annoying how fun it is. Is that even on? It's on! It's on now! I turned it on, guys. Definitely on now. Someone's shooting arrows at me. I don't know if that's a person or if it's a goblin. It do be lit. It do be lit. I've been Q3 mode and I've been playing by myself for so many hours. Yeah, I didn't know it was like that either. Okay, I got an idea. Eat fire, bitch! Now I can see you! Oi. It's rude of you, Demon Skull. I'm looting! Haha! Yeah, you're mine, buddy. Where you at? Oh, there's fucking spikes there? You're kidding me? Okay, hold up. I'm getting my guy. I'm killing him. Oi, mummy, back off. I have to go kill someone. Where is he? It's hunting time. Wait, where'd he go? I gotta go, just called into work. Apparently there's a need of a surgeon. Oh no. Good luck to you. Have a good day. Thank you for hanging out though, Koei. You take care. Wait, this guy just juked me somehow. Oh my god, fuck goblins. Fuck goblins. I'm fucked. High key, I'm fucked. What the hell?
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads, I tell you, tails are going today. I'm dead. Illyria, thank you so much for the raid. You're a dork. Why is everyone calling me? What the fuck is this?
They have Chrono Trigger.
First Opal, now you guys too? What's going on? You're the dorks.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Hello. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. We keep going, I guess. You're a dork. Squirtle leader, not you. He really did call you a dork. Maybe don't be a... What the fuck? This is illegal. 2 raids in one. Like back to back almost, where you guys just call me dorks.
No one is quite sure why, but perhaps...
Yeah, so much for the ending.
Peculiar would happen.
I guess we keep going for a little bit longer.
Strange.
How strange.
Welcome, stranger.
Anyways, welcome, stranger. Hello, Squirtle leader. Thank you for so much for the follow. As you can see, I'm playing Dark and Darker. I'm inside a dungeon where there's little goblins. We're playing Goblin Slayer because I gotta. 360 scope. But I don't know scope because I aim down sight. And maybe the Squirtle squad leader, but it smells mighty. Oh my fucking god. Another one. I trusted you. You were new. You weren't supposed to know. You're supposed to bring balance to the force. Ready to see? Oh my god! Fuck off! Get off of me, dude! Oh, I hate this game. Ha, 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 ha. Your dork is showing, and my tip was lost in the wind? What do you mean? Wait, your tip? Wait, what do you mean, what tip? What tip? Did you give me advice? Useful advice? Just a tip? Oh my god, this is bringing balance to the world? I can't believe it. I'm getting bullied. But you gave me actual advice? What's a tip? Oh my god, I'm so ass. Pulled by chat and monsters? Literally, your dork is showing. You guys are the dorks. Do I have a... Actually, Mel, you're a VIP. Could you shout out people, since I have VIPs able to shout out as well? Could you shout out Illyria and Opal for me, since you guys were both the ones who called me a fucking dork and go on a raid like that? What the fuck? Oh, that's Sophia's voice for anyone who doesn't know. Da 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 da. Ryan the spider booty. This button stops raids for an hour. Oh. I don't know that existed, to be honest with you. Obviously. Oh my god, that scares the shit out of me. That's so loud. I can't see shit. Era. Ichi-ni-san. Jump. 360, kiting. Ugh. I played Black Ops Zombies, dude. You can't beat me. Eat my shotgun. Oh my god, there's a fucking trap there. Ah, of course there is. It's on my creator dashboard. I'll have to look into that. Thank you so much. So if I ever wanted to end, people won't accidentally raid or anything. That's really useful, actually. Thank you. That is actual good tip. I appreciate you, Opal. For anyone who doesn't know who Opal is a Giga dork. They're a VTuber, and they're honestly pretty nice. I think they're great. And they're definitely worth checking out. But whoever doesn't know who Illyria is, he's one of my good friends, one of my bestest homies on the Twitch, and he's a good egg. He recently beat Elden Ring, which I'm quite proud of him for beating, but he also beat Kingdom Hearts with a guitar. Like, he played with a guitar. So that's kind of dope content in of itself. Like, beating a game with a guitar, pretty pog. Anyone who doesn't know who Alistair is, he's a vampire. He's a dork, but he's a vampire, though. I hear someone. You guys hear someone? Is that above me? I think that's above me. How'd I go up? I may be a dork, but I'm not a vampire. What? You're not? Wait, what? You're not? Are you? Wait, what? Are you a vampire hunter? Is that what it is? I'm so stupid. Oh my god, there's little shits everywhere I go. Okay, that's where the sounds from upstairs were coming from. Oh, it's a wizard. And he's dead. Okay, there's the guy up there. Alright. Here's the deal. We just go into the circle. We go into the zone. That's the way to do it. Can't open that. I can't open that. I want to find a safe spot to, like, do my thing. Be gone! Be gone, foul beast! Come here! Oh, you pissed him off. That's all you, bro. Okay, I grabbed loot. I'm out. Fuck, I have to go out the wrong way. Oh my god, I'm dead. I grabbed the wrong loot! It hurts! Oh my god! I'm dead anyways. There's no exit. Oh, this map is kind of fun. He's both, but doesn't acknowledge he's a vampire? Oh, that's valid. So, like, a little bit like, I'm blanking on the damn show. A little bit like the Helsing guy. That's valid. That's valid. This game is really fun, though. If anyone likes, like, any, like, D&D type RPG role-playing type stuff, this game is so fucking fun. Literally, you just go out there, you vibe, and you just play with 3 people and you just go crazy, go to town with the different classes and stuff, and it's just so much fun. Do I know Helsing? Me, Leo Hitsuga. I'm a motherfucking weep. Valskanore. That's Polish. All right. I see why this is viable in the good old days when you used the fence and shot people through the holes. It makes a lot of sense to me now. Oh, I couldn't even get through. Nah, I was just wasting time. Wait, what? Can I actually get through this? I have to jump down? That's bullshit. I'm trying to get Raven to the game too. Oh, she would definitely enjoy this for sure. I've been saying that a lot today. Like, a lot of people would enjoy this game. I keep saying that. And I think it's true, though. I think it's just a really fun game. Alright. Yep. I'm just fighting you from afar. Just kiting you down. What's up? What's up, my fellow goblin homies? Too bad you'll be gobbling on these! Thank you for your sacrifice. Gold. That's it. You hear anything? I don't hear anything. Gobbling on these gobblebirds. It's more accessible than an FPS extraction game for sure, since it's a lot slower paced and clunkier. But it's like clunky in a good and fun way. It's really, really charming for what it is. I think it's quite nice. I quite enjoy it. Oh my dickens! The zone. It pushes me in. Run, my friend, run! Run! The zone is coming! I said the zone is coming, dude. That's rude. Look at how low he is. God damn it. I should have killed him. I tried to be nice. I tried to be nice. The one time I tried to be nice, I even tell him, run, dude, run. And he kills me. I am probably going to head to the gym here soon. I want to anyways. It's supposed to be leg day. But it's a late gym if I do go. It's almost 10 p.m. So I'm thinking, I'm debating. Maybe I go tomorrow. Just a slight little debating. Maybe I go do leg day tomorrow. Don't skip. I mean, I was gonna take Friday off. Anyways, so maybe I take today off and do leg day Friday. You know. Let's see what we got. Would be valid, right? I feel like that's a valid Would you rather chill today or Friday though? I mean, either day I'm gonna be chilling. I don't work. I'm unemployed right now, so it's just big chilling. So if I go to the gym, like I don't think the gym is like, it's not like a hard work spot for me. It's more like it's kind of a casual, like I enjoy this time. Where's the stinky son of a gun? I actually can't see this guy. Oh, he's up here. Oh, you dickhead. Actual audacity of this man. He lit my shit up. You do your normal leg push pull, then walk for 30 minutes of 8 to 12 incline. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I do leg push pull, and then I walk for like 20 minutes. I don't do 8 to 12 incline, but I do about 3.2 speed and 3 incline. Then I have my rest days. I do like an active rest thing where I just kind of chill and bike. Yeah, like therapeutic in a way. Yeah, it's therapeutic for me in a way. So I don't. It's not like hard work or anything. I'm down with going to the gym on Friday. And I guess it is fun. So maybe we can just all vibe and hang out and play. Oh, you fucking dick. I can't make that. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so fucking dead. I guess because the map is smaller, the zone hurts a lot more. Which is valid. I'm always on a grinding mindset. Aggressively. I mean, you need to rest. Oh, it's important to rest. You gotta rest. I don't want to tell you not to rest, because resting is how the body recovers. It's how your mind resets and how your muscles grow. But yeah. If you didn't go tonight, how long will it be on? Even after stream? If I don't go tonight, I'm streaming for the next 2 hours. If I don't go tonight, I'm streaming for another 2 hours. But I might take like a mini break here to go grab some food. So we'll see. I need to refill on water, pee and stuff. So I might like grab some stuff. You down to play for 2 hours? Mel, you want to play? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. So I brought up the food and stuff like that, and I'm gonna take a quick break. So y'all behave. I'm gonna hit the BRB. Actually, I've never done this before. I want to do something. I've never done this before, and it's something I've always wanted to do. I'm gonna go on Twitch. I'm gonna go on Twitch. I'm gonna find a friend. I'm gonna pop their stream up while I AFK for a bit, so you guys can check them out and get a feel for them. You know, it's like a shout out on top of a shout out. You know what I mean? Let's see. Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Kanye's hanging out. Saji's a good person as well. Saji's how I met all these recent VTubers. What's he doing though? He's doing Digimon Survive versus someone doing Valorant. That one kind of nutty. Is this on Steam? Yeah, it's free on Steam. Free on Steam. Okay. I'm not rating. I'm just opening up the stream. I'll open up Connie, because Connie was here. That's my only reason. I'll open up Connie. I'll do desktop. Can you see? I'm also gonna lurk for Saji. Saji's a good egg. I'm gonna lurk for him. But for a wee bit, I'm gonna let their stream play, and I'm gonna give them a shout out while I AFK and go grab some food and all that fun jazz. Can you guys see? Y'all chilling? Y'all see? I'm making nudes to take your time. Perfect. Oh wait, that's their chat. I'm an idiot. Didn't say anything. It won't go in anyways, right? So. All right. I'll leave their stream. You guys can watch while I go get some food in BRB. Unofficial raid. If you guys want to stop by and say hello while I'm doing this, that would be even more pog. I love you guys. I'll be right back though.
Wait, who disconnected?
BRB. I'm hungry.
Just play the round.
Oh, okay.
Watch heaven. Nice. CT. He's CT, Connie. Okay, you just play cross with Sparky. He's heaven now.
He's heaven.
Dropped. He's pushing Sparky. Nice.
What gun do you have?
I forget
Oh,
that
yeah,
my
classic.
push to talk button is also my push to mute button in Discord.
Oh
So
my
I say
God.
things and Connie
I
just
haven't
doesn't
been-
register them.
I haven't been playing recently, so it'll be fair. That
No,
doesn't
it's not
mean
your fault,
anything.
it's my fault.
Honestly, Jordan, it took me so long just to get into the habit of playing Valorant because, like, I just spent like the past week basically playing Apex nonstop, and I went to Valorant, and oh my god, I could not stop shooting and moving.
You think you played Apex nonstop? I hit gold. Gold 1 or 2.
I hit bronze. Sheesh. All good, dude. Don't worry about it. We still win.
Watch your eyes.
Revealing area.
Someone's A.
Placing sentry.
Can you grab my... Wait, I grabbed my water glass. Where the fuck is my water glass? Hey, yo, Nani? Hey, the fuck? Nani, the fuck?
Gotta go.
Planted.
Revealing area.
Here.
Right here.
Careful now.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
We're gonna talk about my aim.
Don't forget who you
nice.
are, Omen.
You take this.
A man.
You need to buy? I can buy someone.
Can I have my guardian?
Oh, do you want it? Oh.
Not here.
Yankees.
Two garage. Yeah, I'm done. I'll smoke off window and garage. And then I'll smoke off like right here, their spawn. Once we're on point.
Honey, slow. Just take it slow, and then I'll come to you.
Okay.
Found them.
I have no drone. You just walk up.
Spike's down. Spike down. C.
Connie, one in garage.
One in our flank. One in our flank, Phoenix.
Sky's
Nice.
falling.
One garage, yep. And one in their spawn.
Last
Ah,
player
damn.
standing.
The guy who garage peeked you. Lucky.
Honestly, if you can get the plant off, we still get the money at least.
590 ping. Shit.
Wait, does it have to be a kill, or does like planting also give you
30
evac?
seconds left.
Oh, no, it has to be kill.
Planted.
Nice try, dude. Nice, we got the credits at least. Our econ's like super good. That was our bonus
Yeah.
anyways.
New fact.
Computer keeps crying because it's about to be severely out of date. I'm like, ah, good for you. I don't care. Deal with it. No, Kuro. No.
Oh, Kuro.
No.
Are you ready, Kuro? You're gonna join us. We're gonna go 5-stack into comp. You,
Yeah, but
me...
I'm going back to my other account.
Oh yeah, Bart doing his main.
I've got your trail.
Oh, he dashed up. He dashed up. He dashed up. Tagged. Tagged.
No shot. She just blind fired me, man. That's so so fucking lame.
Bro. Yeah, you don't blind there. Or TP.
No, she
you don't
didn't.
TP
No,
there.
she got blinded. But yeah,
I know,
I wanted
but
a
I-
TP, but I wasn't sure where the hell she
you
was.
TP. I've tagged her.
Oh, you tagged her?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I knew that.
Take this. Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade.
Honestly, I probably would have killed her even if I didn't TP.
Placing swarm grenade.
You would have killed her if you didn't TP.
Last player standing.
Unlucky, man. Yeah, no. I mean, your blind was fine. It's just then just swing her instead of trying to TP. Cardi finally goes for an aggressive omen play, and I say, don't do that shit every year.
Well, the thing is like, they can still see if they're blinded if they're at a certain range. So like,
Yeah.
from that range, she might have still saw me though. So
She did.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. But if I TP, she can't hear that. She won't see me. So there's always a
But-
50-50 if she decides to
you
not
just swing.
rush me. Yeah.
She's tagged, you just swing.
Chat, I'm
She's
doing
tagged and
horrible.
blind.
My alarm.
Here we go.
Connie, I see you. Connie, get the people going to A. Get the people rotating.
So Founder's Badge doesn't ever go away unless I
Unless you
revoke
get
it.
rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted mid.
I recently got rid of like all the Founder's Badges from the people who subbed like back in 2017 and 2016. Like I don't.
Say hello to Killer Croc. Oh my god, you named him? That's great. I love it.
Once.
Haggerty, I believe all the Founder's Badges.
My bowl is hot. My bowl is hot.
Sadly.
My bowl is really, really hot.
One enemy remaining.
All right, but yes, this was Connie BT. I'm not sure how things went. I hope it was wholesome. Hope you guys got some wholesome content in the background. I'm gonna lurk for them now.
Jordan, I believe you have one.
I'm gonna open this YouTube direct link, and we're gonna watch this for a little bit. Need to change the dashboard. I'm gonna exit the game for a bit as well. There we go. Just so we can hear the what's going on. Nintendo Direct. Pikmin. I completely forgot about this game. I know very little about like Nintendo games, honestly. So this is news to me. Oh, I accidentally lowered chat. And there we go. I remember playing a lot in like stores for demos and stuff. Hell yeah. Guess I'm surprised you're interested. I mean, I'm interested. A lot of stuff happened today, it seems like. It's not like I don't play Pokemon or anything. I never understood the Pikmin games. I just remember playing them a lot in the store. And also they spawn in Smash Bros a lot. That's what I remember. My meal is very protein heavy. There's a lot of eggs. Yeah, a lot happened today. Good and bad internet is on fire this week. I feel that. I feel that. There was the Hogwarts game, which I'm not even gonna get into. It's just not. What a game. Pikmin costs money. The Genshin, I don't know anything about the Genshin voice actor. I'm just trying to avoid drama, honestly. There's so much fucking drama everywhere nowadays. But are you talking about this game, Mel? Found a castaway. Oh no. I'm not taking a break from Twitter, but I kind of just like when I see something that's like, I'm like, Instagram time. What happened to the girls on Twitter? What the fuck? I mean, that's what I'm saying though. There's always, it seems like weekly something bad happens on Twitter. There's always some sort of weekly drama, and I'm just trying to like not deal with it. I mean, Pikmin does look fun.
I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct.
Thank you.
That was the latest trailer for Pikmin 4. A dog-like creature was spotted. What kinds of things will it show us?
So there's a dog you can use now? I didn't think about that. I thought it was just normal.
Let's see our first batch of Nintendo Switch headlines.
Do I have a webcam border over another webcam border? Wait, what?
Introducing Volume 3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Expansion Pass DLC.
Let me see. Not really. How do I move my webcam here? I need to unlock it real quick.
That can bestow various effects.
There we go. How's that?
Select only one character.
Okay, I do have my webcam over another webcam border. I didn't even notice that.
You'll learn more heroes and
Did I move it too much? Easy peasy. No one saw anything.
rack up victories with your heroes and
You need to close this one for this one? Here, we'll skip it. We'll skip it. I don't know anything about Xenoblade. We'll skip it. You're good. Open your eyes. No, you're good. You're good. The deepfake stuff. Oh, right. There was a deepfake stuff. I remember that. That shit's wild. I mean, that's technology being technology. Yeah, and that's what happens when people just go crazy.
grab your Joy-Con controllers and gently shake them like maracas to
I personally feel like I feel bad for the girls,
follow the instructions on screen.
but I feel like the guy got a bit too harshly punished, canceled. Like what he did was obviously wrong.
To predict your compatibility in Love Checker.
But I saw some comments about how some people they were telling him to like die. Basically, I'm like, come on, man. I know it's shitty, but like, don't need to tell him to die. Some people are just really toxic.
40 songs are included, spanning a multitude of genres from around the world.
Yeah, it's cancel culture, but I think that's what I dislike about cancel culture. I think it's just people get really toxic really fast. And it's pretty shit, honestly. It ruins a lot more causes than people realize. Here, I can't be sitting like that like I normally do.
This is the place to glam it up and express yourself. Here, you'll aim to become
Okay, there we go. Yeah, like it's just I get the point of cancel culture. I get like people are trying to do good and like, oh, these guys don't deserve the light of day or anything. But then they say the craziest shit sometimes. And it just ruins their cause more often than not. Which kind of happened actually, I feel like, with the Hogwarts stuff. That game was like popping off. I saw on Twitter like the game was blowing up. Unintentionally. Side effect is like a lot of people are just playing it.
You can get the items other people are wearing by liking them. Mix and match your favorites to create new looks.
What's this?
By connecting online, you can expand your
A fashion game? I thought it was like a Pokemon dress up game for a second.
Then get styling when Fashion Dreamer debuts.
This is the kind of game my sister would play.
Switch this year.
Remember, she used to love playing like the Bratz games and stuff. There's also this like a Nintendo 3DS game with like dogs. You guys remember that?
Dracula's Castle beckons in this new paid DLC for the roguelite action platformer.
I had no idea they had Dead Cells on Switch.
Venture through the castle's hellish halls and outskirts alongside Richter Belmont and Alucard, leading up to a showdown.
Alucard? Wait, that's the Castlevania Alucard.
Vampire killer and other iconic weapons as you
Crossover? Crossover event? That's kind of cool.
12 original covers and 51 songs from the Castlevania series accompany you during your
Crossover.
Dead Cells return to Castlevania, sinking its teeth into Nintendo.
I'll wait till it's cheaper. I felt that. I was talking about this yesterday. There's a difference between this person did one bad thing 7 years ago and this person did many really horrible things. Nintendogs? I think it might have been called Nintendogs. I wish people were more kinder on Twitter.
As you navigate through a perilous world.
Tron exists in the modern day? People still make Tron content? Wow.
Identity launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch this April.
Interesting.
Wait, is that? Well, that can't be good. The time-bending murder mystery Ghost Trick returns in HD. After kicking the bucket and becoming a ghost, you can possess and control objects. With your powers, you can even help others, like this woman, and change any ill-fated, fates. Ghost Trick.
Interesting game. It looks like a dorky, like, old Flash game. Has a Flash game vibe to it.
Two connected worlds.
Sup, Lucid? How are you? Is this Persona? It has a Persona vibe to it. What the fuck is this? Oh, but the art style's not like it. The whole deepfake stuff and bringing up sexualizing brought hella bad fucking memories. I understand that. They did that with James Gunn. Almost got canceled for tweets like 10 years ago. I don't know who that is, but yeah, like it happens a lot. And I'm okay. I get the contrast. Like a lot of people today on Twitter and stuff, like there's a lot of younger folks, like significantly younger folks, like people who are in school, like high school, middle school still on Twitter. And they don't understand that like 10 years ago or like a little bit above a decade ago, the humor that was common and normal online was drastically different than what it is today. Like, anyone remember Niga Higa? Like when he first started blowing up on YouTube? Half the shit he made back then would not fly by today's standard. Like, it just wouldn't. But back then, everyone watched it, everyone loved it, and everyone laughed at it. Everyone like had a blast watching it. They thought it was funny. Same as Smosh. Like half the stuff they made back then just would not fly by today's standards at all. So people that are like crusading against some of these folks from stuff that was said like 10 years ago, unless it's like genuinely hateful stuff, some people are just like straight up ruining people for it, and it's kind of sad. Deca Police, I like this one. Deca Police looks interesting. It reminds me of a little bit of a Persona vibe. It's not art style wise, but like just the vibe has a Persona vibe to it. Specifically Persona 5, I should say. Kinda cool. Got a hacker? Dope. He became a cat? What?
この狂った街では手段を選んではいられない。私腹を肥やす豚どもは一匹残らず排除する。
Huh.
Once upon a time, there was a witch and a demon.
Let me pause. I want to hear this. I like the music. I think It's Always Sunny is like the one show that still has a dark and controversial humor. But I think they get away with it because the main characters are meant to be pieces of shit. Valid. It's not like the action combat kind of F for me. Story wise looks cool though. Deca Police? Dark and Darker is installed. Perfect. Now make it character. Yeah, overall I wish people, especially on social media, would just be nicer. That's the thing. I just wish people were nicer and understanding in general. I always preach this. If you just try to take a little bit to like just understand the other person, even if they did some fucked up shit, try to understand why they might. It really opens up the table for conversation, and that way people can like really understand and get down to the dirty details of it all and really figure out like what really matters, I feel like. And people skip that a lot. So you get like all these like controversies that happen and people get into all kinds of arguments and they just talk about different things that just escalates and escalates, and then conflict happens and it's just a pain in the ass. Action combat, more of a turn-based or a tactic style game, like activate moves rather than pull them off. That's more my type of game. Mel, you're such a dork. Okay, but yeah.
Experience Bayonetta's origins as a
Bayonetta origins.
Seeking the power to rescue her imprisoned mother, she ventures deep into the Avalon forest ruled by fairies.
You know, I forgot that Bayonetta was at some point not mommy. Not a dummy mommy.
There, she'll encounter
like at some point she was a kid. She's not really the kind of character you would imagine as like a younger person though. As I wouldn't.
To travel through this mysterious and dangerous forest.
Like, can you imagine Master Roshi as a young person?
They'll need to work together in battle as well. Cereza cannot attack and can only support Cheshire by magically binding enemies. Hold an enemy in place while Cheshire attacks. Or stop an aggressive one to focus.
I love the Alice in Wonderland lore stuff. When the games use that, like hints of lore, I always really find it really cool.
The duo will gain strength as they continue their journey. By obtaining more powers, new paths can be opened, and battles can be more easily swayed in your favor. Can Cereza and Cheshire find their happily ever after?
There's no copyright, right? For like Alice in Wonderland stuff?
Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon.
Because the Alice in Wonderland like original story came out ages ago.
On Nintendo eShop.
I've never played a Bayonetta game, but I've seen a lot of people play it. Like I've seen people play it. It looks fun. I've never played it. That's it. This game series blowing up actually really surprised me. I never expected it to blow up the way it did. But I guess it makes kind of some sense. There's not really an FPS game on the Nintendo franchise. And this kind of fits that niche. It's not an FPS game. It's a third-person shooter, but... yeah, I think it's public domain by now.
Introducing the Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass. This paid DLC
It's good. It definitely is. Yeah, looking into Alice in Wonderland and looking into the Looking Glass or whatever. Are really old stories. Like they're very old stories. And the original story is actually a little bit more fucked than what we've seen in like modern media.
a few familiar faces alongside new shopkeepers. Products here are the same as the ones in Splatsville. So
That's how a lot of the old Grimm stories are. They're like Cinderella and all that fun jazz.
table turf battle, the shoal, and amiibo functionality all work in the same way here too.
You're telling me amiibos show up in the games? What the hell?
The Squid Sisters will also perform here during Splatfests. Need a mix of old school and freshness? Then head over to Inkopolis.
This reminds me of Alvin and the Chipmunks singing.
The first wave of this paid DLC launches this spring.
I think they're speaking like a weird Japanese dialect. Or they're using Japanese sounds, I think. What is this? It's still Splatoon, right? What is this? This looks dope as fuck right now. This ain't Splatoon. Next you're gonna tell me there's lore in Splatoon. The hell?
Wave 1 Inkopolis launches this spring. Wave
There's lore in Splatoon. Fuck me. Of course there is.
The Splatoon 3
I love lore in video games. Oh, I think lore in video games are amazing.
Many people have played Splatoon 3 since its launch. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Players will be able to enjoy the game even more with the upcoming paid expansion pass.
My bowl is empty.
Please look forward to more information
I'm done with my meal.
on Splatoon 3 in the future. Let's see.
The games all have a story mode? Really? I never knew that. I mean, I never played it.
Adventure awaits Mickey and friends on Illusion.
Oh, is this the... I forgot that Mickey Mouse had the weird cartoon animations.
And Goofy. Embark on a new adventure to find 3 magical books and save.
Oh, Donald was angry. That's what it was. Rice, eggs, and like some sausages. Some mini tiny like sausages. I'm out of water.
By unlocking special abilities, you can reach new places.
Honestly, really enjoyed Mickey Mouse and all that way back when in the days. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse was fire. Fire.
And glide through the air to reach distant platforms and hidden areas.
But I also missed like Tom and Jerry and all that fun jazz.
Up to 4 pals locally can brave the island. Share a hug for extra help.
This is a really well designed game.
Or drop a rope to lend a hand.
It's a platformer, but like it's simple, but it looks nice.
Discover new paths. While exploring the island, you'll meet unusual allies and dangerous foes. Study their movements carefully to figure out.
I was just saying how much I dislike this art style. I don't like the art style in of itself, because this is the one that reminds me of like the creepy Goofy.
Disney Illusion Island.
But like the game itself, like the background, the foreground, the particle effects and all that, like I think all that stuff looks pretty neat. But I don't like the new style at all. Like overall. Yeah, the art style, the character designs, I'm not really a fan of the character designs themselves. Like I don't mind Mickey and Minnie as much, but it's Goofy and Donald that I think are really weird. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy it. It just looks nice, that's all. Yeah, the art style is a little bit weird. Kind of want some egg fried rice, to be honest. Egg fried rice sounds bussin'. I didn't have it, but it sounds bussin'.
Wave 3 includes Crom and Robin.
Hey, that. I simp for that guy. Whoever that guy is, I simp for him.
Veronica, emblem of heroes. I see you. Summon a
He sees me.
for your cause. Challenge
Nani? Alright, how far are we?
And in wave 4, a new story called Belzenologue will be unlocked.
I'm gonna stop it on Katamari and switch back to the game. Yeah, the platform looked good.
Wave 2 of the Fire Emblem Engage expansion pass for the Fire
I need to consider playing Fire Emblem. I've never played a single game. Yeah, we'll Discord. We'll Discord. That'll be fun.
Take control of your destiny.
Take control of your destiny.
Reverie, a world in which deities known as aspirations dwell. When a megacorp endangers the harmony between
This has the
future of humanity hangs in the balance.
interesting art style.
Narrative adventure. Harness your divine gift of clairvoyance to travel between worlds
This looks really well done.
and decide humanity's fate. Many branching story paths, along with a riveting soundtrack by Celeste composer Lena Rain, set the stage for your
The composer for Celeste made the soundtrack for this? That's dope. And Mary Dimitri? I don't agree. Cyberpunk visual novel looks good. Like this, yeah, no, it looks great.
Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch this June.
That looked phenomenal to me. Me personally, looked like a hit to me. That looked like a hit.
Octopath Traveler 2.
These were the classic folks. I remember Octopath.
After today's Nintendo
The remake looks great.
opening hours will be available on Nintendo eShop. 8 new stories await. Which path will you take first?
Like, I like the little arch. Like, it's still 2D, but they use the power and the tech they have to make the 3D look nicer. Like, the 2D foreground, like, I like how they do that. That's a very good innovation of using the 2D aesthetic, but still moving forward in tech and innovation and all that. I think that's a really, really cool, unique idea.
New features include playing as the young king of all cosmos.
Fuck, I was gonna pause on Katamari, but I guess we'll watch the Katamari one, and then I'm gonna pause.
With a selfie camera.
Okay.
We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie comes to Nintendo Switch June 2nd. In addition, active Nintendo Switch Online members can play a free game trial of Katamari Damashi Reroll.
Katamari has some fire music though. Alright, I'm pausing. Sea of Stars. I'm pausing. I don't know what's the. I don't want to. I already saw. Fuck. I saw it for a split second. I know what the content's gonna be. All right, but I'll be right back. While this launches, I'm gonna go get more water, refill, and then we game. We fill. We game. BRB. Type what your names are in chat for me so I can add y'all. Then I'll join the Discord when I'm done. I got me water. I got me a Trader Joe's milk chocolate bar. Why not? And I got me a name. Perfect. Perfect. And I'll join the Discord here in a second. Oh, what server are you on? I'm on US West Oregon right now. Let me join a server. Oh shit, Kame joined. Atia joined. Nathan joined. I have not been paying attention to my server. I need to get... I'm so bad at being active in my own server. It's a shame. I'm the same now? Okay. Bet. And Fighter's fine, I think. I think Fighter's fine.
Hello.
Or anyone's fine. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you, dork?
Doing fine. Excited to play.
I know, it's so fun. It's so fun. I'm still so bad at it, but it's still so fun.
Yeah. Wait, what kind of Ooh.
Moshi moshi.
Wait, no.
Moshi moshi.
Remember when I was telling you that like certain weapons only work with certain people?
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a knife for you. It's a green knife and it has 1.9% physical damage bonus.
Ooh woo.
Yeah. Is that you? Who the
Ooh woo.
Asa, dude, is that you?
Yeah. I saw, dude. If you ever get an arrow, you just be like, I saw, dude. Got a headshot on you. How are you doing, Snake? Did you sleep well? Where's Mel? Where's Mel's stinky butt?
Playing this on my Steam Deck and it's really good.
This game runs a lot smoother than I expected to.
Yeah, they did a really good job of optimizing it. There's like a couple of stutters every like now and then, but it's not bad at all.
I've seen you played Knifey Spoony before. That's a reference, and I remember it. I've watched it, but I don't remember what the reference is from.
You're what class are you? Are you a rogue?
I am an archer.
Archer. Okay.
As you can see, I have legs, and I am a lass. So call me Legolas. Get it? Legolas? Uh-huh.
No. Oh my god, I didn't see this, but you can buy ale, and it makes you drunk for 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
11 strength.
Too bad it's not really useful on me. But I thought it was really funny.
Yeah, I think that might be like a barbarian thing. Because you.
Oh, for sure. Just. I'm drunk.
Where's the archer stuff?
Oh, I can sell stuff. I have items. I forgot from all my raids today.
Oh, ranger. That's what you are.
Yeah, I'm a ranger.
Wait a minute. A ranger. Yeah.
Collector. The collector wants to buy my goods.
Maybe I'll buy a sword since oh, is there anything good to buy? Dagger.
$122 gold. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I have 278 right now.
Oh, you're balling. Is there a guy that wanted like treasure?
What's that?
I was just trying to figure out like who wanted stuff from me. Alchemist sell. As opposed to two cute things and small beasties. I'll have to take a look at it. I saw you posted one today, I think, early or not today, like yesterday for you. And I was gonna take a look at it, but then I decided to stream randomly, super early. Who's interested in buying silver coins? Wasn't there a person that bought silver coins?
I don't know. Let me look it up.
Did Mel go AFK on us? Is Mel being a stinky poo?
It says silver coin is one of the treasures that can be found traversing. This makes it one of the most profitable options for earning money. However, they cannot be sold everywhere. Go to the merchants tab. You have to go to the treasurer. At his place, you can buy 1 gold coin for 3 silver coins.
I see now. Cool, I got 5 gold coins.
Buy coins? I didn't even know that was a thing.
I mean, it's just trading up, which I guess makes sense. Streaming for looking at small beasties, unacceptable!
Oh, hey, you can buy a coin purse. Remember you were saying you wanted something to organize it? Yeah, you
Yeah.
can buy a coin purse.
I realized that 1 holds 50.
Oh, cool. We're ready to go. I just bought it. Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Let's see.
Welcome back.
Mel Stinky. Actually, I'm probably stinky. I'm the stinky one here. Let's be real.
Up to 3 mil.
I'm waiting on you. I have 145 gold. Nice. Can I buy like...
Hello.
Oh god, you scared me.
Oh no, not my voice. Ew, disgusting, disgusting, disgusting.
Oh my god, it's her voice. Guys, look, it's her voice. You guys feel disgusted? No. No one thinks it's disgusting.
That's
Stop.
you guys. There's me in the chat.
There's me in the chat. I think my voice is disgusting.
Pretty sure Cyber Idol Melanie agrees. Okay. You need to explain to me how to play this game because I've not seen how to do this.
Don't worry, you'll be fine.
Wizard, Ranger, Cleric.
Just don't get hit, silly.
Wizard it is.
My wizard is named Wingardium Leviosa.
Alright, this is the new Hogwarts Legacy.
It's better anyways, let's be honest. Game's fire! Buy the longbow.
Oh yeah, I don't... you're still on your other screen too.
Oh, thank you. It's the game!
Enter the lobby?
Yeah.
Yeah, give us your name.
Cyber Idol Melon.
Of course. How could I have been so foolish? Are you in the US West?
Oh yeah, on the left side, Mel, you can change your server. It says like US something for you. If you click on it, you can change what it says.
Oh, thank you, Sonny, for the reminder.
Which server are we going in?
I am US West because that's where people are more awake, I guess. Did I change it? Can you let me know, Sonny?
Asha, dude, is that you?
I saw it, dude.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Do I add Matthew?
Right. Just adding him. What? Silly.
Player list. Cyber Idol Melanie. Idol. There you are. Oh wait, that's a party invite. How do you send a friend request? Wait, can you send a friend request on this game?
It just did.
I?
sent you a party invite, not a friend request.
No, I'm not sure if you can add yet. I mean, it's beta right now.
True.
Oh
so.
yeah, true.
Your game says just chatting. Did I not just change it?
No, you didn't.
Fuck! Refresh.
I did not change it. Thank you, Kame. Thank you, Sonny.
Oh, you didn't, yeah.
I appreciate y'all. Oh, actually, okay, no, you got a VIP.
Who said they
were
were
good? You're good. Me, because I'm not. To go over your class real quick, Mel, you have like 3 main skills. You have your fireball, which is like an AoE splash damage that blows up everything nearby. That can include your allies and or yourself.
Oh yeah, there's friendly fire in here, Mel, so watch out.
Yeah. There's a magic missile, which is like a purple looking spell. And when you shoot that, you have to stand still and just like aim with your mouse only. Then it just sends multiple bolts flying. And then you can hit people from far away. And then you have a lightning bolt thingy that like can go crazy. And that's like the main ones. Just chatting Pog. Hey Ace, what's up? As for your perks and stuff, I don't know what to pick. I just kind of randomly pick stuff.
Oh yeah, like where do you go for the Oh wait, no, I found it. Perk and skill. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't actually I'm level 8 and I haven't turned like upgraded anything.
So what exactly is the point of this game?
You go into the dungeons, you find loot, and you try to escape the dungeon. We're adventurers. And then we got isekai'd.
So like SAO or don't pick up girls in a dungeon.
More like don't pick up girls in a dungeon.
I meant sound like in that one scene, one show, or that one art with what's her name? I forgot. Sachi, that's what it was.
Nani? And also it's a lot like Goblin Slayer.
I only watched the first episode.
Well, that's all you need to know about Goblin Slayer.
To be fair, the first episode of Goblin Slayer is like the most controversial one, but afterwards it gets pretty tame.
Yeah,
It does.
I actually did watch 3 episodes of it. It gets slower for me, and I was like, oh, I thought it was gonna be dark throughout the whole anime. So then
So Mel wanted the darkness.
Yeah.
Well, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it.
Dark and not just dark, but darker.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
You just got off work? How was work today, Ace? Hope you had a good day. Right between the eyes. What? Are you ready, Mel?
Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
changing my perks.
No, you're fine. I knew you were changing it. All right, ready up then, dork. So we can die. Sophia is awake. Go pet the dog, Mel. What are you doing? The dog's over there. You're running out of time. Mel.
wait, what? It was so laggy.
Oh, that's because it's just the lobby.
You were logging into the lobby.
I'm in confusion.
Sophia woke up and she's absolutely beautiful. I love
Good
it.
Morning.
I'm muted, but she's in Facebook call with me.
Then tell her.
Yeah, I'm muted.
And then
Like, I'm muted. Well, then tell her.
Oh my god. I think I just shot you. Oh no, you got hit. Never mind. I shot the.
Yeah, somebody hit me. I think that was you.
No, I hit the skeleton. I thought I hit you, but I hit the skeleton.
I think you did hit me because I got hit by the skeleton one time.
Oh wow.
my weapon? Why is it my torch?
Press 1.
Oh yeah.
And then press E to pick a spell. And you're set. Thank you, Ace, for pressing 1. Now Mel can use her weapon. And she won't die. Maybe. She'll probably die.
You press F to pick stuff up, by the way. Actually, oh, look at this. Look. Mel, come here. Mel, open this thing with F. And then that shirt that you're going to see in there, drag it and equip it to your chest. There you go. Now you're stronger.
Why did it take long to equip that? What the heck?
This is real life, okay? You don't just instantly put clothes on, you silly. Yeah, I have wizard shoes for you.
You know what we should do? Let's just get Mel like super uber powerful and have her be our DPS.
That'll be your support, Mel.
Ooh, I almost stabbed you, Mel.
Bonk him, Mel. Bonk him. Do you have a spell selected?
No, because it's a limited amount of spells, and that, you know what that means? I'm a hoarder.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna teach you something. You pick any spell and then use it and point away from everyone else. And then I'm gonna show you how you get your spells back. Only when you're ready, though. You have to right-click to use your spell.
Oh, now you tell me.
It happens. And that used up a charge, right? Now press Q, because I think you have meditation on by default. And you skill like randomly recharges random spells you have, and it comes back up after every like 30 seconds or something. And ta-da! You have a fireball back.
Wait, this class kind of sucks. That means my spell is limited, and like, wouldn't they better have like weapons? I don't think they could break, right? Unless they could break, then that kind of.
Weapons can't break.
Man, I should have been something else. This mage thing takes way too long to get spells back.
They're really powerful because you can hit multiple.
Yeah, your spells do damage to everyone, including us.
Take it back. I want this.
You do damage to everyone, including us.
You can also buff us too. You have haste and you can slow people down as well.
Yeah, you have spells like that.
You have a lot of utility that's really useful.
We can also murder us.
I can be
if you cast the wrong spell. Which you wouldn't do, right?
Doors blocked off.
I don't know what that one. I'm pretty sussy, bro.
Tell Mel to use the fireball. Yeah, if you use fireball at close range, it
over here, look.
Does direct impact. Which causes more damage to everyone inside the bubble. He bonked it. Eat my shotgun! Oh, he hit me.
There's a bandage on the ground where you are.
I see it. Wait, there's people coming.
Oh, God.
There's people coming.
Yup. I'm gonna open this door if you want to run away.
I got killed by the skeleton.
No!
Alright, Mel, DPS them! DPS them, Mel! DPS them! Wait, did Mel blow you up?
No, it's someone barbarian. Hey, you know, at least she didn't die to an enemy or a trap.
True. You got killed.
I died to a trap my first time.
I definitely died to an enemy my first time. How am I going up in rank or level? I didn't do shit there, and I went up another level.
I think you level up based on like what you do, so like getting kills and stuff. I think that.
I didn't kill anything.
Didn't you? You killed a skeleton, right?
I guess, but
I know it's not like
barely.
Yeah, but I think it still counts. I'm not sure. Because Mel didn't level up, but me and you both leveled up.
Yeah. Imagine not leveling up, Melt. Cringe.
How do I level up?
Kill things.
Oh, it took too long.
I mean, you just gotta get used to your spells a little bit.
Also, why does it feel like I'm not watching you guys, spectating you guys? What the heck?
Because we're dead.
We're died.
We left. My name is Asa, dude. Dude.
Yeah, you have to leave the game. Like exit to lobby.
All right, now you can ready up and we can go again. But yeah, basically you just spawn in random locations, you look for loot, you fight other people, and yeah, that's the fun of it. And you can pet the dog in the lobby. Though we just instantly loaded, basically. Wow, lips. Feel like they're on fire. I don't know why. So you understand how your spells work now. You just choose whatever spell you want. I would recommend using the magic missile next, so you get a feel for it. Or how you have to stand still and use it. He's going to work. Good night.
Oh.
That was cringe.
Watch out. Oh god.
All right.
You are my life.
Back up, back up.
I'm here. Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw this over there real quick.
Got one.
I'm behind him. I'm behind him.
Watch out now. Okay, he's turned around. I'm gonna get him. Nice. Teamwork.
Nice.
Mel is popping off.
Mel understands her skills. Let's go.
Oh, this might be good for you. This sword. It's a rapier. Yeah, that first skeleton had a green sword.
Shield.
Ooh, a falcon. I can use that.
You just take loot and you just go crazy. Nice. I got a rapier.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, that's basically how wizards work. Mel, you got it. If you ever need to just take a moment to just sit down and get some spells back, just let us know and sit down.
So weak. Holy crap.
This one has armor for a fighter. The one on this side. Green armor.
Oh, that's good then. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's better than what I have here.
There's a health potion up top here as well. You guys hear that, right?
Yeah, I think that's a team.
I think it is as well.
I'm gonna check this place since the circle is like kinda.
I was meditating a little bit, so.
Oh, I'm on the way.
I got him. I got him. Alright, there we go.
Nice. Ooh, diamond. There's a big chest over here.
I like big chest. Oh, there's a health thing over there.
Yeah, I was gonna get that since I got hit a couple of times. Or one time. There's a bow in here. Not sure if it's any better than yours. It's 36 damage, negative 50 weapon speed.
Might be better than
that.
that.
Gray one, so it might not be too good. Oh yeah, and if you want, you can break some of these jars and crates, and they have treasure inside of them.
I like big chest. Oh my god, it's ad quote! Exclamation ad quote. Yeah, it's ad quote.
Oh, he's moving fast.
Ow! My head.
That was me, I think. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You can take the healing thing over there.
No, you can take it. I have a pot.
Are we getting trapped by this barrier thingamajiggy? What is this?
Yeah, if
yeah, on the minimap. You can see on the minimap.
Yeah, the white
yeah, it's one word. It's one word. Nice. Wait, Mel, behind you! Behind you, Mel!
Mel set me on fire!
Mel lit everyone up.
Oh, the circle's getting smaller. It's moving. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get this because I'm pretty sure this will heal me more than what I'm losing.
Yeah, that's fine. Now we just gotta keep moving forward after this.
Yep. Let's go. We can actually... We can get through the circle if we go this way and then go left.
Yeah, sure.
There's a spot right here.
I'll wait for you to open the door first.
Yep, it's open.
Battle Royale? What the hell is this?
It's a battle
Yes,
royale,
kind of.
like Flash Extraction. So you can either like survive until the end, or you can just escape. Oh my god!
Wait, Mel, you're gonna die. Oh my god!
I'm opening up the door so you can get out of here. There's so many enemies.
Hold up. Okay, I got her thing.
It's open. It's open.
I got her heart.
Maybe I should switch class. This is just too slow for me.
You might like rogue, or cleric, or
the gameplay overall is slow, so not.
Yeah, it is a bit
be
slower.
A character where they feel super fast, but there are characters that are faster, just not super fast.
If you find any res spot, I can res Mel.
This is where we just came from, isn't it?
I think it is.
Wait, how do I res?
I grabbed. We have to find a shrine for you to come back.
There might be one in here. This is a big room.
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh, there's a chest here.
Oh, there is one.
No, nothing good. Just a helmet for a barbarian.
Someone spawned here.
Just a dagger for a rogue.
That fuel in your USB plug you bought from Amazon is recalled by the British government because it failed electronic safety records? What the fuck? That sounds spooky. There's a revive thing here that I'm trying to...
Okay, cool.
I'm fighting people off right now. I'm fighting mobs off, rather.
Oh, that's one of the hard enemies.
Yeah, he's almost dead.
Careful.
Oh, he's invulnerable.
What if I get in there? Haha!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
I died.
That hit me? How did that hit me? Oh,
no, he blew everyone up. He blew everyone up.
Yeah.
We're dead. We couldn't res you. Sorry, Mel. But if you want to change your class, you're more than welcome to. You just have to come up with a new name. That's the only condition. So it's up to you, Mel.
To be a perfect ally to everyone.
Did Mel just ask if we were perfect allies to everyone?
No, that was a video that was playing on my phone.
Oh. I was like, what?
How do I change character?
You have to just create a new character.
Yeah, you have to like leave and then create a new
I
one.
refuse to name. It's gonna be always Cyber Idol Melon. I get nothing.
Well, you can
Rogue?
you can delete your character, like if you don't want the wizard anymore.
Oh, that's valid.
Enter the lobby. I'm now a rogue.
Wow, you're a serial butt stabber. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we got a fighter, we got me, and we got Mel the rogue. Yeah, I was confused for a second. Are you ready, Clock? Oh, Illyria, sorry. Okay, I'm assuming he's not ready yet.
Did you just call Matthew Clock?
I did.
Yeah, it says clock in the Discord thing. Sorry, I was watching the video, so I muted my mic.
No, you're fine. I think that's why I said clock for a second. I looked at Discord.
It says clock in his Discord.
Take my head.
Aim for heads when you stab people, because it does more damage apparently.
Even with just swords?
Yeah, even with swords.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, mages hurt. Mages will delete a team.
Ooh, what the hell? Oh, we got spawned in the middle of a secret area.
So teach me how to play this class.
I have never played that class.
Do not go in there. There is a boss in there.
The boss in there?
Yeah, well, the wizard guy that just killed us all.
I'll take care of him from afar.
I don't know. I prefer range, but okay.
You can be a ranger.
Hiding for a bit.
Are you a ranger or are you a rogue?
She's a rogue. Mel's playing rogue. Alright, I killed the little mini boss.
Okay, I'm just testing everything out.
Killed the mini boss.
Listen to me. Haha! Oh my god! I'm killing the boss because I was opening up a chest and he can't go around it, so he's just on the traps.
Oh, I found a weapon for you on this side. Illyria, or I'm just gonna say Matt. It's easier.
Yeah, you can say that.
It's a single syllable.
On my way.
It's a golden, or not golden, silver falchion.
Ooh.
Do I equip like the golden band, the shield? What the hell?
Oh, you can't.
It's on this side. It's on this side.
You can't equip certain weapons. You can only equip things that are equipable to your class.
It's in here, Matt.
Wait. Oh, okay. So like as a ranger, you can only or what is she, a rogue again?
Yeah, she's a rogue.
Yeah, so as a rogue, you only hold like the smaller type weapons. But because of that, you're a lot faster and mobile and more agile than everyone else.
This guy's strong.
You basically sacrifice
Wait, Mel, you just walk on traps. Careful of the traps on the ground.
Oh, she stabbed him.
He's a serial butt stabber now.
Candy.
Oh, I yanked it. Oh, there's more.
Oh, there's another one.
Enjoy my shotgun shot.
Stabby stab. Shank him.
Here, I'm gonna put a campfire down for you guys, so you guys can heal.
Oh, look, here's a rapier. You can use that too. It spits for your class.
Okay, let me put this down for you guys first. Come around. Gather around the campfire. Advice, stab in head.
Oh, there's somebody behind us. Run, 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 run.
I see.
Oh my god, I might die.
Ah, Mel got instantly deleted.
Oh god.
What did I?
This is crazy.
I killed one. I killed one.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna definitely try to use bow next this one. Maybe this is not for me. This range thing is just not. I'm not.
That's valid.
I've never been in melee.
All right, well, if
That's
you're
valid.
gonna go that, let me go wizard. I want to try wizard.
Or must be double melee. Or double range, I mean.
Oh wait, hold on. Character select. I didn't have to leave the party. I realize that now.
No, you're fine. I'll reinvite you. Well, I guess it depends on what your name is.
Okay, go ahead and invite me.
1 second. I'm trying to find a weapon to use. I've never really used a survival. Oh, that's a lot of money for a survival bow. I don't know about that. Don't know about all that. I will invite you. What's your name? No?
Illy 2. The
Like that?
X, yeah. And then a 2. Alright. I have not played Wizard, so this is gonna be fun to figure out.
Oh, this perk as well. Where is it? My crossbow perk. Alright, I'm ready. Do you need ideas for perks, Mel?
Can we choose that now?
I don't know what you mean.
In the class, click on class, there's perk and skill.
Oh, what the hell? They're all different spells.
Yeah.
Okay, haste.
I don't get it.
Bottom right are skills they can put to like activate like your spells and shit earlier that you had on mage, for example. For me, I had the shotgun, arrows, and the quick shot. But you can get like food rations to help you heal if you get hit, for example, which are really nice. And then you have like the default perks, which are like just passives that you have on yourself that you put in your character. You unlock one every 5 levels. So right now you can have one, basically.
Oh my god, there's so many spells. Holy fuck.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Magic, missile, chain lightning, haste, slow. Maybe this one.
Chain lightning apparently is really busted. It's just if it hits, it can bounce to yourself and allies. But if it were far enough and you just hit like an entire team, it just almost deletes them.
What is the red spell stuff? What is that?
That I don't know. I never figured that out.
If I were to guess, I think it's when like you go into the other side, the other thing. I don't know. It looks crazy though.
Yeah, it looks pretty gnarly.
Okay, I think I'm okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm spending my money on weapons. On archers, you do actually reload. Alright, come here. Where are you, Mel? The doggo! Mal! And then you have 2 spell skills. Oh, you can. Oh, that's right. The second spell tree, Matt. One of them is one of your skills is the fact that you can use spells.
I just don't think I'm gonna ever see the doggy.
It's so sad. So like you can actually have 2 skills where you get spells. So you get like 2 spell slots
like
unlocked.
2 loadouts.
Yeah. Basically.
Wait, I just realized you have the Monami PNG thing. That's crazy.
God, I can move so much faster.
Wait, how
now.
did you do that?
How'd I do what?
The Monami thing. Sagi. The PNG. Me talking.
Oh, that's a little plugin I found. I gave it to Sunny earlier. Could you post the plugin I linked earlier in chat, Sunny?
I am now a Danganronpa character.
This one has a round shield. Oh, we're not playing fighter
I've been
anymore though.
meaning to change that. I definitely need to commission people.
How do you shoot a bunch of?
You have to stand still when you shoot the magic missile. That was a.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So like once you shoot it, you just stand still. Like that.
I killed him.
Yeah, your magic missile does a lot of damage.
And where is my man? Oh, I see. I see. Oh, what the?
How do I reload?
Press R. It's like Valorant.
Oh.
Got a stupid ass.
Meditate Q.
Yeah, meditate is Q. Thank you for posting that, Sunny. That's the link that I used. And like I can set my icons that I want for when I'm inactive and when I'm active. It's kind of cool.
How do you get back more of your magic?
You meditate and then you just have to keep meditating.
Do I technically
Oh, like meditate for one each time?
Yeah.
It's not one, it's like just kind of random. Like you get a little bit back of random skills.
Do I technically get unlimited but just need to reload?
Yeah, we get unlimited.
I'm so stupid. I used Ignite on the skeleton because I thought it was gonna blow them up, but it actually gives them fire damage to their weapon.
Oh, you buffed the skeleton?
Yeah.
That's great. Can unlock this one.
Okay, I'm gonna meditate again.
I'll be a mimic. Got gold bangles. Void zones give buffs. They're for you to sell. It's just loot for you to sell.
I get it now. If you look right, like when you have your magic selected, if you look right above it, there's a meter for it, and whenever you meditate, that meter goes up.
Wait, hold up. I see this strong skelly boy. This is one of the fast ones. Nice. Void zones give buff. Wait, it buffs it? That is good to know. Wait, you were igniting?
I'm actually gonna take that.
Go for it.
Oh, actually, you could use this.
Oh, I can.
It's a blue short.
Oh.
That's really good.
I want to escape now.
Yeah, I found a purple helmet for a cleric. I mean, I never played cleric, but like, you know.
Maybe you will now.
Yeah. Oh.
There's people here. Yeah.
They must have died. Wait, was this us that came through? Because there's a chest over here. Nope. Yeah.
I don't think it was us.
Yeah, they didn't open this chest, I guess, or didn't see it.
Yeah, there's someone definitely here already. Zone's coming. What's the void zones? Hawkeye.
Void?
Yeah, Hawkeye said void zones give buffs, but I'm not sure what the void zones are.
I'm not sure. Yeah, they've been all over here.
They murdered everything. Haha, fools! I didn't do all our work for us. This is the heavy room. Just go straight to the right.
Oh, there's people in there.
Run back. No, we have to run back. We're gonna get surrounded here.
Close the door.
I'm leaving.
Oh, people behind us too. Behind us.
Like actually?
Yep.
Where?
To the left. Yep. I'm hasting you. They ran away. I think they saw us and they ran away. I think they were by themselves.
I'm opening this right now.
Footsteps that I see.
Okay, no, wrong way. Go back. That's a heavy mob. Keep running. Your head's on fire, Mel. Your head's on fire.
Mel's a hothead.
What am I
All
supposed
right.
to do about it?
You're good. It went
We-
away.
There's someone here.
I buffed you. Oh, be careful! Be careful! Behind you! Behind you!
Oh my god.
Go, 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 go! Let's go help Hitsu.
I got him. I got him. I got
You
him.
got him? Okay. There's like a few enemies over here.
This keep running. Keep running. Keep running this way.
I killed one of them.
Keep running this way. That guy is very tanky.
Mel, can you shoot the guy that's chasing us? Since you're behind him.
Keep running. You have to keep running. That guy's the strong guy. I'm opening this door. I'm opening this door.
Okay. I'm gonna try and get him towards me so you can open it. Okay. Hopefully I can make it through this. I made it out. Oh no, he hit me a little bit. Fuck. Careful, careful, careful. Yeah.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. We're getting trapped here. Oh, I died. Oh, Mel died.
Wait,
Yeah, that.
how come I cannot do that? I'm so confused.
No, you killed yourself. How can you what?
How
Why
come
could
I cannot shoot fast as I thought I would shoot? Like how you did it.
It's one of my skills. I have a skill for it. It's the triple arrow one, like back to back. It's called quick shot.
Wizard is actually kind of fun.
No, wizard is fun. It's just he's kind of hard to figure out first.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you see it, Mel?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
did it wrong.
you did it wrong. I mean, once you press it,
It felt
it's
so
a
slow. I guess I have to do the quick thing, and I have to like do the double combo or something like that. I guess I have to try it again and see.
You can try it out. I mean, it's infinite skill use. It's just cooldown. Like I was shooting the arrow. Like for example here. This is my regular thing. Bottom. Come on, vamonos. Is it laggy for you in game at all? No.
Not anymore.
I think it was just the early lobby loading then. Because I feel like the game has been pretty smooth overall.
I have everything on F.
Oh, I thought it put us on the outside of the circle. I was like, are you kidding me?
On this game.
Oh, this is a hard room. I've been in here before. This place sucks.
Wait, watch out for the traps on the ground.
Oh, hard enemies. Yep, there's a red one. Careful, careful, careful. There's a healing thing up here, though.
Did you? What is it?
Ugh.
If Sunny, or not Sunny, if Mel lives, she should use the healing thing real
He
quick.
can't hit me from over here. But that one can. Nice, Mel. Oh, god damn. Okay, get him. He can't hit us. Ouch. Oh, Mel, go to that green thing and push F on it.
It's Morbin time.
I am healed.
The version that goes pop, 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 pop. Oh, that's a good one. Oh my fuck.
Is there gonna be more arrows where I could just like have more than...
Huh?
I'm gonna meditate.
Is there what you can do?
Is there a way to like have like more than 6 arrows on me or no?
Depends on the bow you're using. I think 6 is the max. You get less with other bows.
Yeah, you gotta be very conservative with your stuff.
But I mean, you get to reload though.
Yeah. Oh, is it like unlimited arrows?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just you
There's
have
unlimited
6
arrows, but it's limited in how much you can fire at once.
Yeah. Eat the double arrow combo, bitch!
Look if y'all. Oh crap! I'm lighting the way if y'all want to see how to get around.
I just realized I missed all my shots.
It happened. Here, I dropped an arming sword for you on the ground, so you can have a secondary as well. Press 2 to use it.
That was crazy.
The trap.
Nice.
Ooh, so green bow plus 2 all attributes.
Ooh, I might use that bow.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can kite them.
Wait, there's people behind us. There's people behind us.
Oh shit! Yup.
I got one. I got one for you
yeah,
guys.
oh, I died. Fuck.
Unlucky.
Oh, he was right behind me.
I got one. They were a duo.
Put in a
Yeah, we were stuck in the traps. That was an awkward spot. But I got your friend, nerd. Maybe killing people is how you get it, because I've killed a couple of people. Get experience. Oh, I want to use the yellow bow too. I'm so sad.
I don't think it is, just because like I never killed anyone and I was level 8.
You know that's valid. That's actually valid.
Yeah, I've never killed anyone like at all. I mean, I think I killed like one person, but I was already like level 6 or 7 when I killed them.
I'm gonna try the cleric now.
Go for it.
Oh, they heal us. They're a healer, and so like if we're low on health, you can give us all health, and it's like really good.
Yeah. Wait, did you pick it already? Oh, you did.
Yeah, Mel's fast.
I know nothing about the cleric though. It's a shame you can't see mine, Sonny, because it's just the Mega Knight doing fun jazz. Actually, I might be able to show you. I just log in. Oh. Flashbang! Oh, valid. Actually. I'm doing for now.
Oh wait, hold on. Before we start,
Hey.
look at the other stuff.
Can you see it? Here, now that there's more people, I'm gonna make that a bit bigger again. Where's my effects screen?
Okay, so I definitely want haste.
How's that? Hey. So now whenever I speak, you can see it pop up. It's so cool, isn't it? Like I found out because of all the VTubers I've been watching recently. Such a cool little like mechanic from all these dorks. I had an idea as well to use the censored and the non-censored version of the Hitsuga twerking emote, just because it'd be funny as a meme. But I haven't done it yet. All right, Mel, come fast. We did it.
Touch it! I didn't even get to. I just walked over there.
You saw the dog at least. Now you know where it is. Hello, Rue. As you can see, this is meant for you specifically since you redeemed it, Rue. Ba-dum-bum. Bum-bum-bum. The fucking dramatic music. Holy shit.
Oh,
God damn, you scared the shit out of me, dude.
There is a revive thing over here. Hi, Mel. Smacks me.
I'm entering the secret room here. That's over here.
Wanna go over there? All right, let's go over there first. This way.
I'm actually back to being confused.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Is there a way to read like my skills before like in this game while I'm doing it? Because I forgot already.
Press tab. I think you can see your skills when you hover over them.
Yeah, it's on the left side where your character is. You can see your perks
Ooh,
and then
okay.
the two on the left.
How are you doing, Gru? Are you fighting someone?
Oh, I died. Yeah, 2 people came into the room while I was looking at my thing.
No. Yep, they're here. I'm trying up the chain. Ah.
Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy.
Aw.
I am so sorry. That was just a
That
fail.
was fine.
I didn't even get to try anything.
Dying doesn't matter at the beginning because we go in.
Yeah, we have no loot. It's just we're going in blind.
Going in naked.
It makes it easy to ready up as well. To just go again. But I think on a cleric you have a heal. You have a shield.
This game is literally just a battle royale trying to get out of this damn dungeon. With monsters in it.
No! No, she's too slow.
I pet the dog.
Yeah, Matt got it that time. How are you doing, Gru? Here, let me give you one of these. Since you're also one of those VTubing dorks I was just talking about. Easy peasy. I used to dislike, actually, VTubing, like, a few years ago. And I was just like, the community always seems super toxic. But the people I've met recently have been, like, not toxic, which is so nice.
You're
and, like, I'm not toxic. I'm wholesome. Wait.
Right.
I just burned myself.
Stop it. Sophia! My boo! Okay, when you woke up earlier, Sophia, both Mel and Illyria and Sunny wanted to say good morning to you, but I was muted, so I couldn't say it.
Mel said good morning too.
Yeah, Mel didn't say good morning. Mel said, I'm a dork, and I took that personally. Cringe? The king of dorks calling someone else? No! You're cringe! Not me!
Can you kill them? I need to meditate.
Yeah, I got you. Mel?
She's taking in the scenery.
It happens. It's one of those big rooms. It looks like a big room. Yeah, bonk him. Did you sleep well, hun? Bro, you gotta stop telling people I'm there in the morning. You know I'm a zombie? I mean...
There's a zombie over there, a skeleton behind us.
Hold up. I need to find the spawner. There's a spawner. There's a spawner right there. You have to break the spawner first.
Spawner? Where's that at?
I just broke it. It's like a little jar on the ground. Oh. Do you have your heal, Mel? Can you heal him?
Or heal me.
The fuck? Oh, put your mace away so you can heal him. I think you have to put one of your weapons away.
Magic penetration. Hey, Mel, I found a weapon for you. In this chest, there's a mace.
There's a wizard around here. But you're cringe.
There's some pants in here for you two, in this other chest.
Koi cringe. Oh, he hit me?
Wait. Before you use your heal, wait for Hitsuga to go I think
I'm coming. Okay, I'm here. Can't keep my own supplements. That's valid. That's valid. I'm sorry, Han. I love you, boo. I love you.
I don't think I can heal.
You have the ability.
How do I heal then?
It should be Q or E.
My Q or E does not heal. They do damage.
I don't know. What does it say for your Q and E?
Midas says the E for says deal an additional 10 plus magic damage to all enemies you hit with 7 seconds. And the other one says holy purification inflicts 100 base magical damage. Cool.
We're gonna get killed here soon. Get ready to fight.
Oh yeah. Here. There you go. Back up. I'm gonna use the chain lightning. Can you open the door for me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, he got me before it went off!
Oh my god!
No!
Mika Vista!
Oh my god, there's 4 of them! They teamed up! They formed a party!
Is that Mel? Yeah, that's Mel.
How to do this at all? I cannot play cleric.
I've never played cleric, so I know nothing about cleric.
You gotta play more than like 1 or 2 matches to get used to it.
Hi, Sophia. It is.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how to play anything until I play like at least 4 matches with it in this game.
Can you go into your spells and see which one is the one that heals people?
I think it's just a straight up spell. I don't think it's like a skill.
Let me see how to heal.
I know, hun, but I love you. It's the handsomest man on Twitch. You mean Matt Illyria? XILY2? Twitch.tv/ Here, I'm gonna shout out Illyria.
Actually, yeah, it looks like. Okay, I don't know.
How are you, Brandon? What's going on? You're the handsome.
Should heal.
How do I do it then? I'm so confused. I'm using my skills, that's why, but I don't know how to use my spells.
Go to your. Can you stream your screen? Is that possible?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let me see here.
And my headset just died. 1 second. Got his ass. This game is really fun, hun. This game is so fucking fun.
Go hover over your stuff real quick. Yeah, let me see the top one. Yeah, that's a heal. Oh, okay, yeah, there's all your stuff right there.
So you just gotta use it like you use a wizard, silly.
Yeah, like, go. We might have to see like in the game.
Maybe
I
it's a
guess.
skill too.
No, those are
no.
Those are perks. Those are like passive stuff. You don't.
Wait. Check your. You don't have any spells activated right now.
That's what I was confused about.
Wait, are they in the wrong spot? Should they be on the left?
Go back to perk and skill. You see how like both of them are red? She has to activate one of the spell sets.
Oh.
She has two perks, 2 skills.
Oh, okay, yeah. You have it. Yeah, there you go. Now you should be able to. Yeah.
Whichever one that it's like queued up to. Okay, now it's shining. Now you got it. Welcome back, Brandon. How are you? Have you played this game yet? This game is fun. I like this game.
Reduce the casting time of the next spell you cast to 0.1 seconds. Holy crap.
Yeah, but in return, you can't use the meditation thing.
Yeah.
But you can like do some combos with it. Like you just double fireball right away, for example.
Yeah, that seems like a more like higher skill gap kind of ability.
Yeah, I'll try it again.
I've got to head off to sleep, but have a lovely night, everyone. I love you, Dorks. You sleep well, Sonny. Get some proper rest. Take care. I've downloaded the demo though. It's fun. It's fun. I like this game.
Now we need to get like a CS:GO / Valorant game, but like in this style.
That'd be kind of crazy.
That would be kind of cool.
Like the bow and arrow will be the op or something if you can get a headshot.
Oh, I wish the bow and arrow was like instant kill. But I guess it'd be kind of broken though, because everyone moves so slowly here.
Yeah, but also at the same time too, like you have like the armor differences stuff.
Oh yeah, that's true. Ooh. Oh, there's sounds out here.
Okay, we have healing if we get hit. That's good.
Yep. Any mummies? I mean, I know there's gonna be mummies.
Yep.
There it is.
Hasting you. Behind you, Mel. Behind you. Careful.
Oh fuck. Stupid mummy! I can't hit it. Did you get it? Did it die? It died.
It died. Nice. You got him in the head too.
Easy peasy. Mel's insane.
Oh, there's a team. There's a team. There's a team. Behind that door. They shoot a fireball unless that was a boss. There was somebody threw a fireball at that door.
Really? I don't know who it was. It could have been one of those fire mages, but like, I'm not sure.
Kill him. I'm gonna meditate. But actually, I'm gonna meditate. Oh fuck! I didn't know canceling it would. Okay, I should have known.
Ha! 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 I'm fighting mummies! Call me Brandon Fraser!
There's some boots in here for a cleric mount with you.
You called? Hi. My name is Brendan Fraser.
I'll bonk him in the head for you, Mel. Keep kiting him. Oh, you used your...
Another mummy. She did. Hold up.
Ah! You shot me.
I'm sorry.
Ah, kill
him. Wow, there's an arrow in Mel's head. That's so strange. How did that happen? Oh, this ring is good for you, Mel. This ring is good for you. I just dropped on the ground.
I'm wearing it as an earring because it's like right on her ear.
I dropped on the ground, but I actually don't know where I just dropped it. It's like on the ground somewhere. I actually lost it.
What am I looking for?
There is a ring. I'm trying to find the ring.
I don't want that. I have nothing
There
to do.
was a team.
No, it was a ring you can wear. Mel, come here. Use the healing thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that green thing over there.
I mean, I can heal myself. Why would I want to do it?
So you don't waste spells, you dork.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
Because this room isn't going to be accessible, so you might as well use it. But also, yeah, like over here, this door I opened, there was people through here because there's a lot of dead enemies and loot on the ground.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I actually hear them. I can hear them. I can hear enemies attacking them.
Okay, we're coming. Oh wait, grab loot, Mel. You ignored the loot. No!
Yeah, I think they're straight ahead. I don't know if we want to go there because I can hear the enemy attacking them. They're either above us or straight ahead.
Yeah.
I don't want to grab loot unless it's like cool.
I mean, you can sell your loot for gold.
Oh.
Yeah, you can sell it and then get a bunch of gold for later.
Assuming you escape. That's a condition. I want to go this way.
It is
Stab a bitch.
like a dungeon game.
It is. We got isekai. We gotta earn our daily living.
Yeah, but we keep dying, so it doesn't help.
We don't keep dying. This is my first time being here. What do you mean? We have to go this way. That leads into like a room of fights and zones closing the other way. I mean, we could loot it. Try to fight and loot.
Are you looting for me?
Huh?
Aren't you looting for me?
I'm looting for you?
Is that not what this is? We don't loot together?
Oh no, all of our loot is individual.
I hate that for me.
I mean, we can share loot. Oh, you slowed him.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice.
Oh, that one shot. What was that?
I think I used my magic spell and then used Q, which is like a inflicts.
Oh wait, yeah, there's a really good helmet on this one for you. Wait, watch out behind you. Watch out behind you. Watch out behind you.
Live.
I took their shit. Okay, they didn't really have anything. It was a real person.
Oh.
Oh my god.
But we killed one.
Close this door.
What the?
Shake! Shake! Shake!
Yeah, shake his ass! Sophia, I love this game. It's so fun. And it's only beta.
I don't know about that one.
Oh! Mimic!
What the freak is that?
It's a mimic! We're in a dungeon!
Ah! Is it dead? No, not yet.
Yeah, it's about to.
Ooh, that's a big ass shield.
Might be people coming here.
That reminds me of fucking
Yeah, I'm
Zelda.
gonna. Can you heal real quick, Mel?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, that's actually an escape portal for someone.
Who am I healing?
Oh, nice. I don't have that good of loot. Maybe Mel wants to take it. Yeah, thanks, Mel.
No problem.
Nice. I don't have that much good loot either.
Plus 3 additional physical damage on a bow.
Oh, take it back. I might have good loot now. But I'll stay if you guys. I'll play.
I mean, I don't. If Mel, do you want to escape right now?
Oops, I messed up. Oh well.
If you wanted to escape right now, Mel, you
I
could.
actually see another one. Wait, no, that's an orb. Never mind. Oh shit. Okay, somebody has to take that. The circle is literally coming in right now.
What am I taking?
The portal. It lets you exit the game. It lets you exit the game.
Take it.
How do I take it?
Wait, no, wait, Mel. Before you go, pick up all these items. I just dropped on the ground.
Oh yeah, pick it up for Hitsu, so that way he can get it later. Yeah.
No, I don't have to get it later. I just want Mel to have some items to sell.
Wait, what do I do?
Pick up this.
Pick up everything I just dropped.
And then jump in that blue portal.
Yeah, and then escape. Be free, Mel. Be free. You earned your keep today.
Okay, getting out of here. Wait, how do I do this?
You're good.
You just walk through. You just walk through. That's it.
I escaped?
Yeah, you escaped.
Now you can just wait for us, but you're
Now
good. All your loot that you just got, you get to keep now.
Wait, why am I the only one who escaped? That's crazy.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
The
fine.
only works for one person. That's why.
Wait, why did you guys let me do it?
So you can understand it. Now you know how to do it.
There's a lot of zombies. I should have helped you first.
Oh, there's the red portal.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, do chain lightning if you can. Wait, no, don't.
True.
Yeah.
Oh no, I couldn't help kill these
I don't
guys
know.
from
I'm
y'all.
gonna run away. Can you distract him? Kite him? Okay, here I go. Oh shit, circle's coming in.
I should have helped you guys.
No, you're fine.
This is hard to watch.
We did this for you.
Don't die.
I'm gonna open this big chest while you do that.
Okay.
Let me know if they're gonna attack me.
They might try.
I opened it. It's good.
Nice.
No, Hitsu, no.
Oh, what the fuck?
Small spider. Small spider.
Yeah, I'm gonna just loot this place.
I'm open this one then. That was spicy. Holy shit.
Is somebody in here? Oh, that's the enemy. Okay. The circle's moving in too. We gotta go. Opening the door.
Yeah, open it.
Ow. go, go, go! Oh, fuck! Team, or at least one guy's here. He's to your left, to your left, to your left.
I see him, I see him.
He got me, damn it. I hit him a couple of times with the magic missile, though. Come on, Hitsu.
Oh, there's Valorant shooting.
Oh, the spider killed me, I think. Oh, no.
Hey, at least Mel escaped. Let's go.
He lived with so low HP. There's an escape portal there, too. If I killed him. Unlucky.
I think he's waiting for everyone to come in so he can kill him and take their stuff.
Maybe. But he's really low right now.
I'm still level 1.
I'm spectating him. You're still level 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Oh, look, there's another guy. Or is that his teammate?
No, he's shooting them.
Yeah.
He's about to die to the zone. He died.
Died, yeah. Oh, wait, no, they're both... Oh, he died, yeah! Oh, yeah, sorry, your stream is a little behind. I thought you were talking about the other guy.
No, yeah.
That's funny.
But now you can sell things if you want to the right merchants and stuff.
How do I...
Merchants, click on any merchant. Like a woodsman sells like wood type stuff. Just click sell and try trading items. If you want to sell shiny stuff, go to the collector. Yeah, go to the collector and press sell. And then you should be able to sell some shiny stuff. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Oh, I'm gonna use the restroom too.
Sell?
Yeah.
I have nothing to sell.
Oh, I'll show you, Mel. Before I get up. So can you stream real quick again so I can see it better?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So all of that stuff. That you have to go to the treasurer, not the collector. I think. Yeah. I think it's him. Yeah. And then you should be able to. Oh yeah. Click on sell.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you should be able to sell all that jewelry that you just found. Really? Who is it? Hold on, let me see who does it. It's one of them. It's either the collector or somebody. Oh yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. You got it. You can just sell all of it. That's what it's there for. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Thank you. Now what do I do with my money? Chat, no. What do I do with my... What on earth do I do with my money? Also, how is chat today? How is everyone doing? I hope you guys are all lovely, enjoying your night. Sit back and relax. What was for dinner?
It's dark and darker in here. It's dark and darker in here. Hello?
What do I do with my mun?
You can buy stuff from the merchant. So like gear and weapons and stuff, stronger weapons.
How do I do that?
Weaponsmith, for example. They might have cleric specific weapons.
Oh, here.
Yeah, or the armor for you. I have a cleric
If
armor.
I die in the game,
Tell me what
do I lose my weapon?
Holy shit. Still Hitsu? Nah, me too. It's a vibe, isn't it, Chogif? Matt, thank you so much for the raid.
Welcome, Raiders!
What the fuck?
Wait, wait.
What a clip. Huh? What's up?
Oh, no, you do your raid. This is Hitsu. He's a dork. He plays video games.
I am no such thing. I am no dork. That is not me. I refuse.
He likes JoJo's.
Let me give you a proper shout out.
We have a movie night on Saturday with him. I have no idea what we're watching.
Did I even type that right? I don't think I typed that right. I do not know what I'm watching either. But I invited, actually, you remember Lord Super Kamiguru Bidoof? I invited him and some of his gang to come and watch with us a couple of days ago. But no, Matt, thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to? Let me give you like this shout out because that one's not working right now.
What did you stream?
Yeah, what did you stream?
It's not working because the dead. Oh wait, no, never mind. I think that was a long time ago.
Wait, so if I die in the game, do I lose my weapon?
Upgraded weapon, yes. If you buy an upgraded weapon.
If you take it in there with you and you die, yeah, you lose it.
Overwatch.
How do I keep my gold?
You put it in your
put it in your stash. Put it in your chest, your loot box.
Okay, we're putting it in my stash then.
Put all the extra gold, and then you can like, having a stronger weapon makes it easier for you to go through the place. Basically.
I'm not using it.
You know, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
I need to fix my. I need to continue to learn how to do this game before doing that.
I understand that completely.
So wait, what helmet was that? Yeah, for some reason, no, it's not Mel. For some reason, you can't put in your stash like your default stuff. So what you have to do is like when we.
Oh yeah, you spawn with your default stuff. That's just what you spawn with.
Yeah, you can sell it. Yeah, she sold the shield and the helmet. There you go.
Bye. Continue on.
Perfect. But thank you so much for the raid, Matt. I'm not sure if you're there or not right now, but if you have to go, that's more than okay. I hope you had a good time playing Overwatch. I know that's a hit or miss, honestly.
He came into the raid. You should follow Hitsuga. He's a dork.
No, I'm not. Don't listen to her.
Streamer.
No, I don't stream. That is also a cap. What you're not watching is stream. I'm just here. But most importantly, in this game,
Doggo.
Wait. Oh.
Mel's never fast enough. This is so sad.
What do you think I am, Sonic the Hedgehog?
I'm Barry Allen, so yeah. That'd be a good name, Barry Allen.
Holy moly, it's almost 10 o'clock. Okay, this is my last round, unfortunately.
Oh no, you have to sleep.
I have work tomorrow.
Barry does too hard.
I understand that. Working on a Friday though, cringe.
What the heck? Put us in a secret room.
I'm not gonna lie, I do think I like this class though. If I could just upgrade it.
Little drop there. Oh my god, I wonder like how it would be if like you waited for people to.
Oh my god, traps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Like if you spawned in with like good weapons and just waited for people to come in.
Kind of cheeky.
Skeletons.
There's skelly boys.
Let me give you a bit of a taste.
Oh, you got hit. Wait, did that just kill the undead?
Cast slow on him.
He got bonked.
So I found out that the
ooh.
Q.
Oh, there's an enemy here. Enemy here.
Oh crap, yeah.
I found out the Q does so much damage that it can hit like 1 KO.
Okay, I'm gonna throw
Use it,
this over there.
in like 3 people, but I guess it didn't work.
You see there's traps on the ground? Be careful there. There's traps on the ground.
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
You just got arrowed by someone. Heal up if you need to.
Here, I'm gonna haste you.
Oh my god, I just got headshot.
Oh, you
Ah.
Mel, stay there. Mel, distract. Pull him out here. Pull him out here. Like, yeah, kite him out. Kite him out. I'm gonna hit him.
Block, Mel, block.
Hide behind the pillar. I got him! I got him! I killed one of them.
Killed me.
Oh, he's gonna kill me. Yup, it's all you, Mel.
Wait, Mel, you just bonked him.
Oh, I accidentally did the wrong thing!
Wait, did you kill me?
No, he didn't. She didn't kill you, but
Oh, she didn't kill. Okay.
bonk him back. Bonk him back. He only has his weapon.
In and out. Oh, he punched you.
Damn. Yeah, you should haste Mel so that when Mel can go crazy.
I accidentally killed him.
He bonked him in the head. He didn't die from it, but you hurt him though.
No.
It was so funny. I was like, wait, Mel? Matt's on our side.
No.
Alright, I'm ready.
Wait, Mel. I think Mel said she was gonna get off after this.
No, I did one more.
Oh, okay.
I want my redemption.
No, I understand that one. That's not like this moment. I get it.
I'm sorry.
Actually, bonk. Wait, we have time. Run, Mel, run!
Run.
Run! We don't have time!
I can't do this. I'm stuck on the pillar.
You couldn't jump over it.
It's a shame. It happens to the best of us. Da-da-da. It's hard, but like there's a fun element to it, how chaotic and crazy everything is.
So
True.
fast paced too. Like
I think,
with how
I think
slow the
cleric
game
is the
it's
one
like-
for me. It's always the support.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think cleric's like pure support. Cleric does some damage. You were bonking some heads. You deleted an undead person.
I'm slowing him down. Okay, go
Oh
ahead.
my god. Okay, I'll try to kill him.
Actually, I'll stand up here too. Nice.
Got his ass. No, you bonked him.
No. I was trying to use my shield. How do I block?
L2 or R2, yeah. There's a shield in here that you can use. It's a good shield too. On the skeleton.
Oh,
He's looting.
already opening this.
Yeah, you're good.
He said, "This loot mine."
I didn't mean it. You can have whatever is in there.
There's shoes in there that you can use. They're cleric shoes.
Didn't need it, she says.
I'm gonna medi.
There's a zombie. Am I missing? I mean, obviously I'm missing, but why am I missing? You actually one-shot the undead.
I didn't one-shot him. You killed him with the arrows.
No, you killed him. I didn't shoot. You do damage. I'm opening this.
How do I use my heal?
I thought you already figured it out.
Oh! It's a fucking mimic right here, of all places. Oh, you fucking dickhead!
Oh, that's why. There we go.
Got it.
Holy fucking shit, man!
Wait, what?
Oh,
there's
she
a
got shot.
skeleton shooting
Yeah, this.
from the window.
Yeah.
Careful, Mel. There's a oh!
Oh my god, I got hit by that.
I hate this.
I also
my
hate
God,
this.
The fucking skeleton.
I got him.
This gives me anxiety.
Ooh, I almost got you.
Oh, I had to void him.
Heal yourself.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I had to jump through the axis.
Go in!
We're killing each other.
We're dying.
Somebody's name.
Wait, I healed.
You have to aim your heal. Yeah.
Oh, there's a secret over here. Yeah, get up.
Don't stand in the stinky. The stinky hurts.
No, help me break these crates.
Alright, I have an idea for everyone after I kill this zombie.
Hell yeah. Hey, thanks.
Did I heal you?
Yeah, you healed.
I don't know if I healed.
You did.
Okay, cool.
You're a fucking mimic. I knew it! I knew it! 2 mimics! Fuck!
There's a skeleton right there. I do not want to do anything.
That'll teach you, dickhead. A Zweihander. Alright.
Yeah, you can heal heaps too. Be careful with the windows though, because the skeletons are shooting through the window.
Yeah.
Somebody's coming.
Where?
Somebody's to the left. I can hear them. Oh wait, no, I think that was y'all. Never mind.
Did I kill him?
Okay.
I killed him. Thank God.
Alright, come here. No? I'm gonna place a campfire down for us. You can come too if you want, Matt, since you're not full AP. Or full HP, I mean. It's a full AP. I'm making a campfire.
I can't even. I can't replace my spells anymore. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, you're not a wizard anymore. You're a cleric.
Oh, push F on the campfire, Mel.
What's that sound?
Alright, anybody got any ghost stories to tell?
Oh, you guys hear that?
No.
No.
I hear like a huge vibrating sound. What the fuck? That was weird.
Wait, I don't know if we want to go that way because that's outside the circle.
Yeah, that's fine. We go backwards. No one else heard that? That was weird. I have no idea what the fuck that sound was. It sounded like an emergency beep sound. Except...
Was it from
It was in game. It had to be from the game. I don't know what it was from. Oh, we go hard left. This is where the strong monster is. You don't want to deal with the strong monsters.
Oh, there's a zombie right there.
Skelly boy.
There you go. Kill him now. Facing you.
Oh God.
That was absolutely terrifying. I thought I was going crazy.
Ah! Leave me alone!
Yeah, slow him down. There you go. It should be easier to handle.
Wait, you can bonk him too? Alright, we got the aggro away from Mel. Mel's almost dead. I don't think she can heal herself.
No? Does the healing not heal you too?
No, it doesn't heal her. Heal herself.
It does. I just need to get away from you guys really quick.
It does heal you?
It does. I just need to heal myself really quick. Hold up.
Okay.
What?
Oh, it doesn't heal you. She just placed it to heal.
Okay, I guess I'll just do this.
Oh,
watch out.
another spider.
I'm gonna try to go find the spawner.
Oh wait, you did heal. You healed a little bit.
Yeah, I need now. I know how to do this now.
Okay, I broke the spawner. Whew. Yeah, that hum was going. I thought I was going insane. I was like, "What the fuck is that sound?" That scared the. I think that's an in-game bug.
Oh, that one needs a lockpick. That one needs a lockpick. You can't get it open. There's a zombie there.
Do you need to meditate at all? Oh, Mel said,
That
fuck
was
it.
you, Mel. You killed it again.
Mel found our class.
Yeah, whatever move that does, it looks like it...
One shot's undead, I think.
100.
Oh, that would make sense because you're a cleric.
True. Hashtag cleric
some
things.
in there for you, Mel, if you need it.
What's in this door?
I need some healing.
Gotta find some healing.
Where's the boots?
In this chest right here. I'm gonna use my key.
Oh. Can you heal? Matthew?
No, this is to get my spells back.
And my eyeball, skelly boy.
Apparently I can resurrect you guys too if you die.
Can?
Yeah.
That's a skill? I have a busted skill. Oh, break random things like this. No. If you see like crates like that, you can smack them. I think they have healing items in it.
Oh crap, the circle's coming in. Oh wait, yeah, I'm on the outside of the circle. That was my fault.
Oh, I see him. I'll take care of her.
Team, I think. I heard a door break down. Or was that a crate they were opening?
I might have been a crate.
Okay, not this way, not this way. Yeah. We gotta go this way.
Wait. I think I hear sounds behind us.
There's people in there! People!
Yeah, I think there's actual people there.
Yup.
I don't have any meds.
You know when they get close?
You can hear them and see.
You can hear them. On like the other side.
If they get close, I'm gonna use my Q and then you can kill them.
Can you heal us real quick?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, heal us right now, Who
do you want me to heal?
Heal Heat too. He needs it more.
Thank you.
That's a strong heal, by the way. And I only have one more left. I'm also gonna use this on you.
Maybe, can you, when you're charging up that move, can you hold it or does it just automatically go off?
I'll charge it. But I'm gonna...
Oh, the circle's coming in. We have to go.
Okay, Hitsu, I'm gonna use a magic spell on you.
Right here, I'm gonna haste you.
Oh, it's a thing spawned.
Oh,
I
did it?
pooped too.
Do you have any good stuff?
Oh, they're fighting. Just chill for a second. Let them fight. We're safe for now. We just stand here. We let them fight.
I'm gonna boop.
We can probably trick them out. If you can get your thing ready, you can probably hit them all because somebody might go for that thing. Are you fighting them? Are you engaging?
I'm engaging now.
I slowed that guy down. I slowed the guy on the left down. Careful, Mel! Careful!
No, I died! God damn it, I was gonna Q!
Oh, okay. I did so much damage to that barbarian.
Oh my god.
Dude, I'm so dumb.
How much health did he have?
I want to see. They were so low. They were definitely... Yeah, they were so low.
Oh, I should have used
Pineapple on pizza.
Okay, I like Cleric.
Cleric looks like kind of fun the way you're playing him. Just deleting mobs.
Okay, I am off for tonight. Thank you for letting me play.
Yeah, thank you for playing.
I'm level 2 finally.
Yeah.
She moving up in the world.
Sure.
Let's go.
Now, how do I quit this game?
Good question.
Alt F4.
You don't.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm off.
Bye, Mel.
Goodbye.
Bye. Sleep well. Take care.
You too.
I don't have enough gold. Nah.
You gonna get off too?
I'm gonna keep going. This is fun. If you want to get off, I understand though.
Oh, I'm okay. I think I can go for a little bit longer. I'm just waiting for Reba. She's relaxing.
Oh, I felt that. Let me change my perk. I have crossbow master, but I can't get a crossbow right now, so. I'm gonna detect enemy footsteps. Recent enemy footsteps. Okay, I'm ready. But yeah, Cleric looked fun where she was playing it, just walking around deleting, and you get to bonk people in the head and heal. Like, it seems like a really useful class.
Yeah, especially with a group of 3, yeah.
I pet you every time, Otto. Unlike a certain someone.
He stretches.
So sad. Bum, 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 bum. No, but Raven's really cool. Hope she's doing well.
Yeah, she's still like not feeling too well, but she usually takes the time to relax.
That's good. Taking time for herself is good. I give thee light. Well, corners. The precipice of disaster. Oh, I can't see shit.
Oh, did I haste you or did I haste myself?
You hasted yourself.
Myself. How did I do that?
By not having someone to cast.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so fast. Here you go.
Can't see shit. Oh, that was so nice. A little bit of light there.
I'm gonna loot this chest while you do that.
Yes. Armor. I'm trying to break these.
Ranger hood. Ooh, what's that?
Dude, I'm a ranger.
Oh, barbarian helmet. That's a really good helmet. I'm gonna keep going. Okay, I'm gonna open this and I'm gonna use my Q. Your foot's are just slapping against the ground.
I'm sorry. This guy does some jukes. Oh, a long blow. Bless.
I'm gonna chain lightning him. Oh, that's mine. That is not the right weapon. Careful, careful, careful. God.
Ow.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. It's fine. It's projectile. Ah, I missed. The little bonk and run.
I smacked him in the back and then I was like, I'm out. My work here is done.
Alas, I must go.
Ooh, potion. Here, I'll give it for you since I hit you. Here you go. Ooh, a shield. I probably use that actually.
Thank you. I'm gonna save it for now, since I'm not hurt that hard.
No, not a... Yeah. That's a good one. Okay, I'm gonna queue.
Go ahead and queue up if you need to.
All right.
Loot. I can open the door. I'm not a lockpick. I think the rogue can actually lockpick.
Yeah, I think so. skeleton.
It's a new spot. Oh, I missed.
You see another one?
I was just shooting.
Okay.
This is for clerics. Oh, but we don't have our cleric anymore.
Was it?
It's a good.
Oh, yeah.
It's a green helmet for a cleric. We lost our cleric. So young.
If we play with Mel, I can just give it to her.
Sure. It's loon. Oh, I see one. I see one. See the skeleton archer?
Oh yeah, I see him too.
I got him.
Did you get him? Oh my god.
Those were 2 headshots. Yeah, I guess they were. I didn't think they were, but I guess they were. Oh, there's an oracle rope for a wizard here in this one.
Oh, nice.
The first one.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Whew. And a spell book for a wizard.
Ooh, actually. Oh my god. Check this out, look. Look at this.
Oh, you a wizard.
Yeah, look.
You're a oh, you got the robes and everything.
I'm a Q.
You're a hairy wizard.
So I figured out how the replenishing thing works. So because it seems random, but it's not, because like each spell has its own meter. So like if you use like 2 of the magic missiles and then like 1 fireball, and you recharge, it'll recharge both of them. Because like each one has like a smaller or bigger meter. So I think magic missile, since that's like the basic one, it recharges faster than like 1 chain lightning. So it probably takes 2 used for 1 chain lightning to replenish, because the meter for it is a lot bigger.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Probably replenish like 2 magic missiles, but it replenishes both at the same time. So like when you're doing it, like if you use your 2 magic missiles and then like 1 fireball, and you use your Q.
Oh, these are strong, by the way.
Those 2 and that 1 fireball. I wonder if this makes it charge faster.
I'll take that. We're gonna get another one of these skeletons to come to us so we can like loot it.
Oh, I see why the book is so good.
What does it do?
The book is good because it doesn't do a lot of, like, obviously the staff is going to do more damage like physically than a book, but the book allows you to move so much faster because the staff moves your speed by 20.
So like one gives you the melee option, the other one gives you some actual damage option, or some spell damage option. So if you need to bonk something.
Yeah, if I need to bonk. Yeah, you can't even bonk with the book. So
makes sense.
This one you get to hit and cast spells, but you sacrifice movement speed.
Yeah. Go backwards.
Ooh, there's a library in here. They usually have good stuff in here. But it's also like
it's like half. It's gonna be half taken, yeah. To clear the area.
Good stuff in here.
Oh, there's a wizard here. He's vulnerable.
Got him.
I'm burnt off right now. There we go.
Ooh, he has 2 potions. Here, you can take it.
No, it's fine. Is it on him?
Yeah, it's on him. There's 2 of them. Campfire kit.
It's a lockpick. That's a lockpick. Lockpick we needed
to. Is that what I picked up?
I think so.
Oh, look! You want to see something? Look, Hitsuga, come over here. I don't know if you've seen this, but I
haven't yet. I'm trying to avoid the spiders here. I got rid of one of the things. Oh, it hit me! Oh wait, it hit me! Fuck off! I guess I have a reason to use my thing now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh god, more spiders. Oh, people!
I see him. You can climb ladders?
Not really, but that's what I was gonna show you.
I'm so dead. Oh my god. They just all showed up and ganged up on me. Go crazy. Murk them all if you're long range.
What's up, bitches? Let's go! Oh, I hit myself!
You're on fire! Oh, you moved.
Oh my god, if they take one, I want to see if I can take it from them.
Just meditate up, I guess, while you're just chilling there. Meditate up. See what you get out of it.
Tell me if one of them's climbing the ladder.
I can't see from your perspective.
Oh, it is. Oh, it doesn't let you spectate. Oh, yeah, it's only if you die, right? Yeah.
Keep going.
How much health do they have? Why couldn't one spawn over here, man?
Oh, they're just healing, that's why. Did you just jump on the ladder?
Yeah, you can like kind of wiggle your way up top.
Oh. Oh. Goodbye.
I'm going for it!
Yo, you killed someone with a fireball. Did you see that?
I see it. I see it. Oh my god. I was waiting for them to open it so I could steal it.
You could just steal it and yoink.
That was great.
That was actually
that's
peak.
what I wanted to show you because there's a chest, like there's like a bookcase. And there's a chest that's there's traps in front of it, and the only way to do it is to either just like take the trap or climb that ladder, and you can go around.
It's so cool that you just made it out like that. That was great.
That was so funny. I saved it too. I recorded it.
Perfect. Now you got content. That was really neat.
The one bad thing about what I just did is like now they're gonna see that and use it.
Oh yeah, now they know for sure. They're like, wait a minute. All right, sorry, I'm ready.
Yeah, well, I'm just
you do what you got to do to stash. What a chaotically fun game, honestly.
I'm gonna put the book away too.
Boom.
Go in,
boom, boom. Valid. Oh, I literally just walked in. I turned around, there's just 3 people there.
Yeah, I'm glad that I saw them when I did, Kyle, because I'm so glad that like I wanted to show you the ladder. And then as soon as I was like, oh look, check this out, I saw them. I was like, oh, I guess I'm gonna use it now.
It works. I run straight to the dog every time. Let's go. We both pet it. You actually was just raining hellfire down upon them.
Yeah. And I actually got one too.
Fight back! Fight back! I love it. Yeah, the one that actually down must have been like, oh my god, why?
I would honestly be upset if I was him.
I felt the pain. Wait, open the little hole in the wall.
Oh, true.
Oh.
Oh, just he's over here. Man, there ain't nothing. Oh, there's a skeleton. Careful.
Be careful.
Ooh, additional movement speed. You can use that.
Sure can. Hmm.
I think this Shrine of Power gives you a strength buff. Oh, you can probably kill that wizard thing from right here.
Can.
I wonder if this will go through if it's too small. Or too big, I mean. Actually, I'll use that pistol. Whoa, okay, well, that answered my question.
Oh, we aggroed it. Yeah, we aggroed this shit.
How dare you disturb my slumber?
That hit me? Fuck! I need you to shoot the guys that are like shooting me.
On my way, on my way, on my way.
On my way.
Oh my god, he has so many arrows on him.
Yeah, it's not enough to...
I'm gonna give you haste. Crap! There you go!
Thank you. Oh,
just
I
in
got the
time,
Shrine of
man.
Protection! What? Alright, the Wraith hurts.
Crap.
I'd be able to kill it. Oh my god! It said I'm coming through! Wow.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't go in there with all the stuff I just collected.
Yeah. Holy spicy.
Doggo. Oh no, 3 seconds. Ah! Aw, I was like 80% there.
Damn. I mean, he had so many arrows in him. I feel like if I had a slightly stronger bow, it might have been more worthwhile. But I had just the default bow.
Okay, this will be my last one because Reva's ready.
Your last one? Your last one?
Forever and ever, yeah.
Oh no.
I'm just quitting.
I'm weird. I don't wear shoes. I see one of the spider spawners. And get those. There you go. Got it.
How can you tell when it's a spawn?
It's just that it's like an urn in the ground.
Oh, is it like tipped over or something?
Yeah.
There's players over here already. Don't go that way. Do not
Okay.
go that way.
Okay.
We have to go this way if we can. Is there a lever?
I don't see a lever.
Crap. We have to go to the players then.
Do we go crazy killing?
Yep, they're here. They're here.
I hit him once in the head.
Hasting you. Okay, you're hasted.
Okay.
Back up. Back up. Oh, come on! The fucking thing got in the way. I'm dead.
No, I'm dead too. He's so tanky. What the hell?
Die! Yes, I got one!
I think you got yourself.
Oh, damn it. It said Illy killed. Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay.
The guy's so low. Yeah, the tank guy was so tanky.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky. He had a lot of armor, that guy. Look at him, he's
Yeah,
packed.
he packed. I almost killed him. We almost killed him. But he was just tanky.
Yeah, he came in with all that stuff for sure. I think he's trying to
Help his friends. Yeah, but we almost got his ass. He almost died for it.
All right. Well, thanks for playing with me, Hitsu.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. You take care. Thank you for playing with me.
Are you getting off?
Yeah, I want to play a little bit more. I want to try the solo ones if you're leaving.
All right, I'll probably be lurking then.
All right, sounds good. You tell Reva I said hello. I had a good time.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Thank you. And we go. We go. Let me turn off the thingy since I'm all by myself now. Let me turn off this reactive thingy. Or rather, I just have to go to the website and just make it so it does not include my own. There we go. Easy fix. What a fun game. See a wizard. Nice. Wizard down. That was really close. That was actually really fucking close. Missing? I'm missing a little bit. I hear footsteps around me, but I'm not sure where that is right now. Don't be that. Okay, no mimic. No mimic, bless. Take care of him real quick. Nice. I saw a running skeleton I think it was a player. But he disappeared from me. Fucking mimic. Okay. I'm trying to look for the guy right now. I don't see him though. Guy? Alright, I see him. He has to run to me, low key, so I'm gonna get ready. I got him! I got the skeleton boy! Nice. Let's see what loot he has for me. Not much. You good? You friendly? Come on. Oh, he hit me. He hit me. Fuck. There's an escape portal there too. He was so low. Look at how low he was. Damn. I was trying to fight multiple things at once. He hit me. No, the solo mode's kind of fun. I like the solo mode a lot. I'm almost level 15 as well. And that's probably when I'll stop, like after a level 15 run. And it's a good time to stop after I hit level 15 once. I remember the spot. Okay. around, trying to see if there's anyone around me. I don't see anyone. I'm gonna finish this guy off and hop down, I think. I'm so scared of mimics in this game, dude. It's so awkward when a mimic spawns and starts like, I want that ass. Oh my god, I missed. Okay, there's a rogue here. Oh my god. Okay, I might heal up real quick because that hurt. Don't be a mimic, don't be a mimic, don't be a mimic. Nice. I'll go loot this guy real quick too. Didn't have anything of importance to me. Fuck. Okay. Floor spikes, dude. Fuck. That's so funny. God damn it. I died to floor spikes. Okay. To the dog. This guy's doing damage to me. I'm in the circle already. Pick up this goblin. Oh my god, it's a fucking mummy. Shit. Great start. Okay, the mummies took out one of them for me. Bless. All right. This is better. Sheesh. Those sounds are spooky. Them are some spooky sounds. Scared the fuck out of me. This mummy. Ah, I missed. Oh. Oh, solo dungeoning is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of cool, but it's kind of scary. There's two of them? Now there's two of them. There's another one of these, bro? Okay, one. There we go. I can't even pick lock it. Oh my god. A lot of sapphires and shit, I guess. Exactly what I wanted, though. I want heals. All my meds. No, this shrine came back. It's kind of funny. Portal. I have gold. I don't have much loot. I want like loot. Oh. So I want to loot, right?
NANI?!
Danko. You're a dork. You're a dork, Danko. One more headshot. Hell yeah. Woo! How are you, Danko? Hope you're doing well, bro. You know I love you. I got my loot. I'm outies. I am outies. Get me out of here. Get me out! Get me out! I'm out! Oh my god. I'm out, bitches. Thank you for gifting Koya sub, though. I appreciate that. That dodge faker? What faker? What was that? Dodge was crazy. I'm stunned. I've just been lurking. Well, hello, you dork. How have you been? Ya stinking lurker, you? Hope life. This game is so fucking fun, dude. It's so stressful. All right, merchants. Let's go to the collector. Let's just sell all my shit. Okay, these things were like disappearing for some reason. 158 gold, baby! Take more! Take more! Yeah! Yeah! I have money! Where was this Hitsu last night? Damn, I escaped? I escaped. And I made some bank. The Hitsu last night was playing a magician. Now Hitsu's playing the Hanzo main, which he is. They're very different, Hanzo. I don't play other stuff. Let's just put on the extra strong helmet, I guess. Why not? Merchants. Thanks to treasurer. I would like to buy 5 gold coins, please. Thank you. Do you guys want to play? Comment? Danko? You want to play? I'm in my Discord right now, but if you guys want to play, just let me know. I'm not going to go for too much longer. I want to get to level 15 and then play like 1 or 2 level 15 games. Is the idea. That's what my goal is. Do I have any bows? No, I'll buy a bow. I want to buy a bow. I got some gold. I can buy bows if I want. These bows are whack. I don't want these bows. Oh! Never mind. Weaponsmith. Drunky. Nah, I'm not gonna buy a bow. What can I do? I have no idea how that shit works. Honestly, I've thrown the oil lantern and that does damage. I know it's a damage source. That's what I know. 1.9 max health bonus. Yeah, I can give that to one of you guys. Probably Danko because he's a barbarian. But if you guys want to play, just let me know. I'm gonna keep going solo until then. Stressing time. Stressing time. Stressing time. What have you done today? You two. You two stinkies. Oh my god, I'm saying stinkies now. Everyone keeps calling me stinky, now I'm calling other people stinky. This is the best thing in the game! It's actually the best thing in the game. Actually the best thing. Like, without a doubt. It's amazing. Phenomenal. Spectacular. Sugoi-desu. Wow. Awe-inspiring. I know Sugoi is not Japanese, but it was that amazing, it made me want to say it anyways. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that good. No, I headshot his ass. Hit him again. We're gonna go for killing now. We're killing now. I'm killing now. I'm a murderer now. Get over there. I should not get over there. Hello, goodbye. You are stinky. That is all. Yeah, I see him. I'm chasing him. It's murdering time. Hell yeah. Give me your shit.
Come on, you pussy bitch.
Come here then, bro. He challenged me. I made sure he could never challenge anyone else again. That's my Nindo way. Make that campfire. Whew. Campfire's ticking me up. It actually heals for a decent chunk, honestly. Line it up. There's the headshot. Keep it going. Keep running at me, you silly goblin. And you're mine. Oh, you're not dead. Alright, now you're one. Okay, so I have to find a way out here. Okay, drink that. I almost got him. Wow. Oh my god. I couldn't shotgun arrow him because I just used it. How low is he? How low is he? I need to know. He got killed by a death beetle. The dark goes dark. He was the last one. Oh no. He died to a bug. I was so close. So close. No one got loot. No one got loot. Damn it. Asa dude has fallen. Ah! Let the adventures begin. Let the adventures begin. The solo mode is actually quite fun though. I do quite enjoy the solo mode quite a bit. It's very different vibe, but it's very fun. Keep spawning here. They fucking hit me. Valscanore. Zerd. I got his attention. Thank you for your service. Hell yeah. Mimic? No, Mimic. Nice. But I do need some meds. Badly. Whew. He doesn't know that I'm low. That's my one advantage right now. Fuck, I have to go this way? No, I don't. Oh, fuck. I'm actually so boned. I'm so boned. I'm not bad. I'm not good with the minimap yet. And I'm almost level 15. I'm almost level. I can smell it. I can feel it. What time is it though? It's 1:05. I don't want to go too late. I'm not 15 yet. I might have to stop it. Might gotta call it. I might have to call it if I don't get level 15 soon. Come on, Vamanos. Everybody, let's go. Alright. Where am I? That mage really did a number on me with the damage. We got him, but at what cost? Did they aggro onto something? I think they did. I missed it. Almost hit the goblin mage thing in the back there. He's only needs one more arrow, so I'm not gonna use my skill yet. I'm gonna save my skill for the other guy. Thought he was coming. Guess not. Nice. Woo. No mimic? No mimic? It's not the mimic. Nice. Can I loot this one? I need a lockpick for that one. Of course I cannot. Shame. Someone's shooting them. Someone let a stink bomb out a while ago. Oh my god. Hold up. I got stuck in the corner. That was kind of awkward. What is missing? Oh, that's actually really good. I see what I needed to do. I see what I need to do. Okay. That works out for me a little bit. Come on, heal. Oh, I got it. Okay, nice. I gotta run, bro. Don't got time to play games with you. How lucky and clutch was that? Okay. Too worried. Gotta go. I see you, bro. There's 2 portals here. Hurry up. Whew. I'm out. I'm outies. Is he gonna make it out though? He died. He died. He wasn't fast like me. I made it out, bitch. Let's go. I'm actually, this guy's just chilling there. Ooh, am I 15? I'm now level 15. Let's go. Now I can actually level up my last perk. Let's see what I can get. That for that. And sharpshooter, I got more damage. Oh, that's kind of good. Gives you some PvP potential. And I got a strong longbow. Let's go. Okay. Let's go to the merchants. Let's sell some shit. Leathersmith. First things first, we're gonna sell. That's it. Valid. Okay, back. Armorer. Let's sell some armor, bruh. Full beans. Was there? I'm blanking what else I had. I had this. Give me my coins. Collector. Let's sell the shiny shit. Okay. It's another 53 gold. Let's fucking go. And then the weaponsmith, right? I can't use that dagger. Alright, Pog. Oh, now I'm gonna go to the merchant. This one, where's the collector? Or no, the treasurer. I'm gonna buy a couple of these. Okay, I'm gonna go to my stash. Put these in there. Fill some of these pouches with some gold. Wait. Oh, that works. I'm rich, baby! Really, but it's kind of funny. Okay. I have a strong light foot boots, strong recurve bow, which I think will be my default. I'll take off my stuff. My default stuff. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Let's get a proper level 15 run now. Now that I can use everything all the perks I want. Let's see how it feels in the goblin caves. Took all day to grind to level 15, I suppose. But I get to experience what it's like to actually just go crazy. My bow is decent damage as well. So I might do some work here. Hi. Hi, Otto. But this will be my last one, though. This will be my last one. I'm trying to go for PvP. That's going to be the goal. Just want to try some PvP action. I didn't actually read what that said. Makes you invisible for 30 seconds. Spells broke when you move, take action, or get damage. Valid. Gotta look for the stinkies. I don't want to deal with that flying shit. I'm not really here to loot. I just want to try my PvP. Damn. That's not a trap. Oh my god. Alright, I mean, you asked nicely, fuck. Okay, that's not the run I wanted. That was a very awkward run. One more. One more. Did I check my... What? Yeah, I'm fine with what I have. Why do they ask that? Actually, does the wooden have anything that's decent for me to use as a bow? It's not worth it. You just gotta go in dirty, go in blind. All right, auto. Best part. I wish I could see Sophia that. She would love it. Or she would love if she could see the doggo. All right, last one. Last proper, like one proper one. And then we're good. I just want to kill people. Just go crazy. Go become a crazy person. Small enough spot that you can kind of hear everything going on. What the fuck? I'm running on by. Sheesh. Oh, they're hitting me. That's illegal. Ticked on. Where are the people? Fuck. I just want to find people. That's all I want to do. I'm pretty sure I spawned right next to someone, but I couldn't find that person. Shame. But yeah. We just need a one where we can get a proper match in. Proper aim battle in. Where I just go crazy. Psst. Psst. Look at this. Do you see this? This is peak content. Amazing. Amazing. You must aim your shield to block an attack. Look up to block a downward slash. If an attack hits a body part, I didn't get to finish reading that. I'm in there. I'm in there like swimwear. What? You lived? How are you alive? Fuck. The hell's over here? They hurt. Oh my god, they hurt. The spiders were like super tanky. Has it almost been 11 hours? I know. I just want to play a proper lobby where I can like PvP someone real quick. I'm finally 15. I can go. Pew, pew, pew. I am a Hanzo main. I can go crazy. The doggo! You're level 15? Yeah. I am. This is wild. Look what you've done to me! I blame you! I'm so sorry. I'm not. Of course you're not. I'm just doing solos right now. Because I asked you guys if you wanted to play, but no one replied. I'm so sad. Abandoned by my homies. Okay, those spiders though actually did some. Oh my fuck, that scared me.
What you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding. Artemis, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Welcome back. Oh my fuck. Sex, booby fuck, Jess? You know what? That's valid.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Fucking Jess. Sounds like a classic Jess thing to say. Thank you for the raid though, Artemis. I hope you're doing well. We're just, you know, vibing. I'm trying to PvP someone. I want to find someone to PvP. I hear someone PvPing. Where's that? Like up here? You're mine! Woohoo! Let's go! Thanks so much for the follow though, friend Weeb. I appreciate that. I talk to you all the time, but like I guess it's the first time you stopped by my channel properly, right? So hello. Hello. I'm dying. Oh my god, I lived that. I actually fucking lived that. That's chaotic. Chaotic as fuck. Where is his body? He has no loot for me! I'm screwed! But I got him though. Can't believe that wizard is still alive after all that. No, he's dead. He's dead. I'm very much enjoying this game though. I think this game is very fun to play. So why'd you tell a friend to say that, Kame? That's kind of weird. You're gonna get me banned. But yeah, I'm gonna give you this properly. I've never done this yet for you. So we're gonna see how this plays out, Artemis. Play this clip. What the hell is that?
No, this boss.
What game is that?
On 7 HP, I cannot win.
I believe in you. I believe in you, Artemis. You can win. Oh, he died. Well, I do. I don't know. I'm just saying, friend. Like we chat often. It's just I don't think you've ever actually stopped by. But I blame Kame if whatever bad corruption they've started and caused for you. You're my goat. I'm a goat. Call me Hitsu goat. Hitsu goat. This kind of makes sense. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Most important part of the game. The dog. You can pet the dog. You can pet the dog. You can pet. You can pet. Come here. You can pet the dog in this game. You can actually pet the dog. You can feel its fluffy wholesomeness. That's peak. I think I hear someone right next to me. Oh shit, you can surrender in this shit? Alright, bet. Fuck off. Damn, you're wholesome as fuck. Alright, yeah, you go do your thing. You go do your thing. Wow. What a wholesome fella. I wanted to PvP, but now I don't. One person changed my entire perspective on everything. I'm about to die. Bless you, dude. You can take all the loot. I'm gonna go grab this thumb. I need it. It's kind of cool that the dog gets a lot of attention. It's like the only thing in the game that isn't trying to kill you. I mean, and this person apparently. How sweet. Imagine watching King Dorsey's for almost like couldn't be me. Wait, you were watching for 11 hours, Novo? What the heck? Why didn't you say anything? I want to call you a dork. Hope you've been well. It's you're my goat? No, you're the goat. There's a thing here for you, cleric. Inside this chest. What a nice guy. What the fuck? I made a friend in this game. In the big chest, there's a thing for you. Can you hear me? I guess not. I joined another screen when I played Genshin. You're so wholesome.
The follow button.
Nobody's quite sure why. They thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Anyways,
welcome, stranger. I'm good, I'm good. You don't have to heal me, I'm good. Save your mana. It's like game night? Oh, I felt that. Well, I did not mean to go this far, but here we are. I actually made a friend in this game. That's so crazy to me. Okay, hold up. He needs help. I'm gonna help him in a bit here. All right, now I sleep. Good night, you amazing dorkiest of dork. No, you're the dork. What the heck? You're the dork. You get rest, you hecking dork. Oh no! He's dead. I won't forget you, friend. He's so nice. I'm actually so sad that he just died like that. We basically had it. We were there. Poor guy. Why do I actually feel sad, man? My heart got broken. Time to go. Oh my god, there's 2 barbarians over here. Are you kidding me? I'm surrounded by 2 barbarians. You take care, Novo. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being you. You're the hecking dork. You dork. And calling me a dork when you're all the biggest dorks. Are you about to do this? We're not, right? Yeah, we're trying to find a way out. Hell yeah. Wait, are you trying to do this? I'm not. All right, yeah, you keep yelling. You keep yelling. You do your thing. It's a good game, but I wonder how they keep it fresh after, a year after release. I'm curious about that too. I have no idea. Oh my fuck, man. Wait, Wizard, we're supposed to be chill. We're supposed to be chill, bro. You killed yourself. What a chaotic spot. That's where all the portals were spawning. I couldn't find it. It's all the way over here instead of here? Interesting. All right. But considering the time, it is quite late. I've been streaming for a while. I probably do need to get an end as well. But that guy was full of money. That guy was hella loaded. That guy was beyond loaded. I kind of want to do another one just because it is very, very fun to PvP. But I feel like if I keep saying I want to do another one, I'm going to keep doing another one. The classic one more experience. So I'm kind of debating it. Also, what's up, Neon? How are you doing? Are you a fan of the game? This game, I think, has a lot of potential. You add in skill trees, you add in different types of perks, different types of classes, like more maps, do more interesting things with the maps. You got a game. You got a game that will last a while. I personally, in my opinion, I enjoyed this far more than Tarkov. And I feel like I could watch people play this and enjoy it more than I watch people play Tarkov, personally. One more fun, one more. It's so easy to just say one more. What's up, Kenbachi? How are you doing? It's sugar down. Oh my fucking god. But no, okay, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. Because Friend Weeb said one more. Yeah, you convinced me. I was really trying not to, but you know what? You really pushed my buttons, young man. My fellow friend. Look at how great this is. And apparently this is a friend of the dev's dog. So I guess I could say this is the actual dev's friend. Otto is a dev's friend. And it's so great that we can just pet Otto in the game. Just here spreading my Kenpachi energy, aka being pure, wholesome, and innocent. Are you sure about that? All right, we'll try to PvP. That was a very wholesome match. I can't believe I made so many friends. I had like 3 different friends that didn't want to attack. How rare is that? I was even helping the cleric out. Well, it's a shame the cleric died though. Fuck off. Missing. Last shot. Thank you. All right, let me set up properly. Nobo! No! Oh, wait, don't just sleep. No, you got baited. Yeah, I must try to engage PvP in 1v1 if you can. Don't listen, just listen to me. I didn't see what they said. What did Jess say? Sneaky Teeth? Is he? I think that might be a friend of mine. Sneaky Teeth? I might know that person. I'll have to DM them and see if they're playing. My name is a Sud, dude, so there's no way they recognize me, but it might have been them. I realize you run faster without your weapons in your hands, so I'm gonna start doing that more. Okay, so I gotta go. Well, it was great meeting you today off the back of Hound's Raid. Yeah, no, Ray is great. Oh my god. Hold up. You take care. You have yourself a wonderful night, alright? Thank you for the raid, bro. I actually do greatly appreciate that. That means a lot to me. So thank you so much. Have a fantastic night. I'm not gonna go for that much longer myself. I just wanna do some PvP and I'm already down to half my HP and hell, you might even say that I'm European. Oi. Fuck, I might die here. Yeah, I hit him in the head once though. I knew he was there. I just don't know what to do there. Oh, I actually headshot him too. If I hit him with a quick reload to the shotgun, I would have killed him. Dude, I do so much damage. She said nothing. Dab. Oh, wait, I went to sleep. I have a bit of a rule when it comes to one more. The one more rule has an attack solo players on site. Try to escape. You keep going until you die once. That's a good rule. I'm 100% sure, my friendo. Do you guys have any idea on like who I can raid after this? Also, thank you for. Oh, I guess Neon came in with you, Artemis. Thank you, Neon, for coming in with Artemis's raid, and thank you for the follow as well. I hope you're having a good night. Also, for anyone who's curious, I want to do a movie night this Saturday. I plan on watching Knives Out, the Glass Onion movie, because Knives Out is a fantastic movie, and I might watch Lars as well. Normally we do 3 movies when we do a movie night, but that might be a lot. So if you guys are down or have any suggestions, please let me know. We try to keep it to like a similar theme, but we'll see how it goes. That'll be in the Discord as well. I don't do a good enough job telling people about my Discord, so that's kind of on me, but it is what it is. All right, come on, Goblin Sir. He died. Nice. But yeah, I'm glad you came in with the raid of Artemis, though. Artemis, take care. I actually really appreciate that, bro. Ah, my stinkers. Bye. Oh my god. Shotgun! Thank you. I think I hear people above me somewhere. Question mark? Crystal ball. That's what I want. Okay, nice. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Gonna run by. This place has a lot of good loot. I missed all those arrows? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. The spiders are a pain in the ass. That's what that is. What? Quick looting. Perfect. Okay. That's like think about what I was doing there for a second. It's the wrong way. I want to go this way, it seems like. Oh, where does this take me, though? I gotta find PvP if I want a PvP. Do you want to fight? For fun? Or you want to survive? Like, straight up, honest question. Do you want to survive or just dip? Alright, we fighting. GG's, bro. GG's. Woo! Fuck, he hit me. GG's. Oof, that was some nice shooting. Nice shooting. Gonna chill here for a bit while I heal. I hear someone moving. I'm not sure where exactly they are, but I just want to heal up a little bit. Valscanore. That was a good 2v2, honestly. That was a good 2v2. I like that. Let me see if I can do that. Maybe that'll be fast enough. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and add marker. Be a portal. See. He fucking escaped. He got away from me. Thought I heard another one for a second there. Okay, I need to get out now. We won the PvP. I need to live now somehow. Gotta get out somehow. Oh, I see the spawner now. The goblin just chilling over there. Is it upstairs? Oh my god, it's fucking upstairs, isn't it? I die here. Wait. Oh my god, man. I can't see shit. I die here. I thought the spawn would spawn there, but it like spawned on top of me. That's crazy. It's okay. We got a cool little 2v2 action there earlier. So I had a good time. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna go back and close the game. It's time to raid someone. We gotta raid someone. It's late. It's late time. It's late hours. It's degen hours. We gotta raid a degen. The question is, are there any degens that are up right now? It's always a good question. Oh, I'm so sore. Holy shit. I didn't realize how sore my upper body was. Does anyone have anyone that we can raid? Asking real quick before I decide on someone to raid. If you guys do, I would totally like to listen to who you guys have to offer with the raid. But if not, I'll raid someone. I'll find someone. Let's see, someone playing Elder Scrolls. There's someone playing Overwatch 2. June's playing Overwatch 2. Lynn is playing Elder Scrolls. Oh, wait, she's doing 4-year stream. Okay, I might raid Lynn. She's doing a 4-year stream anniversary. Or should I raid June? He's doing Big Daddy. Funny though. Both VTubers. They're both great people. I could raid Lynn. But I could also raid June. Fuck. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna raid June. I love Elder Scrolls, but I'm still on a I'm sick of Elder Scrolls vibe. But we're gonna raid June Hawk. Whenever I hear his name, I think of June Cock. Don't know why. But you guys have a fantastic night, a wonderful night, a spectacular day if it's daytime for you. I'm about to go get some rest up my throat. I've been streaming for way too long. But I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna go get some sleep and all that fun jazz. So I'll see you guys later. Everyone have a fantastic night, and I'll see y'all around. Y'all are giga dorks, like actually giga dorks. Yeah, I don't have a raid message. I need to think of something. I still don't have one. But Giga Dorks? Oh no. Yeah, Giga Dorks. aka you. You. Especially you. Dork. Got your ass. But yeah, I don't have a raid message, so I just call him a dork for me, I guess. June. Oh no. I got it. Is that the June cock? Could that be the raid message? Could that be the raid message? Loki? Is that the June cock? What do you think? What do you think? He's a great VTuber though. But I'll see you guys there. You guys take care. I love you guys. Bye. I'll peace.